We Americans are suckers for any book or article that claims to have the secret to success. But how often do we end up disappointed, reading the same old cliches or advice we already know but never actually follow? Most autobiographies of famous, successful people aren't very inspiring because they feel inhuman and out of reach. We're busy looking for some magic bullet to make us rich and successful, but the real deal is right in front of us if we just notice it, a hidden gem we walk past every day. That gem is the interesting, human, and brilliantly told story of one of the smartest and most influential people in American history, and maybe in world history. Benjamin Franklin's autobiography doesn't offer a cookie-cutter formula for success. Instead, it offers you the chance to hang out with a real flesh-and-blood guy with an extraordinary mind. His daily life and way of thinking can help us face our own challenges, much like having a wise, strong friend to look up to. As you get drawn into the story, you absorb the life experiences that built his strong and helpful character.
What makes Franklin's autobiography so different from other stories about great men is how human it is. Franklin said he wrote it for his family, to show them how he climbed from poverty and obscurity to fame and fortune. He doesn't shy away from mentioning his big achievements, but it's just part of the story, and when he sounds a bit vain, it feels honest and in character. There's nothing impossible about his methods. When young people read this story, they're often surprised to find that Franklin struggled with the same daily problems and temptations they do. It helps you stop feeling so discouraged about your own shortcomings and failures. Beyond that, the autobiography is a must-read for young Americans because it connects you with one of the most important figures in our history. Franklin's life is crucial because he was a key player in winning America's independence and building it into a nation. He and George Washington were the two biggest heroes of the Revolution. While Washington was the heart of the fight in the colonies, Franklin was its best advocate overseas. Thanks to his brilliant arguments and sharp wit, he made America's case perfectly in England and France. And it was his personality, diplomacy, and writing that secured the foreign alliances and funding that Washington needed to win. His patience, strength, and practical wisdom, along with his selfless dedication to his country, were just as impressive as Washington's. In public life, Franklin was a lot like Washington, especially in how he served without any personal agenda. Franklin is also fascinating because his life and teachings did more to make his fellow Americans prosperous than anyone else. It's said that his widely read advice made Philadelphia and Pennsylvania wealthy, and the catchy sayings from Poor Richard's Almanac were translated into many languages and had a global impact. Franklin is the classic example of an American success story. He wasn't the richest or most powerful, but with his incredible range of talents and accomplishments, he's arguably the greatest self-made man we've ever had. The simple, powerful story in his autobiography of rising from a humble childhood in a candlemaker's shop to the top, all through hard work, thrift, and a commitment to self-improvement, is the most amazing of all American rags-to-riches tales. It's a perfect example of what's possible in a land of opportunity if you follow his advice. And Franklin's fame wasn't just limited to America. He was a global celebrity. Even though he lived in a century full of brilliant thinkers, a top critic 100 years ago said that Franklin stood above them all. He was a superstar in both politics and science, a rare double threat where being great at just one is a huge achievement. People have called him many-sided for a reason. He was a rock star in science, public service, diplomacy, and writing. He was basically the Edison of his day, turning his scientific discoveries into practical things to help people. He proved lightning was electricity and invented the lightning rod, He invented the Franklin stove, which is still used today, and refused to patent it so everyone could benefit. He was incredibly savvy in business. Thomas Carlyle called him the father of all the Yankees. He started a fire company, helped establish a hospital, and improved street cleaning and lighting. He was a pioneer in journalism, founded the American Philosophical Society, the first public library in Philadelphia, and the University of Pennsylvania. He set up a mail system for the colonies that became the U.S. Post Office. A famous historian called him the greatest diplomat of his century. He's the only founding father who signed all 4 key documents: the Declaration of Independence, the Treaty of Alliance with France, the Treaty of Peace with England, and the Constitution. As a writer, his Autobiography and Poor Richard's Almanac are masterpieces. He got honorary degrees from Harvard, Yale, and Oxford, and was a member of the top scientific societies in England and France.
Studying the autobiography is also great for improving your own writing. If you want to learn how to express your ideas clearly, powerfully, and engagingly, you can't do better than to study Franklin's style. His fame as a scientist was just as much about his simple, honest way of explaining his discoveries as it was about the discoveries themselves. A famous chemist said that Franklin's writing about electricity was almost as admirable as his scientific findings. It's hard to categorize Franklin as a literary figure because he wasn't trying to be one. For him, writing was a tool to get things done and help people. But his success as a scientist, statesman, and diplomat was largely thanks to his skill as a writer. His letters charmed everyone. His political arguments thrilled his allies and terrified his opponents. He explained his scientific discoveries in language so simple and clear that anyone, from a farmhand to a nobleman, could understand him. When it comes to American literature, Franklin was in a league of his own at the time. Before him, the only major work was a dense church history. Franklin was the first American author to become a big, lasting star in Europe. His works are still known worldwide. He should also be remembered as America's first great humorist. In the 18th century, English writing was evolving. Franklin's simple and energetic style is similar to early writers like Daniel Defoe. He was basically a journalist at heart, with a punchy, direct style full of wit and satire. But unlike his English contemporaries, Franklin wasn't a professional author. He didn't write fiction. He just happened to develop a remarkable writing style while telling people the secrets to his own success and usefulness, resulting in the best autobiography ever written, The Story Behind the Book. The story of how the autobiography was written and what happened to the original manuscript is a wild tale in itself. For starters, the book is unfinished. The first part, written as a letter to his son, wasn't meant to be published, so it's more personal and casual. The rest he wrote knowing it would be for the public. The whole thing feels very natural and unedited. In fact, his grandson, William Temple Franklin, later edited the work and cleaned up some phrases he thought were too vulgar. Franklin started writing it in 1771 while visiting a friend in England. He brought the manuscript, which went up to the year 1731, back to Philadelphia in 1775. He left it there with his other papers when he went to France, and it vanished during the chaos of the Revolution. A friend found 23 pages of it and sent a copy to Franklin in Paris, begging him to finish the story. Franklin picked it up again in 1784, but was soon interrupted. He didn't get back to it until 1788 in Philadelphia. By then he was old, sick, and still working in public service, so it was slow going. He finally stopped writing when he got to the year 1757. He sent copies of the manuscript to friends in England and France.
The first version ever published was a clumsy and incomplete French translation that came out in Paris in 1791. No one knows where the translator got the manuscript. Because people were so desperate to read it, this flawed version was retranslated and printed all over Europe.
Meanwhile, the original manuscript had its own adventure. Franklin left it to his grandson, William Temple Franklin. When the grandson published his collection of Franklin's works in 1817, he traded the precious original manuscript for a cleaner copy he thought would be easier for the printers to read. Because of this trade, the original manuscript ended up with a French family for decades. Finally, in 1867, the U.S. minister to France, John Bigelow, bought it. When Bigelow examined his purchase, he was shocked to discover that the version everyone had been reading for years was a heavily edited and incomplete text. He found that Franklin's grandson had made over 1,200 changes. So, in 1868, Bigelow published the first ever authentic edition of Franklin's Autobiography, corrected directly from the original manuscript. The text in this book is based on Bigelow's accurate edition. The autobiography has been reprinted hundreds of times and translated into every European language. It's never gone out of style. The reason for its lasting popularity is simple. In this book, a remarkable man told the story of his remarkable life in a remarkable way. He had hard-won common sense and a practical grasp on the art of living. He knew how to tell a story with the perfect instinct of a great journalist. His success is also due to his plain, clear, and powerful English. He was one of the greatest conversationalists of his time, and his book reads exactly like you're sitting in a room listening to him tell his incredible life story himself. Dear son, I've always enjoyed finding out little stories about my ancestors. You might remember how I asked around among my surviving relatives when you were with me in England, and the trip I took just for that. Figuring you'd also like to know about my life, much of which you don't know yet, and since I'm looking forward to a week of quiet time at my country home, I'm sitting down to write it all down for you. Plus, I have a few other reasons. Since I started out poor and unknown, and now I'm well off and somewhat famous, and I've had a pretty happy life so far, my descendants might want to know the methods I used, which, with God's help, worked out so well. They might find some of them useful for their own lives and worth copying. Thinking about how happy I've been, I've sometimes said that if I could choose, I wouldn't mind living my life all over again from the start. I just want the chance, like authors get with a second edition, to fix some mistakes from the first. That way, besides fixing my errors, I could change some bad luck in events for better ones. But even if I couldn't do that, I'd still take the offer. Since I can't actually relive my life, the closest thing to it seems to be remembering it all and making those memories last as long as possible by writing them down. Also, this way I can give in to that natural urge old men have to talk about themselves and what they've done, and I can do it without boring others who might feel obligated to listen out of respect for my age, because people can read this or not as they choose. And finally, I might as well admit it, since no one would believe me if I denied it, I'll probably satisfy my own. Honestly, I've hardly ever heard or seen the opening words without something boastful immediately following. Most people don't like vanity in others, no matter how vain they are themselves, but I'm pretty tolerant of it wherever I see it. I'm convinced it often does good for the person who has it and for those around them. So, in many cases, it wouldn't be totally crazy for someone to thank God for their vanity, just like they would for other good things in life. Gibbon and Hume, the great British historians who lived at the same time as Franklin, say in their autobiographies that it's okay to praise oneself fairly.
And speaking of thanking God, I humbly want to say that I owe the happiness I've had in my life to His kind guidance, which led me to the methods I used and made them successful. This belief makes me, though I shouldn't, that the same kindness will still be shown to me, either by continuing my happiness or by helping me endure a terrible misfortune which I might face like others have. Only He knows what my future holds, and He has the power to turn even our troubles into blessings.
The notes one of my uncles, who was also curious about collecting family stories, once gave me a lot of details about our ancestors. From these notes, I learned that our family had lived in the same village, Ecton, in Northamptonshire, for 300 years, and he didn't know for how much longer. Maybe since the name Franklin, which used to refer to a class of people, was adopted by them as a last name when everyone else in the kingdom started using surnames. They lived on about 30 acres of land they owned, supported by the blacksmith business, which had been in the family until his time, with the oldest son always trained in that trade, a tradition he and my father continued with their own eldest sons. When I checked the records at Ecton, I only found records of their births, marriages, and burials starting from 1555, because no records were kept in that parish before then. From those records, I realized I was the youngest son of the youngest son for 5 generations. My grandfather Thomas, born in 1598, lived in Ecton until he got too old to work. Then he moved in with his son John, a dyer in Banbury, Oxfordshire, where my father did his apprenticeship. My grandfather died and is buried there. We saw his gravestone in 1758. His oldest son Thomas lived in the Ecton house and left it, along with the land, to his only child, a daughter. She, with her husband, a Mr. Fisher from Wellingborough, sold it to Mr. Isted, who is now the local landlord. My grandfather had 4 sons who grew up: Thomas, John, Benjamin, and Josiah. I'll tell you what I can about them, even though my papers aren't with me right now. If those papers aren't lost while I'm away, you'll find many more details in them. Thomas was trained as a blacksmith by his father, but he was clever, and a local gentleman named Esquire Palmer, who encouraged all my brothers to learn, helped him. He trained to become a scribe and became an important man in the county. He was a main force behind all community projects for Northampton County or town and his own village, and many stories were told about his efforts. He was also well regarded and supported by Lord Halifax at the time. He died on January 6, 1702, old calendar style, exactly 4 years to the day before I was born. I remember the stories we heard about his life and personality from some old folks in Ecton really impressed you because they were so similar to what you knew about me. You even said, if he had died on the same day, one might have thought it was reincarnation. John was trained as a dyer, I think for wool fabrics. Benjamin was trained as a silk dyer, doing his apprenticeship in London. He was a clever man. I remember him well because when I was a boy, he came to live with my father in Boston for several years. He lived to be very old. His grandson, Samuel Franklin, lives in Boston now. He left behind 2 large handwritten books of his own poetry, made up of short poems written for friends and family on different occasions, and the one below, which he sent to me, is an example. He had invented his own shorthand, which he taught me, but I never practiced it, so I've forgotten it now. I was named after this uncle, because he and my father were especially fond of each other. He was very religious and often went to hear the best preachers. He wrote down their sermons in his shorthand and had many books of them. He was also very interested in politics, perhaps too much so for his position in life. Recently, in London, I came across a collection he had made of all the main pamphlets about public affairs from 1641 to 1717.
Many of the volumes are missing, judging by the numbering, but there are still 8 large volumes and 24 medium and small ones. An old book dealer found them, and since he knew me from my occasional purchases, he brought them to me. It seems my uncle must have left them here when he went to America about 50 years ago. There are many of his notes written in the margins. Our humble family was involved early in the Reformation and remained Protestant throughout Queen Mary's reign, when they were sometimes in danger because of their strong opposition to Catholicism. They had an English Bible, and to hide and protect it, they taped it open underneath the lid of a joint stool, a type of wooden stool. When my great-great-grandfather read it to his family, he'd turn the stool upside down on his knees and flip the pages that were under the tapes. One of the children would stand at the door to warn them if they saw the apparitor coming, who was an officer of the church court. If that happened, the stool would be flipped back upright, and the Bible would stay hidden underneath it, just like before. My Uncle Benjamin told me this story. The family remained part of the Church of England until near the end of King Charles II's reign. That's when some ministers who had been kicked out for not following church rules started holding secret religious meetings in Northamptonshire. Benjamin and Josiah joined them and stayed with them their whole lives. The rest of the family remained with the official church. My father, Josiah, married young and moved to New England with his wife and 3 children around 1682. Since these secret religious meetings were illegal and often broken up, some important friends of his decided to move to New England, and he was convinced to go with them, hoping they could practice their religion freely there. With that same wife, he had 4 more children born there, and with a second wife, 10 more, making 17 in total. I remember 13 of them sitting at his table at one time, and they all grew up, got married, and had families. I was the youngest son and the second to last child, born in Boston, New England. My mother, his second wife, was Abiah Folger, daughter of Peter Folger, one of the first people to settle in New England. She is honorably mentioned by Cotton Mather in his church history of that region, if I recall correctly. I've heard he wrote various short pieces for different occasions, but only one was ever printed, which I saw many years ago. It was written in 1675 in the simple, folksy poetry style of that era and region, and was addressed to the people in government at the time. It argued for religious freedom and defended the Baptists, Quakers, and other religious groups who were being persecuted. It blamed the Indian Wars and other troubles the country faced on that persecution, seeing them as God's punishments for such a terrible wrong, and urged them to repeal those unfair laws. The whole thing seemed to me to be written with a lot of honest straightforwardness and bold freedom. I remember the last 6 lines, even though I've forgotten the first 2 lines of that verse. But the main point was that his criticisms came from a good place, and so he wanted to be known as the author. Because to be a libeler, he says, I hate it with my heart. From Sherburne town, where now I dwell, my name I do put here. Without offense your real friend, it is Peter Folger. My older brothers all became apprentices in different trades. I started grammar school at 8 years old. My father planned to dedicate me, as a 10th of his sons, to serving the church. My quickness in learning to read, which must have been very early, since I don't remember a time when I couldn't read, and all his friends' belief that I would definitely be a good scholar, encouraged him in this plan. My Uncle Benjamin also approved, and offered to give me all his shorthand books of sermons, I guess as a starter kit, if I would learn his shorthand system. However, I stayed at grammar school for less than a year, even though in that short time I had gradually moved from the middle of my class to the top, and was even moved up to the next class, planning to go into the 3rd class by the end of the year. But my father, meanwhile, considering the cost of a college education, which he couldn't really afford with such a big family, and the poor living many college-educated people ended up with, reasons he told his friends while I was listening, changed his mind. He took me out of grammar school and sent me to a writing and arithmetic school run by a well-known man at the time, Mr. George Brownell, who was generally very successful in his teaching, using gentle, encouraging methods. With him, I learned to write neatly pretty quickly, but I struggled with arithmetic and didn't get anywhere with it. At 10 years old, I was brought home to help my father with his business, which was making candles and soap. It was a business he hadn't been trained for, but had started when he arrived in New England, after realizing his dyeing trade wasn't in demand enough to support his family. So I was busy cutting wicks for candles, filling the dipping molds and the molds for poured candles, working in the shop, running errands, and so on. I didn't like the trade and really wanted to go to sea, but my father was against it. However, living near the water, I spent a lot of time by and on it, learned to swim well early on, and how to handle boats. When I was in a boat or canoe with other boys, I was usually allowed to be in charge, especially if there was a problem. At other times I was generally a leader among the boys, and sometimes got them into trouble. I'll tell you about one time, because it shows an early desire to do things for the community, even if it wasn't handled perfectly back then.
There was a salt marsh next to part of the mill pond, and at high tide we used to stand on its edge to fish for minnows. We had trampled it so much that it had become a muddy mess. I suggested we build a dock there that we could stand on, and I showed my friends a big pile of stones meant for a new house near the marsh, which would be perfect for what we wanted to do. So that evening, after the workers had left, I gathered some of my playmates, and working hard like a bunch of ants, sometimes with 2 or 3 of us on one stone, we carried all the stones away and built our little dock. The next morning, the workmen were surprised to find the stones missing, and then they found them in our dock. They investigated who would move them. We were found out and reported, and several of us got punished by our fathers. Even though I argued that the work was useful, my father convinced me that nothing useful could come from something dishonest.
I think you might like to know a bit about what he was like. He was very healthy, of average height, but well-built and very strong. He was clever, could draw nicely, knew a bit about music, and had a clear, pleasant voice. So when he played psalm tunes on his violin and sang along, which he sometimes did in the evenings after work, it was really nice to listen to. He also had a knack for mechanics, and when needed, was very good at using other craftsmen's tools. But his greatest strength was his good sense and solid judgment in practical matters, both personal and public. He never actually held public office because his large family and limited money kept him focused on his trade. But I clearly remember important people often visiting him to ask for his opinion on town or church matters, and they really respected his judgment and advice. Private individuals also often sought his advice on their problems, and he was frequently chosen to settle disputes between people. At his dinner table, he liked to have a smart friend or neighbor to talk with whenever possible, and he always made sure to bring up clever or useful topics for discussion that would help his children learn. This way, he taught us to focus on what was good, fair, and sensible in life. Little to no attention was ever paid to the food on the table, whether it was cooked well or badly, in season or not, tasted good or bad, or was better or worse than something else. So I grew up completely ignoring those things. I'm totally indifferent to what food is put in front of me, and so unobservant that even today, if you ask me a few hours after dinner, I can barely tell you what I ate. This has been handy for me when traveling, where my companions have sometimes been very unhappy because they couldn't satisfy their more refined, because better trained, tastes and appetites. My mother was also very healthy. She breastfed all 10 of her children. I never knew either my father or mother to be sick, except for the illness that eventually killed them, he at 89 and she at 85. They are buried together in Boston, where some years ago I put a marble slab over their grave with this inscription: Josiah Franklin and his wife, Abiah, are buried here. They lived together happily in marriage for 55 years. Without much property or a high-paying job, through constant hard work and effort, with God's blessing, they comfortably supported a large family and raised 13 children and 7 grandchildren respectively. From their example, reader, be encouraged to work hard in your own profession and trust in God's care. He was a religious and sensible man, she a wise and good woman. Their youngest son, out of respect for their memory, places this stone. J.F., born 1655, died 1744, aged 89. A.F., born 1667, died 1752, aged 85. My rambling side notes make me realize I'm getting old. I used to write in a more organized way. But you don't dress up for casual company the way you would for a fancy public ball. Maybe it's just carelessness. Anyway, I kept working in my father's business for 2 years, until I was 12. Since my brother John, who was trained in that business, had left my father, gotten married, and started his own business in Rhode Island, it looked like I was going to take his place and become a candle maker. But I still hated the trade, and my father worried that if he didn't find a more appealing job for me, I'd run off and become a sailor, just like his son Josiah had, which had really annoyed him. So he sometimes took me for walks with him to watch carpenters, bricklayers, wood-turners, metal workers, and so on at their jobs, hoping to see what I was interested in and try to get me settled in some land-based trade. Ever since then, I've enjoyed watching skilled workers use their tools, and it's been useful, as I learned enough to do small repairs around my house when I couldn't easily find a handyman, and to build small machines for my experiments when the idea was still fresh in my head. My father finally decided on the cutler's, knife-making trade. Since my Uncle Benjamin's son Samuel, who was trained in that business in London, had just set up shop in Boston around that time, I was sent to work with him for a while to see if I liked it. But my father didn't like that he expected a fee for taking me on, so I was brought home again. Ever since I was a kid, I loved to read, and I always spent any money I got on books. I was really happy with them. My first collection was John Bunyan's books, each in its own small volume. Later, I sold those books so I could buy R. Burton's. They were small, cheap books sold by traveling salesmen, about 40 or 50 of them in total. My dad's small library was mostly books about religious arguments, and I read most of them. I've often wished since then that when I was so eager to learn, I had found more suitable books, especially since it had been decided I wouldn't become a clergyman. There was Plutarch's, likely Lives, which I read a lot, and I still believe that time was very well spent. There was also a book by Defoe called Anne, and another by Dr. Mather called, which perhaps shaped my way of thinking and influenced some major events later in my life. Eventually, my love for books convinced my father to make me a printer, even though his other son, James, was already in that profession. In 1717, my brother James came back from England with a printing press and type to start his business in Boston. I liked it a lot more than my father's trade, but I still really wanted to go to sea. To stop me from acting on that desire, my father was eager to officially apprentice me to my brother. I resisted for a while, but eventually I was convinced and signed the apprenticeship papers when I was only 12 years old. I was supposed to be an apprentice until I turned 21, but I would get a skilled worker's pay during the last year. Soon I got really good at the business and became a big help to my brother. I now had access to better books. Knowing booksellers' apprentices sometimes allowed me to borrow a small book, which I made sure to return quickly and in good condition. Often I stayed up in my room reading most of the night, especially if I had borrowed the book in the evening and had to return it early the next morning, so it wouldn't be missed or needed by someone else. After a while, a clever businessman named Mr. Matthew Adams, who had a nice collection of books and often visited our print shop, noticed me. He invited me to his library and very kindly lent me any books I wanted to read. I became interested in poetry and wrote some small poems. My brother, thinking it might be profitable, encouraged me and had me write songs for special occasions. One was called The Lighthouse Tragedy and was about Captain Wortherlake and his 2 daughters drowning. The other was a sailor's song about capturing missing name, likely Teach or Blackbeard, the pirate. They were terrible quality, like cheap, poorly written street songs. When they were printed, he sent me around town to sell them. The first one sold incredibly well because the event had just happened and everyone was talking about it. This made me feel proud, but my father put me down by making fun of my writing and telling me that poets usually ended up poor. So I avoided becoming a poet, and probably a very bad one at that. But since writing prose has been very helpful to me throughout my life and was a main reason for my success, I'll tell you how I managed to get what little skill I have in writing, given those circumstances.
There was another boy in town who loved books, named John Collins, and we were very good friends. We often argued, and we loved debating and trying to prove each other wrong. By the way, this argumentative nature can easily become a very bad habit. It makes people really annoying in company because they always have to contradict others to practice it. And besides ruining conversations, it creates dislike and maybe even enemies where you might need friends. I picked up this habit from reading my father's books arguing about religion. I've noticed since then that sensible people rarely get into this habit, except for lawyers, university students, and anyone educated in Edinburgh. Collins and I once started discussing, somehow, whether women should be educated, and if they were capable of studying. He thought it was wrong, and that women weren't naturally suited for it. I argued the opposite, maybe just for the sake of arguing. He was naturally better at speaking, with lots of words at his disposal, and sometimes I felt he overwhelmed me more with how smoothly he spoke than with the actual strength of his arguments. Since we left without resolving the issue and wouldn't see each other again for a while, I sat down to write out my arguments, made a clean copy, and sent it to him. He wrote back, and I responded. We had exchanged 3 or 4 letters each when my father happened to find and read my papers. Without getting into the argument itself, he took the opportunity to talk to me about my writing style. He pointed out that even though I was better than my opponent at spelling and punctuation, which I learned from the print shop, I was really lacking in elegant language, organization, and clarity, and he showed me this with several examples. I realized his comments were fair, and from then on I paid more attention to how I wrote and decided to try to get better. Around this time, I found a single volume of The Spectator. It was the 3rd one, and I had never seen any of the others before. I bought it, read it many times, and really enjoyed it. I thought the writing was excellent and wanted to copy its style if I could. To do this, I took some of the articles and wrote down brief notes of the main idea in each sentence. I put them aside for a few days, and then, without looking at the book, I tried to rewrite the articles, fully expressing each idea I had noted as completely as it had been written originally, using any appropriate words I could think of. Then I compared my version with the original, found some of my mistakes, and fixed them. But I realized I didn't have enough words or wasn't quick enough at remembering and using them. I thought I would have developed this skill earlier if I had continued writing poetry, because constantly needing words with the same meaning but different lengths for rhythm, or different sounds for rhyme, would have forced me to always look for variety, and would have helped me remember those words and master them. So I took some of the stories and rewrote them as poems, and after a while, when I had mostly forgotten the original prose, I turned them back into prose. I also sometimes mixed up my notes, and after a few weeks, I tried to organize them into the best possible order before I started writing full sentences and finishing the article. This was to teach me how to organize my thoughts. By comparing my work with the original afterward, I found many errors and fixed them. But sometimes I had the pleasant thought that, in some minor ways, I had actually managed to improve the writing style, and this encouraged me to think that I might eventually become a decent English writer, which I really wanted to be. I did these exercises and read at night, after work or before it started in the morning, or on Sundays when I managed to be alone in the print shop. I avoided, as much as possible, the regular church services my father made me attend when I lived with him, and which I still considered my duty, even though I felt I couldn't spare the time for it.
When I was about 16, I came across a book by someone named Tryon that suggested eating only vegetables. I decided to try it. My brother, who wasn't married yet, didn't have his own home but lived and ate with his apprentices at another family's house. My refusal to eat meat caused problems, and I was often scolded for being different. I learned how Tryon prepared some of his dishes, like boiling potatoes or rice, making hasty pudding, and a few others. Then I suggested to my brother that if he gave me half the money he paid for my food each week, I would buy my own food. He agreed right away, and I quickly realized I could save half of what he gave me. This gave me extra money for buying books. But there was another benefit too. While my brother and the others went from the print shop to eat, I stayed there alone. I quickly ate my light meal, which was often just a biscuit or a slice of bread, a handful of raisins or a pastry, and a glass of water. This gave me the rest of the time until they came back to study. I made better progress because of the clearer mind and quicker understanding that usually come with eating and drinking moderately. And then, after feeling embarrassed about how bad I was at math, which I had failed to learn twice in school, I got Cocker's arithmetic book and easily taught myself the whole thing. I also read Sellers and Shermy's navigation books and learned the bit of geometry they included. But I never went very deep into that subject. Around this time I also read Locke's and the By the Gentleman of Portroy.
While I was focused on improving my writing, I found an English grammar book, I think it was Greenwood's, which had 2 short summaries of rhetoric and logic at the end. The logic section ended with an example of an argument using the Socratic method. Soon after, I got Xenophon's Memorable Things of Socrates, which had many examples of this same method. I was fascinated by it, and I started using it. I stopped my blunt contradictions and forceful arguments, and instead acted like a humble questioner and someone who wasn't sure. And at that time, having become genuinely doubtful about many religious beliefs after reading Shaftesbury and Collins, I found this method safest for me and very awkward for those I used it against. So I enjoyed it, practiced it constantly, and became very skilled and clever at getting people, even those smarter than me, to agree to things they didn't realize the implications of, trapping them in problems they couldn't get out of, and winning arguments that neither I nor my position always deserved to win. I continued this method for a few years, but gradually stopped, keeping only the habit of speaking with modest uncertainty. When I suggested something that could be argued, I never used words like certainly or undoubtedly, or any others that make an opinion sound absolutely sure. Instead, I would say, I think or understand something to be this way, or it seems to me, or I imagine for these reasons, or I suppose, or I don't doubt. I believe this habit has been very helpful when I've needed to share my ideas and convince people to support causes I've been involved in.
And since the main goals of conversation are to inform or be informed, persuade or be persuaded, I wish well-meaning, sensible people wouldn't reduce their ability to do good by using a confident, arrogant style that almost always annoys others, creates opposition, and defeats all the purposes for which we were given speech, which are to give or receive information or pleasure. Because if you want to share information, a confident and opinionated way of presenting your views might just make people argue back and stop them from listening openly. If you want to learn and improve from what others know, but at the same time you act like your current opinions are absolutely set, humble, sensible people who don't like arguing will probably just let you stick to your mistakes without challenging you. And by acting that way, you can rarely expect to impress your audience or convince those whose agreement you want. Pope wisely advises us, even if you're sure, speak with apparent uncertainty. And he could have paired with this line the one he paired with another, which I think was less fitting. Lacking modesty means lacking sense. If you ask why it's less fitting, I have to repeat the lines. Rude words can't be defended because lacking modesty means lacking sense. Now, isn't a lack of sense, when a man is unlucky enough to lack it, some excuse for his rudeness? And wouldn't the lines be more accurate if they were, rude words have this defense, that lacking modesty means lacking sense? However, I'll leave this for wiser people to decide.
In 1720 or 1721, my brother started printing a newspaper. It was the second newspaper in America and was called the New England Courant. The only one before it was the Boston Newsletter. I remember some of his friends tried to talk him out of it, saying it probably wouldn't work because they thought one newspaper was enough for all of America. As of now, 1771, there are at least 25. He went ahead with the project anyway, and after I had set the type and printed the pages, I was sent to deliver the newspapers to customers throughout the town. He had some clever friends who enjoyed writing short articles for this newspaper, which gave it a good reputation and made it more popular. These gentlemen often visited us. Listening to their conversations and hearing how well their articles were received, I was eager to try writing something myself. But since I was still a boy and suspected my brother wouldn't want to print anything of mine in his paper if he knew it was from me, I managed to hide my handwriting, wrote an anonymous article, and slipped it under the print shop door at night. It was found in the morning and shared with his writer friends when they stopped by as usual. They read it and talked about it while I listened, and I had the immense pleasure of hearing them approve of it. As they guessed who the author was, they only named well-known, educated, and clever men from our group. I guess now that I was pretty lucky with who judged it, and that maybe they weren't as good judges as I thought they were back then. Encouraged by this, I wrote and submitted several more articles to the press in the same way, and they were also approved. I kept my secret until I had pretty much run out of ideas for such writings. Then I revealed it, when my brother's acquaintances started to pay a bit more attention to me, in a way that didn't quite please him, as he thought, probably rightly, that it made me too conceited. And perhaps this was one reason for the arguments we started having around that time. Even though he was my brother, he saw himself as my boss and me as his apprentice, and so he expected the same work from me as he would from any other apprentice. Meanwhile, I thought he treated me too poorly in some of the things he asked me to do, and from a brother I expected more leniency. Our arguments were often brought to our father, and I suspect I was usually right, or at least better at arguing my case, because the decisions usually went my way. But my brother had a bad temper and often hit me, which I really resented. And thinking my apprenticeship was very long and boring, I was always hoping for a chance to end it early, which finally came about in an unexpected way.
One of the articles in our newspaper, about some political issue I've now forgotten, offended the Assembly, the local government. He was arrested, criticized, and jailed for a month, I assume by the Speaker's order, because he wouldn't reveal who wrote the article. I was also arrested and questioned by the council, but even though I didn't give them any useful information, they were satisfied with just warning me and letting me go, perhaps because they saw me as an apprentice who was obligated to keep his master's secrets. While my brother was in jail, which I was quite upset about despite our personal disagreements, I was in charge of the newspaper. I dared to criticize our leaders in it, which my brother appreciated a lot, while others started to see me negatively, as a young talent who liked writing critical and satirical pieces.
My brother was released from jail with an order from the Assembly, a very strange one. His friends held a meeting in our print shop to discuss what he should do. Some suggested getting around the order by changing the newspaper's name. But my brother saw problems with that, so they finally decided it would be better to print it in the future under the name of Ant, and to avoid the Assembly's criticism, which might come if he was still printing it through his apprentice. The plan was for my old apprenticeship papers to be returned to me with a full release written on the back, to be shown if needed. But to ensure he still got my service, I was to sign new apprenticeship papers for the rest of my term, which would be kept secret. It was a very weak plan. However, it was put into action right away, and the newspaper continued under my name for several months.
Eventually, a new argument came up between my brother and me, and I decided to declare myself free, assuming he wouldn't dare to show the secret new apprenticeship papers. It wasn't fair of me to take advantage of the situation, and I consider this one of the first mistakes of my life. But the unfairness didn't bother me much at the time, because I was so angry about the beatings his temper often led him to give me, even though he wasn't a bad-tempered person otherwise. Perhaps I was too disrespectful and annoying. When he realized I was going to leave him, he made sure I couldn't get a job at any other print shop in town by going around and talking to every owner, and they all refused to hire me. I then thought about going to New York, as it was the closest place with a printer. I was quite keen to leave Boston when I considered that I had already annoyed the ruling party a bit, and given the unfair actions of the Assembly in my brother's situation, it was likely that if I stayed, I'd soon get into trouble. Furthermore, my careless arguments about religion were starting to make good people look at me with horror, thinking I was an infidel or atheist. I made up my mind, but with my father now supporting my brother, I knew that if I tried to leave openly, they would find ways to stop me. So my friend Collins agreed to help me out a bit. He arranged my trip with the captain of a New York boat, pretending I was a young friend of his. So I sold some of my books to get some money, was secretly taken onto the boat, and since we had good wind, in 3 days I was in New York, almost 300 miles from home. I was only 17, without any introductions or knowing anyone there, and with very little money in my pocket. By this time, my desire to go to sea had faded, or I could have done it now. But since I had a trade and thought I was a pretty good worker, I offered my services to the local printer, old Mr. William Bradford. He was the first printer in Pennsylvania, but had moved from there after a fight with George Keith. He couldn't give me a job because he didn't have much work and already had enough help, but he said, "My son in Philadelphia recently lost his main worker, Aquila Rose, who died. If you go there, I think he might hire you." Philadelphia was another 100 miles away. Still, I left in a boat for Amboy, sending my trunk and other belongings to come by sea. While crossing the bay, we hit a sudden storm that ripped our old sails to shreds, stopped us from getting into the Kill, and pushed us onto Long Island. On the way, a drunk Dutchman, who was also a passenger, fell overboard. As he was sinking, I reached into the water for his messy head and pulled him up, getting him back into the boat. Getting dunked in the water sobered him up a bit, and he went to sleep.
First, he took a book out of his pocket and asked me to dry it for him. It turned out to be my old favorite, Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, but in Dutch. It was beautifully printed on good paper, with copper engravings, looking better than I'd ever seen it in its original English. I've since learned that it's been translated into most European languages, and I guess it's been read more widely than any other book, except maybe the Bible. Good old John Bunyan was the first writer I know of to combine storytelling with conversations. This style really draws the reader in, making them feel like they're right there with the characters during the most exciting parts. Defoe successfully copied this style in his books like Crusoe, Moll Flanders, Religious Courtship, Family Instructor, and others. Richardson also did the same in his Pamela, and so on.
As we got close to the island, we realized we couldn't land there because of the huge waves crashing on the rocky beach. So we dropped anchor and swung around to face the shore. Some people came down to the water's edge and yelled to us, and we yelled back. But the wind was so strong and the waves so loud that we couldn't hear or understand each other. There were canoes on the shore, and we gestured and shouted for them to come get us. But they either didn't understand or thought it was impossible, so they left. With night approaching, our only option was to wait for the wind to die down. Meanwhile, the boatman and I decided to try and sleep. We squeezed into the small hatchway with the Dutchman, who was still soaked, and the waves splashing over the front of our boat leaked through to us, making us almost as wet as he was. We spent the whole night like that, getting very little rest. But the next day, the wind calmed down, and we managed to reach Amboy before nightfall. We'd been on the water for 30 hours, with no food and nothing to drink but a bottle of nasty rum, and the water we were sailing on was salty. That evening, I felt very feverish and went to bed, but I'd read somewhere that drinking a lot of cold water was good for a fever, so I did that. I sweated a lot for most of the night. My fever broke, and in the morning, after crossing the ferry, I continued my journey on foot. I had 50 miles to go to Burlington, where I was told I'd find boats to take me the rest of the way to Philadelphia. It rained really hard all day. I was completely soaked and pretty tired by noon, so I stopped at a cheap inn and stayed there all night. I was starting to wish I'd never left home. I looked so awful that, based on the questions people asked me, I realized they suspected I was a runaway servant and might get arrested. Anyway, I continued my journey the next day, and by evening reached an inn about 8 or 10 miles from Burlington, run by a Dr. Brown. He started talking to me while I was eating, and when he found out I'd read a bit, he became very friendly and chatty. We stayed friends for the rest of his life. I guess he had been a traveling doctor, because there wasn't a town in England or a country in Europe he couldn't tell you a lot about. He was educated and clever, but he was also a big skeptic. Years later, he wickedly decided to make fun of the Bible by rewriting it in silly rhymes, just like Cotton had done with Virgil. This made many of the Bible stories seem really ridiculous, and it might have messed with impressionable people's minds if his work had ever been published. But it never was. I stayed at his house that night and reached Burlington the next morning. But I was disappointed to find that the regular boats had left just before I arrived, and no others were expected until Tuesday, and this was Saturday. So I went back to an old woman in town, from whom I'd bought gingerbread for the trip, and asked her for advice. She invited me to stay at her house until I could find a boat. Since I was tired from walking, I accepted. When she learned I was a printer, she wanted me to stay in town and set up my business, not realizing how much equipment I'd need to start. She was very welcoming, happily gave me a dinner of ox cheek, and only accepted a pot of ale in return. I figured I was settled until Tuesday. However, as I was walking by the river that evening, a boat came by that I realized was heading to Philadelphia with several people on board. They let me join them. Since there was no wind,
We rode the whole way. Around midnight, not having seen the city yet, some of the group were sure we'd passed it and refused to row any further. The others didn't know where we were. So we headed towards the shore, went into a creek, and landed near an old fence. We used the fence rails to make a fire, as it was a cold October night, and stayed there until daylight. Then one of the group recognized the place as Cooper's Creek, just a bit north of Philadelphia. We saw the city as soon as we left the creek, and arrived there around 8 or 9 on Sunday morning, landing at the Market Street wharf.
I've been so detailed about my journey, and I'll be just as detailed about my first arrival in that city, so you can compare those humble beginnings with how successful I later became there. I was wearing my work clothes, as my good clothes were coming by sea. I was dirty from the trip, my pockets were stuffed with shirts and stockings, and I didn't know a single person or where to find a place to stay. I was exhausted from traveling, rowing, and lack of sleep. I was very hungry, and all the money I had was $1 and about a shilling in copper coins. I gave the copper coins to the boat crew for my fare. They initially refused it because I had helped with the rowing, but I insisted they take it. Sometimes a person is more generous when they have little money than when they have a lot, maybe because they're afraid of looking poor. Then I walked up the street, looking around, until I met a boy with bread near the market. I'd eaten many meals of just bread, so I asked him where he got it. I immediately went to the baker's shop he pointed out on 2nd Street and asked for biscuits, expecting the kind we had in Boston. But apparently they didn't make those in Philadelphia. Then I asked for a 3-penny loaf of bread, and they told me they didn't have any like that. Since I didn't understand the local money, how much cheaper things were, or the names of his bread, I just told him to give me 3 penny worth of whatever kind he had. He gave me 3 big, puffy rolls. I was surprised by how much it was, but I took it. Since my pockets were full, I walked off with 1 roll under each arm and eating the 3rd. I walked up Market Street as far as 4th Street, passing by the house of Mr. Reed, who would later be my father-in-law. His daughter, standing at the door, saw me and thought I looked, as I certainly did, completely awkward and ridiculous. Then I turned and walked down Chestnut Street and part of Walnut Street, eating my roll the whole way. Coming back around, I found myself again at Market Street Wharf, near the boat I'd arrived in. I went there for a drink of river water. After filling myself with one of my rolls, I gave the other 2 to a woman and her child who had come down the river with us in the boat and were waiting to continue their journey.
Feeling refreshed, I walked back up the street. By now, there were many neatly dressed people, all walking in the same direction. I joined them, and they led me into the large Quaker meeting house near the market. I sat down among them. After looking around for a bit and hearing nothing, I was so sleepy from working and not resting the night before that I fell fast asleep. I stayed asleep until the meeting ended, when someone kindly woke me up. So that was the first house I entered or slept in Philadelphia. Walking back down towards the river and looking at people's faces, I met a young Quaker man whose look I liked. I approached him and asked if he could tell me where a stranger could find a place to stay. We were near the 3 Mariners sign. He said, "Here's a place that takes in strangers, but it's not a very respectable establishment. If you walk with me, I'll show you a better one." He took me to the Crooked Billet on Water Street. I had dinner there, and while I was eating, I was asked several sneaky questions. It seemed they suspected, because of my age and how I looked, that I might be a runaway. After dinner, my sleepiness came back. I was shown to a bed, lay down without changing, and slept until 6 in the evening. I was called for supper, went back to bed very early, and slept soundly until the next morning. Then I tidied myself up as best I could and went to Andrew Bradford the printer's shop. In the shop, I found his father, the old man I'd seen in New York, who had traveled by horse and arrived in Philadelphia before me. He introduced me to his son, who was polite and gave me breakfast. But he told me he didn't need any help right then, as he'd recently hired someone. However, he mentioned there was another printer in town, a Mr. Kamer, who had just started his business and might be able to hire me. If not, I'd be welcome to stay at his house, and he'd give me odd jobs to do until more steady work came along. The old man said he'd go with me to the new printer. When we found him, Bradford said, "Neighbor, I brought you a young man in your line of work. Maybe you need someone like him." He asked me a few questions, gave me a composing stick to see how I worked, and then said he'd hire me soon, even though he had no work for me at that moment. He mistook old Bradford, whom he'd never met, for a friendly local resident, and started talking about his current business and future plans. Bradford, without revealing he was the other printer's father, cleverly led Kamer on with questions and small doubts when Kamer said he expected to take over most of the printing business soon. This made Kamer explain all his strategies, who he was counting on for support, and how he planned to proceed. Standing there and listening to everything, I immediately saw that one of them was a cunning old trickster, and the other was just a beginner. Bradford left me with Kamer, who was very surprised when I told him who the old man really was. Kamer's print shop, I discovered, consisted of an old broken-down press and one small worn-out set of English type. He was using it himself at the time, setting type for an elegy about Aquila Rose, the young man I mentioned earlier. Rose was a clever young man with an excellent reputation, much respected in town, clerk of the assembly, and a pretty good poet. Kamer also wrote poetry, but not very well. You couldn't really say he wrote them, because he would compose them directly into the type from his head. So, since there was no written copy, only one set of type cases, and the elegy was likely to use up all the letters, no one could help him. I tried to get his press, which he hadn't used yet and knew nothing about, into working order. I promised to come and print his elegy as soon as he had it ready. Then I went back to Bradford's, who gave me a small job to do for the time being, and that's where I stayed and ate. A few days later, Kamer sent for me to print the elegy. By then, he had another set of type cases and a pamphlet to reprint, which he set me to work on. I found both these printers pretty bad at their jobs. Bradford hadn't been trained in printing and was very uneducated. Kamer, though somewhat educated, was just a typesetter and knew nothing about operating the press. He had been one of the French prophets and could perform their enthusiastic movements. At this time, he didn't claim any specific religion, but a bit of everything when it suited him. He was very naive about the world and, as I later found out, quite a scoundrel. He didn't like me staying at Bradford's while I worked for him. He did have a house, but it had no furniture, so he couldn't put me up. But he found me a place to stay at Mr. Reed's, whom I mentioned earlier, who owned Kamer's house. By this time, my trunk and clothes had arrived, so I looked a bit more respectable in Miss Reed's eyes than I had when she first saw me eating my roll in the street. I started getting to know some of the young people in town who loved reading, and I spent my evenings very pleasantly with them. By working hard and being careful with my money, I lived very comfortably, trying to forget Boston as much as I could, and not wanting anyone there to know where I was, except my friend Collins, who was in on my secret and kept it when I wrote to him. Eventually, something happened that sent me back much sooner than I had planned. I had a brother-in-law, Robert Holmes, who was the captain of a ship that traded between Boston and Delaware. He was in Newcastle, 40 miles south of Philadelphia, when he heard about me. He wrote me a letter mentioning that my friends in Boston were worried about my sudden departure, assuring me of their good wishes, and saying that everything would be arranged to my liking if I returned, which he urged me to do very strongly. I wrote back, thanking him for his advice, but fully explained my reasons for leaving Boston in a way that convinced him I wasn't as wrong as he thought. Sir William Keith, the governor of the region, was in Newcastle at the time. Captain Holmes happened to be with him when my letter arrived, so he told the governor about me and showed him the letter. The governor read it and seemed surprised when he heard how old I was. He said I seemed like a promising young man and therefore should be supported. He added that the printers in Philadelphia were terrible, and if I started a business there, he was sure I would succeed. As for him, he would get me government printing jobs and do everything else he could to help me. My brother-in-law told me all this later in Boston, but I didn't know anything about it yet. Then, one day, Keimer and I were working together near the window when we saw the governor and another gentleman, who turned out to be Colonel French from Newcastle, both well-dressed, come straight across the street to our house. We heard them at the door. Keimer immediately ran downstairs, thinking they were there to see him. But the governor asked for me, came upstairs, and with a graciousness and politeness I wasn't used to at all, paid me many compliments. He said he wanted to get to know me, gently scolded me for not introducing myself when I first arrived, and wanted me to go with him to the tavern, where he and Colonel French were going to try, as he put it, some excellent Madeira wine. I was very surprised, and Keimer stared blankly, looking utterly shocked. I went with the governor and Colonel French to a tavern at the corner of 3rd Street. While we drank the Madeira, he suggested I start my own business, explaining how likely I was to succeed. Both he and Colonel French assured me they would use their connections and influence to get me printing jobs from both Pennsylvania and Delaware. When I expressed doubt that my father would help me with it, Sir William said he would give me a letter for him, explaining the benefits, and he was sure he could convince him. So it was decided I should go back to Boston on the first available ship, carrying the governor's letter recommending me to my father. In the meantime, the plan was to be kept secret, and I continued working with Keimer as usual. The governor occasionally invited me to dine with him, which I considered a great honor, and talked to me in the kindest, most casual and friendliest way possible. Around the end of April 1724, a small ship became available for Boston. I said goodbye to Keimer, pretending I was just going to visit my friends. The governor gave me a detailed letter, saying many complimentary things about me to my father, and strongly recommending my plan to start a business in Philadelphia, saying it was sure to make me rich. We hit a sandbank while going down the bay and developed a leak. We had a rough time at sea and had to pump water almost constantly, and I took my turn doing it. However, we arrived safely in Boston in about 2 weeks. I had been away for 7 months, and my friends had heard nothing from me because my brother-in-law Holmes hadn't returned yet and hadn't written about me. My sudden appearance surprised the family. Everyone else was very glad to see me and welcomed me, except for my brother. I went to see him at his printing house. I was dressed better than I ever had been while working for him, wearing a fancy new suit from head to toe, a watch, and my pockets filled with almost 5 pounds sterling in silver coins. He didn't greet me very warmly, looked me up and down, and then went back to his work. The other workers were curious about where I had been, what kind of place it was, and how I liked it. I praised it highly and talked about the happy life I led there, clearly stating my intention to go back. When one of them asked what kind of money we had there, I pulled out a handful of silver coins and spread them out for them to see. This was a rare sight for them, as paper money was common in Boston. Then I found a chance to show them my watch. Finally, my brother, still grumpy and moody, I gave them a Spanish dollar to buy drinks and said my goodbyes. My visit offended him greatly. Later, when my mother talked to him about making up and how she wished we could get along and live like brothers in the future, he said I had insulted him so badly in front of his workers that he could never forget or forgive it. However, he was wrong about that.
My father seemed a bit surprised by the governor's letter, but didn't say much about it to me for a few days. When Captain Holmes returned, he showed him the letter, asked if he knew Keith and what kind of man he was. He added his opinion that Keith must be foolish to think of setting up a boy in business who was still 3 years away from being an adult. Holmes said what he could to support the plan, but my father was convinced it was a bad idea and flat out refused. Then he wrote a polite letter to Sir William, thanking him for the support he had so kindly offered me, but refusing to help me start a business just yet. In his opinion, I was too young to be trusted with managing such an important business, and one that would be so expensive to set up.
My friend and companion Collins, who was a clerk in the post office, was happy with what I told him about my new place and decided to go there too. While I waited for my father to decide, he left before me by land for Rhode Island, leaving his books, a nice collection of math and science texts, to come with my books and me to New York, where he planned to wait for me. Although my father didn't approve of Sir William's offer, he was still pleased that I had managed to get such a good recommendation from an important person where I had been living, and that I had been so hard-working and careful to get myself so well equipped in such a short time. Therefore, seeing no chance of my brother and me making up, he agreed to let me go back to Philadelphia. He advised me to be respectful to people there, try to earn everyone's respect, and avoid writing satirical attacks or spreading rumors, which he thought I was too prone to do. He told me that with steady hard work and careful saving, I could save enough by the time I was 21 to start my own business, and if I got close to that amount, he would help me with the rest. This was all I could get, except for some small gifts as tokens of his and my mother's love, when I sailed again for New York, this time with their approval and blessing. The small ship stopped at Newport, Rhode Island, and I visited my brother John, who had been married and living there for some years. He welcomed me very warmly, for he had always loved me. A friend of his, a man named Vernon, was owed about £35 in Pennsylvania currency. He asked me to collect it for him and hold on to it until he told me how to send it to him. So he gave me a written authorization. This later caused me a lot of trouble. At Newport, we picked up several passengers for New York, including 2 young women who were friends, and a serious, sensible, motherly Quaker woman with her servants. I had been eager to help her with small tasks, which I suppose made her feel kindly towards me. Therefore, when she saw a growing closeness between me and the 2 young women, which they seemed to encourage, she took me aside and said, "Young man, I'm worried about you, since you don't have a friend with you and seem not to know much about the world or the dangers young people face. Trust me, those are very bad women. I can see it in everything they do. If you're not careful, they will get you into trouble. They are strangers to you, and I advise you, out of friendly concern for your well-being, to have nothing to do with them." Since I at first didn't seem to think as badly of them as she did, she pointed out some things she had noticed and heard that I hadn't, but now convinced me she was right. I thanked her for her kind advice and promised to follow it.
When we arrived in New York, they told me where they lived and invited me to visit them. But I avoided it, and it was a good thing I did, because the next day the captain noticed a silver spoon and some other items were missing from his cabin. Knowing these women were prostitutes, he got a warrant to search their rooms, found the stolen items, and had the thieves punished. So even though we had avoided a sunken rock that we scraped against during the journey, I thought this escape was actually more important to me.
In New York, I found my friend Collins, who had arrived there some time before me. We had been close friends since childhood and had read the same books together. But he had more time to read and study, and a brilliant mind for math, in which he was far better than me. While I lived in Boston, I spent most of my free time talking with him, and he remained a sensible and hard-working young man. He was highly respected for his knowledge by many clergymen and other gentlemen, and seemed destined for a successful life. But during my absence, he had developed a habit of getting drunk on brandy. From what he told me and what others said, I found that he had been drunk every day since his arrival in New York and was acting very strangely. He had also gambled and lost his money, so I was forced to pay for his lodging and cover his travel and living expenses in Philadelphia, which turned out to be extremely inconvenient for me. The then governor of New York, Burnett, son of Bishop Burnett, heard from the captain that a young man, one of his passengers, had a great many books, and asked him to bring me to meet him. So I went to see him. I would have taken Collins with me, but he wasn't sober. The governor treated me very politely, showed me his library, which was huge, and we talked a lot about books and authors. This was the second governor who had honored me by noticing me, which turned out to be very nice for a poor boy like me.
We continued on to Philadelphia. On the way, I collected Vernon's money, without which we probably couldn't have finished our trip. Collins wanted to work in an accounting office, but whether they noticed his drinking from his breath or his behavior, even though he had some recommendations, he didn't get any job offers. He continued to live and eat at the same house as me, at my expense. Knowing I had Vernon's money, he was constantly borrowing from me, always promising to pay me back once he got a job. Eventually, he had borrowed so much of it that I was worried about what I would do if I was asked to send the money to Vernon.
His drinking continued, which we sometimes argued about, because when he was a little drunk, he became very irritable. Once, in a boat on the Delaware with some other young men, he refused to take his turn rowing. "Someone else will row me home," he said. "We will not row you," I replied. "You have to, or you'll stay on the water all night," he said, "just as you please." The others said, "Let's just row, what does it matter?" But I was already annoyed by his other behavior, so I kept refusing. So he swore he would make me row or throw me overboard. He came towards me, stepping over the seats, and when he reached me and tried to hit me, I put my hand under his crotch, stood up, and threw him headfirst into the river. I knew he was a good swimmer, so I wasn't very worried about him. But before he could swim around to grab the boat, we had rowed it a few strokes out of his reach. Every time he got close to the boat, we asked if he would row, then rowed a few strokes to move it away from him. He was extremely annoyed and frustrated, and stubbornly refused to promise to row. However, seeing him finally starting to get tired, we pulled him into the boat and brought him home soaking wet that evening. We barely spoke politely to each other after that. A captain from the West Indies, who was hired to find a tutor for the sons of a gentleman in Barbados, happened to meet him and agreed to take him there. He left me then, promising to send me the first money he earned to pay off his debt, but I never heard from him again. Spending Vernon's money was one of the first big mistakes of my life. This whole situation showed that my father wasn't far off in his judgment when he thought I was too young to handle important business.
But Sir William, after reading his letter, said my father was too cautious. People are very different. Wisdom doesn't always come with age, and young people aren't always without it. And since he won't help you start your business, he said, I will do it myself. Give me a list of the things you need to get from England, and I will send for them. You can pay me back when you can. I'm determined to have a good printer here, and I'm sure you'll succeed. He spoke with such genuine warmth that I didn't doubt for a second that he meant what he said. Until then, I had kept my plan to start a business a secret in Philadelphia, and I continued to keep it secret. If people had known I was relying on the governor, some friend who knew him better probably would have advised me not to trust him, as I later heard it was his reputation to make many promises he never intended to keep. Yet since I hadn't asked him for anything, how could I think his generous offers weren't genuine? I believed he was one of the best men in the world. I gave him a list of everything needed for a small printing shop, which I estimated would cost about £100 sterling. He liked the idea, but asked me if it wouldn't be better if I were in England myself to choose the typefaces and make sure everything was of good quality. Then, he said, while you're there, you can make contacts and set up business relationships in the bookselling and stationery trade. I agreed that this could be beneficial. Then, he said, get ready to go on the Annis, which was the yearly ship and the only one that regularly traveled between London and Philadelphia at that time. But it would be some months before the Annis sailed, so I continued working with Keimer, worrying about the money Collins had taken from me, and constantly worried that Vernon would ask for his money, which, however, didn't happen for several years. I believe I forgot to mention that on my first voyage from Boston, when we were stuck with no wind off Block Island, our crew started fishing for cod, and caught a lot. Up until then, I had stuck to my decision not to eat meat. At this time, I considered, like my teacher Tryon, catching every fish to be a kind of unprovoked murder, since none of them had, or ever could, harm us in a way that would justify killing them. All this seemed very logical, but I used to love fish, and when this came hot out of the frying pan, it smelled wonderfully good. I debated for a while between my principles and my desire until I remembered that when the fish were cut open, I saw smaller fish taken out of their stomachs. Then I thought, if you eat each other, I don't see why we can't eat you. So I ate a hearty meal of cod and continued to eat meat with other people, only occasionally going back to a vegetarian diet. It's so convenient to be a rational person, since it allows one to find or invent a reason for anything one wants to do.
Keimer and I got along pretty well and were quite friendly. He didn't suspect I was planning to start my own business. He still had a lot of his old passions and loved to argue, so we had a lot of debates. I'd really get him with my Socratic method, tricking him often with questions that seemed totally unrelated to what we were discussing. But gradually, I'd lead him to the main point, cornering him with problems and contradictions. Eventually, he became ridiculously careful and would barely answer even the simplest question without first asking. However, this gave him such a high opinion of my ability to prove people wrong that he seriously suggested I become his partner in a plan he had to start a new religious group. He would preach the beliefs, and I would shut down anyone who disagreed. When he started explaining the beliefs to me, I found several tricky issues I didn't like, unless I could also have some say and add some of my own ideas. Keimer wore a full beard because somewhere in the Mosaic Law it says so. He also observed the Sabbath on the seventh day. These two things were really important to him. I didn't like either of them, but I agreed to accept them if he would adopt the belief of not eating any meat. He said, I doubt my body can handle that. I assured him it would, and that he'd feel better for it. He was usually a big eater, and I looked forward to having some fun by making him practically starve. He agreed to try it if I would join him. I did, and we stuck with it for 3 months. A woman from the neighborhood regularly cooked and brought us our meals. I'd given her a list of 40 different dishes to prepare for us at various times, none of which contained fish, meat, or poultry. This whole idea suited me even better at the time because it was so cheap, costing us no more than 18 pence sterling each per week. Since then, I've strictly observed several Lents, switching between a special diet and my regular ones suddenly, without any trouble at all. So I don't think there's much to the advice about making such changes gradually. I was fine with it, but poor Keimer suffered terribly. He got tired of the project, longed for rich, meaty food, and ordered a roast pig. He invited me and 2 women friends to dinner,
but the pig was brought to the table too early, and he couldn't resist. He ate the whole thing before we even arrived."
During this time, I had been trying to win over Miss Reed. I had a lot of respect and affection for her, and I had reason to believe she felt the same way about me. But since I was about to go on a long trip, and we were both very young, just a little over 18, her mother thought it would be wisest to keep us from getting too serious right then. A marriage, if it were to happen, would be more practical after I returned, when I expected to have my business established. Maybe she also thought my hopes weren't as realistic as I believed. My main friends at this time were Charles Osborne, Joseph Watson, and James Ralph, all of whom loved to read. The first two worked as clerks for a well-known legal writer or property lawyer in town, Charles Brockton. The other was a merchant's clerk. Watson was a devout, sensible young man with strong morals. The others were a bit more relaxed about their religious beliefs, especially Ralph, who, like Collins, had been influenced by my ideas, and they both ended up causing me trouble because of it. Osborne was sensible, open, and honest. He was sincere and caring with his friends. But when it came to literature, he loved to criticize too much. Ralph was clever, polite in his behavior, and a fantastic speaker. I don't think I ever met anyone who talked more charmingly. Both of them really admired poetry and started trying to write their own short pieces. The four of us often took nice walks on Sundays into the woods near Schuylkill, where we'd read to each other and discuss what we'd read. Ralph was keen on studying poetry, convinced he could become famous and make money from it. He claimed that even the best poets must have made as many mistakes as he did when they first started writing. Osborne talked him out of it, assuring him he had no talent for poetry. He advised him to stick to the business he was trained for, saying that in trade, even without capital, he could, through hard work and being on time, get hired as an agent and eventually earn enough to trade for himself. I approved of enjoying poetry occasionally, as long as it helped improve one's language, but nothing more. So it was suggested that at our next meeting, each of us should bring a piece we had written ourselves so we could improve through each other's observations, criticisms, and corrections. Since we were focusing on language and expression, we decided not to worry about coming up with original ideas. Instead, we agreed the task would be to write our own version of the 18th Psalm, which describes God coming down. As our meeting time got closer, Ralph came to see me first and told me his piece was ready. I told him I'd been busy and, not really feeling like it, hadn't done anything. He then showed me his piece for my opinion, and I really liked it, as it seemed to me to be very good. He said, "Now, Osborne will never admit anything I write has any merit. He just criticizes it 1,000 times out of pure jealousy. He's not as jealous of you, so I wish you would take this piece and present it as your own. I'll pretend I didn't have time and won't produce anything. Then we'll see what he says about it." We agreed, and I immediately copied it out so it would look like my own handwriting.
We met. Watson's piece was read. It had some good parts, but many flaws. Osborne's was read. It was much better. Ralph gave it fair credit, pointing out some flaws, but praising the good parts. He himself had nothing to show. I held back, seemed to want to be excused, claiming I hadn't had enough time to revise, etc. But no excuse was accepted. I had to present it. It was read and read again. Watson and Osborne gave up, joining in praising it. Ralph only offered some criticisms and suggested some changes, but I defended what I had written. Osborne sided against Ralph, telling him he was no better a critic than he was a poet, so Ralph dropped the argument. As the two of them walked home, Osborne spoke even more strongly in favor of what he thought was my work. He said he had held back earlier so I wouldn't think he was just flattering me. He said, "But who would have imagined that Franklin was capable of such a piece? Such vivid imagery, such power, such passion. He's even improved on the original. In everyday conversation, he seems to struggle for words. He stumbles and makes mistakes. And yet, my goodness, how he writes. When we met again, Ralph figured out the trick we had played on him, and Osborne got a bit of a laugh.
This whole incident solidified Ralph's decision to become a poet. I did everything I could to talk him out of it, but he kept writing poems until Bope cured him. He did, however, become a pretty good prose writer. More about him later. But since I might not get another chance to mention the other two, I'll just note here that Watson died in my arms a few years later. He was greatly missed and was the best of our group. Osborne went to the West Indies, where he became a well-known lawyer and made money, but he died young. He and I had made a serious pact. Whoever died first would, if possible, pay a friendly visit to the other and tell him what things were like in the afterlife. But he never kept his promise.
The governor, who seemed to enjoy my company, often invited me to his house. He always talked about helping me get started as if it were a done deal. I was supposed to take recommendation letters for several of his friends, plus a letter of credit to give me the money I needed to buy a printing press, type, and paper, and so on. He told me to come back at different times to pick up these letters when they were ready, but he always put it off. This went on until the ship, which had also been delayed several times, was finally about to leave. So when I went to say goodbye and get the letters, his secretary, Dr. Bard, came out and told me the governor was super busy writing. He said the governor would be in Newcastle before the ship arrived and would give me the letters there. Ralph, even though he was married with a child, decided to come with me on this trip. People thought he wanted to set up business contacts and get goods to sell for a commission. But I later found out that, because he was unhappy with his wife's family, he planned to leave her with them and never come back. After saying goodbye to my friends and exchanging some promises with Miss Reed, I left Philadelphia on the ship, which then anchored at Newcastle. The governor was there, but when I went to his place, his secretary came out with the politest message ever. He said the governor couldn't see me because he was busy with something super important, but he'd send the letters to me on the ship and wished me a great trip and a quick return. I went back to the ship a bit confused, but I still didn't doubt him. Mr. Andrew Hamilton, a well-known lawyer from Philadelphia, had booked passage on the same ship for himself and his son. Along with Mr. Denham, a Quaker merchant, and Messrs. Onion and Russell, who ran an ironworks in Maryland, they had reserved the main cabin. So Ralph and I had to settle for a bunk in the steerage, the cheapest part of the ship, and since no one on board knew us, we were treated like regular folks. But Mr. Hamilton and his son, who was James, later a governor, went back to Philadelphia from Newcastle because the father was called back for a big payment to defend a seized ship. Just before we sailed, Colonel French came on board and showed me a lot of respect. Because of this, I got more attention, and my friend Ralph and I were invited by the other gentlemen to join them in the cabin, since there was now space. So we moved into the cabin.
Knowing that Colonel French had brought the governor's official papers on board, I asked the captain for the letters I was supposed to be responsible for. He said they were all in one bag and he couldn't get to them right then, but he promised I'd have a chance to pick them out before we landed in England. I was okay with that for the time being, and we continued our journey. We had a friendly group in the cabin and lived unusually well, especially since we had all of Mr. Hamilton's supplies, which he had stocked up generously. During this trip, Mr. Denham and I became friends, and that friendship lasted his whole life. Other than that, the voyage wasn't very pleasant because we had a lot of bad weather. When we reached the English Channel, the captain kept his promise and let me look through the bag for the governor's letters. I didn't find any letters addressed to me or marked as being under my care. I picked out 6 or 7 letters that, based on the handwriting, I thought might be the promised ones, especially since one was addressed to Basket, the king's printer, and another to a stationery supplier. We arrived in London on December 24th, 1724. I went to the stationer first, as he was on my way, and gave him the letter, saying it was from Governor Keith. "I don't know anyone by that name," he said. But then he opened the letter and exclaimed, "Oh, this is from Riddleston. I've recently discovered he's a total crook, and I want nothing to do with him or any letters from him." He handed the letter back to me, turned around, and went to help another customer. I was shocked to realize these weren't the governor's letters. After thinking about it and putting the pieces together, I started to doubt if he was being honest. I found my friend Denham and told him everything. He explained what kind of person Keith was. He told me there was absolutely no chance he had written any letters for me, and that no one who knew him trusted him at all. He even laughed at the idea of the governor giving me a letter of credit, saying Keith himself had no credit to give. When I expressed worry about what I should do, he advised me to try and find work in my trade. He said, "Among the printers here, you'll improve your skills, and when you go back to America, you'll be in a much better position to start your own business."
Both I and the stationer happened to know that Riddleston, the lawyer, was a real crook. He had almost ruined Miss Reed's father by convincing him to co-sign a loan for him. This letter showed there was a secret plan to harm Hamilton, who we thought was coming over with us, and that Keith was involved with Riddleston in it. Denham, who was Hamilton's friend, thought Hamilton should know about it. So when Hamilton arrived in England shortly after, partly out of anger and dislike for Keith and Riddleston, and partly out of goodwill towards Hamilton, I went to see him and gave him the letter. He thanked me warmly, as the information was important to him. From that day on, he became my friend, which benefited me greatly on many future occasions. But what are we to make of a governor playing such pathetic tricks and so blatantly deceiving a poor, naive young man? It was a habit he had developed. He wanted to please everyone, and since he had little to offer, he offered promises instead. Otherwise, he was a clever, reasonable man, a decent writer, and a good governor for the general public, though not for his employers, the proprietors, whose orders he sometimes ignored. Many of our best laws were his idea and were passed while he was in charge.
Ralph and I were always together. We rented a place together in Little Britain for 3 shillings and 6 pence a week. That was all we could afford at the time. He found some relatives, but they were poor and couldn't help him. He now told me he planned to stay in London and never intended to go back to Philadelphia. He hadn't brought any money with him. Everything he had managed to get was spent on his travel fare. I had 15 gold coins, so he would borrow money from me now and then to get by while he looked for work. He first tried to get into acting, thinking he was good enough for the stage, but Wilkes, whom he approached, honestly told him not to even consider it, as he had no chance of succeeding. Then he suggested to Roberts, a publisher in Paternoster Row, that he write a weekly paper for him similar to The Spectator under certain conditions, which Roberts didn't agree to. After that, he tried to find work as a freelance writer, copying documents for stationery shops and lawyers around the Temple area, but he couldn't find any openings. I immediately found work at Palmer's, a well-known printing house in Bartholomew Close at the time, and I stayed there for almost a year. I was quite hard-working, but Ralph and I spent a lot of my wages going to plays and other entertainment spots. We had spent all my gold coins, and now we were just barely getting by. He seemed to completely forget his wife and child, and I, little by little, forgot my promises to Miss Reed. I only ever wrote her one letter, and that was to tell her I probably wouldn't be coming back soon. This was another big mistake in my life, one I'd wish to fix if I could live it again. Actually, because of our spending, I was always unable to save enough for my return trip. At Palmer's, I was working as a typesetter for the second edition of Wollaston's Religion of Nature. Since some of his arguments didn't seem well-founded to me, I wrote a short philosophical essay commenting on them. It was called A Dissertation on Liberty and Necessity, Pleasure and Pain. I dedicated it to my friend Ralph and printed a small quantity. This made Mr. Palmer see me more as a clever young man, even though he strongly disagreed with the ideas in my pamphlet, which he found terrible. Printing this pamphlet was another mistake. While I was living in Little Britain, I met Wilcox, a bookseller whose shop was right next door. He had a huge collection of used books. Lending libraries weren't common back then, but we agreed that, for some reasonable terms, which I've now forgotten, I could borrow, read, and return any of his books. I considered this a huge benefit and took advantage of it as much as possible. My pamphlet somehow ended up with a surgeon named Lyons, who wrote a book called The Infallibility of Human Judgment. This led to us becoming acquainted. He paid a lot of attention to me, often visited to talk about those topics, took me to the Horns, a pub in Lane, Cheapside, and introduced me to Dr. Mandeville, the author of The Fable of the Bees. Mandeville ran a club there and was the life of the party, a very witty and fun companion. Lyons also introduced me to Dr. Pemberton at Bateson's Coffee House, who promised to give me a chance to see Sir Isaac Newton sometime, which I really wanted to do, but it never happened. I had brought a few interesting items with me, the main one being a purse made of asbestos, which can be cleaned by fire. Sir Hans Sloane heard about it, came to see me, and invited me to his house in Bloomsbury Square. There he showed me all his own curiosities and convinced me to let him add my purse to his collection, for which he paid me a good amount.
A young woman, a milliner, lived in our house. I think she had a shop in the cloisters. She was well-mannered, intelligent, lively, and a very pleasant conversationalist. Ralph would read plays to her in the evenings. They became close. She moved to another place, and he followed her. They lived together for a while, but since he was still unemployed and her income wasn't enough to support them and her child, he decided to leave London and tried to find work at a country school. He thought he was well suited for it because he had excellent handwriting and was good at math and accounting. However, he considered this job beneath him. Confident that he'd have better luck in the future, and not wanting anyone to know he'd once had such a humble job, he changed his name and did me the honor of using mine. Soon after, I got a letter from him telling me he had settled in a small village, in Berkshire, I think, where he taught reading and writing to 10 or 12 boys for 6 pence each per week. He also recommended Mrs. T to my care and asked me to write to him, addressing the letter to Mr. Franklin, schoolmaster, at that specific place.
He kept writing often, sending me long sections of an epic poem he was working on and asking for my comments and corrections. I gave him feedback occasionally, but I mostly tried to discourage him from continuing. One of Young's satires had just been published. I copied and sent him a large portion of it, which clearly showed how foolish it was to pursue poetry, the muses, with any hope of getting ahead financially. It was all useless. Pages of the poem kept arriving with every mail delivery. Meanwhile, Mrs. T, having lost her friends and business because of him, was often in trouble. She used to send for me and borrow whatever I could spare to help her out. I grew fond of spending time with her, and at that time, not being bound by religious rules and assuming I was important to her, I tried to get too close, another mistake. She properly rejected my advances and told him what I had done. This caused a rift between us. When he returned to London, he told me he felt I had erased all the favors he owed me. So I realized I could never expect him to pay me back what I had lent or advanced him. However, this wasn't a big deal at the time, as he was completely broke, and losing his friendship actually felt like a burden lifted. I now started thinking about saving some money, and, hoping for better work, I left Palmer's to work at Watts's, a much larger printing house near Lincoln's Inn Fields. I stayed there for the rest of my time in London.
When I first started at this printing house, I chose to work on the printing press, thinking I needed the physical exercise I was used to in America, where press work and typesetting were often combined. I only drank water. The other workmen, about 50 of them, were heavy beer drinkers. Sometimes I would carry a large frame of type in each hand up and down the stairs, while others could only manage one with both hands. They were amazed to see, from this and other examples, that the water American, as they called me, was stronger than them, even though they drank beer. We had a boy from the pub who was always at the printing house to bring drinks to the workmen. My press partner drank a pint every day before breakfast, a pint with his bread and cheese at breakfast, a pint between breakfast and lunch, a pint at lunch, a pint around 6 in the afternoon, and another when he finished work for the day. I thought it was a terrible habit, but he believed it was necessary to drink beer so he could be strong enough to work. I tried to convince him that the physical strength beer provided was only proportional to the grain or flour from the barley dissolved in the water it was made from. I argued that a penny's worth of bread had more flour, so if he ate that with a pint of water, it would give him more strength than a quart of beer. He kept drinking anyway, though, and had to pay 4 or 5 shillings out of his wages every Saturday night for that intoxicating drink, an expense I didn't have. And that's how these poor guys always kept themselves down.
After a few weeks, Watts wanted me in the composing room, so I left the pressman. The typesetters then demanded a new bienvenue, welcome fee, or drink money of 5 shillings from me. I thought it was unfair, since I had already paid a fee downstairs. The boss agreed and told me not to pay it. I refused for 2 or 3 weeks, and as a result, I was treated like an outcast. They played so many little tricks on me, mixing up my type, swapping my pages, messing up my work, and so on, whenever I left the room, and they blamed it all on the chapel ghost, which they claimed haunted anyone not properly initialized. So despite the boss's protection, I realized it was foolish to be on bad terms with people I had to work with every day, and I ended up having to pay the money. Now I was on good terms with them and quickly gained a lot of influence. I suggested some sensible changes to their chapel rules and got them passed, despite everyone's objections. Following my example, many of them stopped their dull breakfast of beer, bread, and cheese. They found that with me, they could get a large bowl of hot water gruel, sprinkled with pepper, with breadcrumbs and a bit of butter, from a nearby house, for the price of a pint of beer, that is, 3 halfpence. This was a more comfortable and cheaper breakfast, and it kept their minds clearer. Those who kept drinking beer all day often ran out of credit at the pub because they didn't pay. They used to try to get me to help them get beer. Their water American, as they phrased it, was their guarantor. I would watch the pay table on Saturday night and collect what I had guaranteed for them, sometimes having to pay almost 30 shillings a week on their behalf. This, along with being considered a pretty good haranguer, meaning a witty verbal satirist, maintained my standing in the group. My consistent attendance, I never took a Saint Monday, meaning I never skipped work on Monday after a weekend of drinking, made the boss like me, and my unusually fast typesetting skills meant I was put on all urgent jobs, which usually paid better. So things were going very well for me now. My place in Little Britain was too far away, so I found another one on Duke Street, across from the Catholic chapel. It was on the 3rd floor, 2 flights up, at the back of an Italian warehouse. A widow ran the house. She had a daughter, a maid, and a journeyman who worked at the warehouse but lived elsewhere. After checking my references at my previous lodging, she agreed to take me in at the same rate, 3 shillings and 6pence a week. She said it was cheaper because she expected to feel safer having a man living in the house. She was an elderly widow. She had been raised Protestant, being a clergyman's daughter, but her husband, whom she deeply respected, had converted her to Catholicism. She had spent a lot of time among important people and knew countless stories about them, going all the way back to the time of Charles II. She had gout in her knees, so she rarely left her room and sometimes wanted company. Her conversation was so entertaining to me that I made sure to spend an evening with her whenever she asked. Our supper was just half an anchovy each on a tiny piece of bread and butter, and half a pint of ale shared between us. But the real enjoyment came from her conversation. Because I always kept good hours and caused little trouble, she didn't want me to leave. So when I mentioned a place I'd heard of closer to my work for 2 shillings a week, which, since I was focused on saving money, would have made a difference, she told me not to even consider it. She said she would reduce my rent by 2 shillings a week from then on. So I stayed with her for 1 shilling and 6pence for the rest of my time in London. In the attic of her house lived a 70-year-old unmarried lady who lived a very secluded life. My landlady told me that this woman was a Roman Catholic who, when young, had been sent abroad and stayed in a convent with the intention of becoming a nun. However, the foreign country didn't suit her, so she returned to England. Since there were no convents there, she had vowed to live as much like a nun as possible given the circumstances. So she had given all her money to charity, keeping only £12 a year to live on. Even from this small amount, she still gave a lot to charity, living herself only on water gruel and using fire only to boil it. She had lived in that attic for many years, allowed to stay for free by the Catholic tenants who lived below, as they considered it a blessing to have her there. A priest visited her every day for confession. I've asked her, my landlady said, how she, living the way she does, could possibly have so much to confess. Oh, she replied, it's impossible to avoid sin. I was allowed to visit her once. She was cheerful, polite, and spoke pleasantly. The room was clean, but had no furniture other than a mattress, a table with a crucifix and a book, a stool she offered me to sit on, and a picture above the fireplace of Saint Veronica, showing her handkerchief with the miraculous image of Christ's bleeding face on it, which she explained to me very seriously. She looked pale, but was never sick. I offer this as another example of how life and health can be sustained on a very small income. At Watt's printing house, I became friends with a clever young man named Wygate. He had rich relatives, so he was better educated than most printers. He was decent at Latin, spoke French, and loved to read. I taught him and a friend of his to swim in just 2 trips to the river, and they quickly became good swimmers. They introduced me to some gentlemen from the countryside who traveled by boat to Chelsea to see the college and Don Saltero's collection of oddities. On our way back, at the company's request, Wygate had piqued their interest. I stripped down and jumped into the river. I swam from near Chelsea to Blackfriars, doing many impressive tricks both above and below the water along the way, which surprised and delighted those who hadn't seen such things before. Since childhood, I had always loved swimming. I had studied and practiced all of Thevenot's swimming techniques and positions, and even added some of my own, trying to be graceful and effortless as well as effective. I took this opportunity to show all these skills to the group and was very flattered by their admiration. Wygate, who wanted to become an expert swimmer, became even more attached to me because of this, and also because we shared similar interests. He eventually suggested we travel all over Europe together, supporting ourselves by working in our trade wherever we went. I was tempted by the idea, but when I mentioned it to my good friend Mr. Denham, with whom I often spent time when I was free, he talked me out of it. He advised me to focus only on returning to Pennsylvania, which he was about to do himself. I have to mention one particular quality of this good man. He had previously run a business in Bristol, but went bankrupt, owing money to several people. He settled his debts for a reduced amount and moved to America. There, by working hard as a merchant, he made a lot of money in just a few years. When he returned to England on the same ship as me, he invited his old creditors to a dinner. At the dinner, he thanked them for being so lenient when he settled his debts. When they expected nothing more than the meal, each man, after the first course, found under his plate a bank order for the full amount of what he still owed them, plus interest. He now told me he was going back to Philadelphia and planned to bring a large amount of goods to open a store there. He offered to take me with him as his clerk. I would keep his accounts, which he would teach me, copy his letters, and work in the store. He added that as soon as I understood the merchant business, he would promote me by sending me with a shipment of flour, bread, and other goods to the West Indies. He would also get me profitable commissions from other people, and if I handled things well, he would set me up comfortably. I liked the idea because I was tired of London, fondly remembered the happy months I'd spent in Pennsylvania, and wanted to see it again. So I immediately agreed to the terms of £50 a year, Pennsylvania money. This was less than I was currently earning as a typesetter, but it offered a better future.
I said goodbye to printing, or so I thought, forever. I was busy every day with my new job, going around with Mr. Denham to different tradesmen to buy various items, making sure they were packed, running errands, urging workmen to finish quickly, and so on. Once everything was on board, I had a few days off. One of those days, to my surprise, I was summoned by a prominent man I only know by name, Sir William Wyndham, and I went to see him. He had somehow heard about my swim from Chelsea to Blackfriars, and that I had taught Wygate and another young man to swim in just a few hours. He had 2 sons who were about to go traveling, and he wanted them to learn to swim first. He offered to pay me well if I would teach them. His sons hadn't arrived in town yet, and my stay was uncertain, so I couldn't take on the job. But this incident made me think that if I stayed in England and opened a swimming school, I could probably make a lot of money. The idea impressed me so much that if the offer had come sooner, I probably wouldn't have returned to America so quickly. Many years later, you and I had a more important interaction with one of Sir William Wyndham's sons, who became the Earl of Egremont, which I'll talk about when the time comes. So I spent about 18 months in London. Most of that time I worked hard at my job and spent very little on myself, except for going to plays and buying books. My friend Ralph had kept me broke. He owed me about £27, which I was now unlikely to ever get back, a huge amount considering my small earnings. Despite all that, I still liked him because he had many good qualities. I certainly hadn't gotten richer, but I had met some very clever people whose conversations greatly benefited me, and I had read a lot. I sailed from Gravesend on July 23, 1726. For the details about the trip, I'll point you to my journal, where everything is explained in great detail. Perhaps the most important part of that journal is the plan I made at sea for how I would live my life from then on. It's even more remarkable because I made it when I was so young, and yet I stuck to it pretty faithfully all the way into old age. We arrived in Philadelphia on October 11th, and I noticed several changes. Keith was no longer governor. Major Gordon had replaced him. I saw him walking the streets like any ordinary person. He seemed a bit embarrassed to see me, but walked past without a word. I would have been just as embarrassed to see Miss Reed, but her friends, reasonably giving up hope of my return after getting my letter, convinced her to marry someone else, a potter named Rogers, which happened while I was away. However, she was never happy with him, and soon left him, refusing to live with him or use his name, as it was now rumored he had another wife. He was a good-for-nothing guy, though an excellent worker, which is what attracted her friends to him. He got into debt, ran away in 1727 or 1728, went to the West Indies, and died there. Keimer had gotten a better house,
a shop well stocked with stationery, plenty of new typefaces, and a number of workers, though none of them were good, and he seemed to have a lot of business. Mr. Denham rented a store on Water Street where we started selling our merchandise. I worked hard at the business, learned accounting, and quickly became an expert at sales. We lived and ate together. He advised me like a father, genuinely caring for me. I respected and loved him, and we could have continued very happily together. But in early February 1726-27, just after I turned 21, we both got sick. My illness was pleurisy, which almost killed me. I suffered a lot, mentally gave up, and was actually a bit disappointed when I started recovering, regretting somewhat that I would now, at some point, have to go through all that unpleasant work again. I forget what his illness was. It lasted a long time and eventually killed him. He left me a small inheritance in a verbal will as a sign of his kindness towards me, and once again I was on my own because his executors took over the store and my job with him ended.
My brother-in-law, Holmes, who was now in Philadelphia, advised me to go back to my trade, and Kamer tempted me with an offer of high yearly wages to come and manage his printing shop so he could focus more on his stationery store. I had heard bad things about him in London from his wife and her friends, and I wasn't keen on dealing with him anymore. I tried to find other work as a merchant's clerk, but, not easily finding any, I went back to Kamer. In his shop, I found these workers. Hugh Meredith, a Welsh Pennsylvanian, 30 years old, trained for farm work. He was honest, sensible, made a lot of good observations, read a bit, but was prone to drinking. Stephen Potts, a young man from the countryside, fully grown, trained for the same kind of work, with unusual natural talent and great wit and humor, but a bit lazy. He had hired them at extremely low weekly wages, with the promise of a shilling raise every 3 months as they got better at their jobs, and the expectation of these higher wages later on was how he had lured them in. Meredith was to operate the printing press. Potts was to do bookbinding, which Kamer, by agreement, was supposed to teach them, even though he knew nothing about either. John, a wild Irishman, who hadn't been trained for any trade and whose service Kamer had bought for 4 years from a ship captain. He was also going to be a pressman. George Webb, an Oxford scholar, whose service he had also bought for 4 years, intending him to be a typesetter. More on him later. And David Harry, a country boy, whom he had taken on as an apprentice. I soon realized that the reason he hired me at much higher wages than he usually paid was so I could train these inexperienced, cheap workers, and once I had taught them, since they were all under contract to him, he would be able to get along without me. Nevertheless, I continued very cheerfully, organized his printing shop, which had been a mess, and gradually got his workers to focus on their jobs and do them better. It was strange to find an Oxford scholar in the position of an indentured servant. He was no older than 18 and told me his story. He was born in Gloucester, went to grammar school there, stood out among the students for his clear talent when they put on plays. He belonged to the Witty Club there and had written some prose and poetry that was published in the Gloucester newspapers. From there, he was sent to Oxford, where he stayed for about a year, but wasn't happy, wanting more than anything to see London and become an actor. Eventually, after getting his quarterly allowance of 15 guineas, instead of paying his debts, he walked out of town, hid his academic gown in a gorse bush, and hiked to London. There, with no one to advise him, he fell in with bad company, quickly spent his money, couldn't find a way to get involved with actors, became desperate, pawned his clothes, and had no food. Walking the streets very hungry and not knowing what to do, he was handed a flyer from a crimp, a recruiter for ships, offering immediate lodging and incentives to anyone who would sign up to work in America. He went straight there, signed the contract, was put on a ship, and came over,
never writing a single line to let his friends know what had happened to him. He was lively, witty, good-natured, and a pleasant companion, but incredibly lazy, thoughtless, and reckless.
John, the Irishman, soon ran away. I got along very well with the others, as they respected me more, because they found Keimer couldn't teach them anything, and they learned something new from me every day. We never worked on Saturday, as that was Keimer's Sabbath, so I had 2 days for reading. I got to know more clever people in town. Keimer himself treated me with great politeness and obvious respect, and the only thing that bothered me now was my debt to Vernon, which I still couldn't pay, as I had been a bad money manager up to that point. However, he kindly didn't ask for it back. Our printing shop often ran out of specific type characters, and there were no type founders in America. I had seen type characters cast at James's in London, but hadn't paid much attention to how it was done. However, I now designed a mold, used the letters we had as punches, pressed the matrices into lead, and in this fairly decent way made up for all the missing pieces. I also engraved several things when needed. I made the ink. I was the warehouse manager, and everything else. In short, I was a jack of all trades.
But no matter how useful I was, I noticed that my contributions became less important each day as the other workers got better at the job. And when Keimer paid my second quarter's wages, he told me he thought they were too high and that I should take a pay cut. He gradually became less polite, acted more like a boss, often found fault, was quick to criticize, and seemed ready for a confrontation. Nevertheless, I continued with a lot of patience, thinking that his financial difficulties were partly to blame. Eventually, a small thing broke our connection. A loud noise happened near the courthouse, so I stuck my head out the window to see what was going on. Keimer, who was in the street, looked up and saw me, then yelled at me in a loud, angry voice to mind my own business, adding some insulting words. This annoyed me even more because it was public, with all the neighbors who were also looking out witnessing how he treated me. He immediately came up to the printing shop, continued the argument, harsh words were exchanged, and he gave me the 3 months' notice we had agreed upon, saying he wished he didn't have to give such a long warning. I told him his wish was unnecessary, because I would leave him right then. And so, taking my hat, I walked out, asking Meredith, whom I saw downstairs, to take care of some things I left and bring them to my room.
Meredith came that evening, and we discussed my situation. He had developed a great respect for me and really didn't want me to leave while he was still there. He talked me out of returning to my home country, which I had started considering. He reminded me that Keimer was in debt for everything he owned, that his creditors were getting worried, that he ran his shop poorly, often sold things for cash without making a profit, and often gave credit without keeping records. So he was bound to fail, which would create an opportunity I could take advantage of. I brought up my lack of money. He then told me that his father thought highly of me, and from a conversation they'd had, he was sure his father would lend us money to start our own business if I would go into partnership with him. My contract, he said, will be up with Keimer in the spring. By then we can have our printing press and typefaces shipped from London. I know I'm not a skilled worker. If you agree, your expertise in the business will count as my share of the investment, and we'll split the profits equally. The offer sounded good, and I agreed. His father was in town and approved of it, especially since he saw I had a lot of influence over his son, had convinced him to stop heavy drinking for a long time, and hoped I might help him break that terrible habit completely once we were so closely involved. I gave an inventory to the father, who took it to a merchant. The items were ordered, the secret was to be kept until they arrived, and in the meantime I was to find work, if possible, at the other printing shop. But I couldn't find any openings there, so I stayed idle for a few days. Then Keimer,
seeing a chance to be hired to print some paper money in New Jersey, which would need engravings and various typefaces that only I could provide, and fearing Bradford might hire me and take the job from him, sent me a very polite message saying that old friends shouldn't separate over a few words spoken in sudden anger, and asking me to come back. Meredith convinced me to agree, as it would give him more chances to improve under my daily teaching. So I went back, and things went more smoothly than they had for a while. We got the New Jersey job, and I designed a copperplate press for it, the first of its kind seen in the country. I engraved several decorative elements and security features for the bills. We went to Burlington together, where I completed the entire job to everyone's satisfaction, and he received such a large payment for the work that it allowed him to stay afloat financially for much longer.
In Burlington, I met many important people in the province. Several of them had been appointed by the Assembly to a committee to oversee the printing and ensure that no more bills were printed than the law allowed. So they took turns being with us constantly, and usually whoever was on duty brought a friend or two along for company. Since my mind was much more developed from reading than Keimer's, I guess that's why my conversations seemed to be more valued. They invited me to their homes, introduced me to their friends, and showed me a lot of courtesy, while he, even though he was the boss, was somewhat ignored. Honestly, he was a strange character. He didn't understand everyday life, loved to rudely challenge accepted ideas, was extremely messy, very passionate about some religious beliefs, and a bit dishonest too. We stayed there for nearly 3 months, and by then I could count among my new friends Judge Allen, Samuel Bustill, the province's secretary, Isaac Pearson, Joseph Cooper, several of the Smiths, members of the Assembly, and Isaac Decow, the Surveyor General. The latter was a sharp, wise old man who told me that when he was young, he started out by wheeling clay for brickmakers, learned to write after he became an adult, carried the chain for surveyors who taught him surveying, and had now, through his hard work, acquired a good amount of property, and he said, "I predict that you will soon take this man's business away from him and make a fortune in it in Philadelphia." He had no idea at all then that I intended to start my own business there or anywhere else. These friends later proved very helpful to me, just as I occasionally was to some of them. They all continued to respect me as long as they lived. Before I talk about my public start in business, it might be good to tell you about my state of mind back then regarding my principles and morals, so you can see how much they influenced the future events of my life. My parents had given me religious beliefs early on and raised me devoutly in the dissenting tradition throughout my childhood. But I was barely 15 when, after questioning various points as I found them debated in different books I read, I started to doubt divine revelation itself. I came across some books against deism. They were supposedly the main points of sermons preached at Boyle's lectures. It turned out they had an effect on me completely opposite to what was intended, because the arguments of the deists, which were quoted to be disproved, seemed much stronger to me than the attempts to disprove them. In short, I soon became a complete deist. My arguments led some others astray, especially Collins and Ralph, but since each of them later wronged me greatly without any remorse, and remembering Keith's behavior towards me, who was another free thinker, and my own towards Vernon and Miss Reed, which sometimes caused me a lot of trouble, I began to suspect that this belief, even if true, wasn't very practical. My London pamphlet, which had Dryden's lines as its motto, "Whatever is right, though purblind man sees but a part of the chain, the nearest link, his eyes not carrying to the equal beam that poises all above," and which, based on God's attributes, his infinite wisdom, goodness, and power, concluded that nothing could possibly be wrong in the world, and that vice and virtue were meaningless concepts, not actually existing, now seemed not as clever a work as I once thought it was, and I wondered if some error hadn't unknowingly crept into my argument, infecting everything that followed, as often happens in philosophical discussions. I became convinced that, and in dealings between people, were extremely important for a happy life, and I wrote down resolutions, which are still in my journal, to practice them for as long as I lived. Divine revelation itself didn't hold any sway with me, but I believed that even if certain actions weren't bad just because it forbade them, or good just because it commanded them, it was likely that these forbidden actions were inherently bad for us, and the commanded ones inherently beneficial, considering all the circumstances. And this belief, along with the kind hand of Providence, or some guardian angel, or lucky coincidences, or all of these combined, protected me through this dangerous period of youth and the risky situations I sometimes found myself in among strangers, far from my father's watchful eye and advice, without committing any deliberate major immorality or injustice, which might have been expected given my lack of religious belief. I say deliberate because the examples I've mentioned had some element of excuse in them, due to my youth, inexperience, and the dishonesty of others. So I had a decent reputation to start my life with. I valued it appropriately and was determined to keep it.
We hadn't been back in Philadelphia long before the new typefaces arrived from London. We settled our accounts with Keimer and left him, with his permission, before he found out about our plans. We found a house to rent near the market and took it. To reduce the rent, which was only £24 a year back then, though I've since known it to rent for £70, we took in Thomas Godfrey, a glazier, and his family. They were to pay a significant portion of the rent to us, and we would live and eat with them. We had barely opened our mail and set up our press when George House, an acquaintance of mine, brought us a man from the countryside whom he had met in the street asking for a printer. All our money was now spent on the various things we had to buy, and this countryman's 5 shillings, being our very first earnings and coming at such a perfect time, gave me more pleasure than any crown I've earned since. And the gratitude I felt towards House has often made me more willing than I might otherwise have been to help young entrepreneurs.
There are pessimists in every country, always predicting its downfall. One such person lived in Philadelphia at the time, a notable, elderly man with a wise look and a very serious way of speaking. His name was Samuel Mickle. This gentleman, a stranger to me, stopped at my door one day and asked if I was the young man who had recently opened a new printing shop. When I said yes, he told me he felt sorry for me because it was an expensive venture and the money would be wasted. He claimed Philadelphia was a failing city, its people already half bankrupt or close to it. All evidence to the contrary, like new buildings and rising rents, were, to his certain knowledge, misleading. In fact, they were among the very things that would soon ruin us. And he gave me such a detailed list of current and upcoming misfortunes that he left me feeling quite gloomy. If I had known him before starting this business, I probably never would have done it. This man continued to live in this supposedly decaying city and complain in the same way, refusing for many years to buy a house there because everything was going to ruin. And eventually I had the satisfaction of seeing him pay 5 times as much for a house as he could have bought it for when he first started his complaining.
I should have mentioned earlier that in the autumn of the previous year, I had gathered most of my clever acquaintances into a club for mutual improvement, which was called the Junto. We met on Friday evenings. The rules I wrote required that each member, when it was their turn, should present 1 or more questions on any topic related to morals, politics, or natural philosophy for the group to discuss, and once every 3 months they had to write and read an essay on any subject they chose. Our discussions were to be led by a president, and conducted with a genuine desire to find the truth without loving arguments or wanting to win, and to prevent heated exchanges, all expressions of certainty in opinions or direct contradictions were eventually banned and prohibited with small fines. The first members were Joseph Braintnell, who copied legal documents for scribes, a good-natured, friendly, middle-aged man, a great lover of poetry, reading everything he could find and writing some that was decent. He was very clever with many small gadgets and had intelligent conversations. Thomas Godfrey, a self-taught mathematician, excellent in his field, and later the inventor of what is now called Hadley's Quadrant. But he knew little outside his specialty and wasn't a pleasant companion. Like most great mathematicians I've met, he expected absolute precision in everything said, or he would constantly deny or nitpick over trivial details, disrupting all conversation. He soon left our group. Nicholas Scull, a surveyor, who later became Surveyor General, loved books and sometimes wrote a few poems. William Parsons, trained as a shoemaker, but loving reading, had gained a significant amount of mathematical knowledge, which he first studied with an interest in astrology, though he later laughed at it. He also became Surveyor General. William Moggridge, a carpenter, an extremely skilled craftsman, and a reliable, sensible man. I've already described Hugh Meredith, Stephen Potts, and George Webb. Robert Grace, a young man of some wealth, generous, lively, and witty. He loved wordplay and his friends. And William Coleman, then a merchant's clerk, about my age, who had the calmest, clearest mind, the kindest heart, and the most precise morals of almost anyone I ever met. He later became a very prominent merchant and one of our provincial judges. Our friendship lasted without interruption until his death, for over 40 years, and the club continued almost as long, serving as the best school for philosophy, morality, and politics in the province at that time. Our questions, which were read the week before their discussion, made us read carefully about various subjects so we could speak more effectively. And here we also developed better conversation habits, as our rules were designed to prevent us from annoying each other. That's why the club lasted so long, and I'll have many more opportunities to talk about it later. But I'm telling you about it here to show how much influence I had, with every one of these members actively recommending business to us. Braintnell, in particular, got us the job from the Quakers to print 40 sheets of their history, with Kamer doing the rest, and we worked extremely hard on this because the price was low. It was a large folio, Proprietary size, using pica type, with smaller, long primer notes. I set 1 sheet of type a day, and Meredith printed it on the press. It was often 11 at night, and sometimes later, before I had finished arranging the type for the next day's work, because the small jobs our other friends sent in occasionally delayed us. But I was so determined to keep doing 1 sheet of the folio a day that one night, after I had arranged my type forms and thought my day's work was done, one of them accidentally broke, and 2 pages turned into a jumbled mess of type. I immediately sorted and reset it all again before going to bed. And this hard work, visible to our neighbors, started to earn us a good reputation and trust. Specifically, I was told that when our new printing office was mentioned at the Merchants' Every Night Club, the general opinion was that it was bound to fail, since there were already 2 printers in town, Kamer and Bradford. But Dr. Baird, whom you and I saw many years later in his hometown, St. Andrews in Scotland, offered a different opinion. "That Franklin's work ethic," he said, "is better than anything I've ever seen. I still see him working when I go home from the club, and he's back at work before his neighbors are even out of bed." This impressed the others, and soon after one of them offered to supply us with stationery. but at that point we chose not to get involved in retail. I'm mentioning this hard work so specifically and openly, even though it might sound like I'm praising myself, so that my descendants who read this will understand the value of that quality when they see its positive impact on my life throughout this story.
George Webb, who had found a female friend who lent him the money to buy out his contract from Keimer, now came to offer himself as a skilled worker to us. We couldn't hire him then, but I foolishly let him in on a secret that I soon planned to start a newspaper and might then have work for him. My hopes for success, as I told him, were based on the fact that the only newspaper at the time, printed by Bradford, was a pathetic publication, poorly managed, not at all entertaining, and yet it was profitable for him. So I figured a good newspaper would almost certainly get good support. I asked Webb not to mention it, but he told Keimer, who immediately, to get ahead of me, published his own plans for printing a newspaper, and Webb was to be employed on it. I was annoyed by this, and to counter their plans, since I couldn't start our paper yet, I wrote several entertaining pieces for Bradford's paper under the title of The Busybody, which Branknell continued for some months. This way, public attention was drawn to that paper, and Keimer's proposals, which we made fun of and ridiculed, were ignored. He started his paper anyway, and after running it for 9 months with at most only 90 subscribers, he offered it to me for a very small price, and I, having been ready for some time to take it over, immediately took charge of it, and in a few years it proved extremely profitable for me. I notice that I tend to speak in the singular, even though our partnership was still ongoing. The reason might be that, in reality, I was responsible for managing the entire business. Meredith wasn't a typesetter, was a bad pressman, and was rarely sober. My friends regretted my association with him, but I had to make the best of the situation. Our first newspapers looked quite different from any before in the province. They used better type and were better printed. But some lively comments I wrote about the ongoing dispute between Governor Burnett and the Massachusetts Assembly impressed the important people, caused the paper and its manager to be widely discussed, and within a few weeks brought them all to become our subscribers. Many followed their example, and our number of subscribers kept growing steadily. This was one of the first good results of my having learned to write a bit. Another was that the influential men, seeing a newspaper now run by someone who could also write well, found it beneficial to support and encourage me. Bradford still printed the votes, laws, and other public documents. He had printed an address from the House to the governor in a crude, error-filled way. We reprinted it elegantly and correctly and sent one to every member. They noticed the difference. It strengthened the position of our friends in the House, and they voted us their official printers for the coming year. Among my friends in the House, I must not forget Mr. Hamilton, whom I mentioned earlier, who had then returned from England and had a seat there. He strongly supported me in that situation, as he did in many others afterward, continuing his sponsorship until his death. Around this time, Mr. Vernon reminded me of the debt I owed him, but he didn't pressure me. I wrote him an honest letter of apology, begged for a little more patience, which he granted, and as soon as I could, I paid back the original amount with interest and many thanks, so that mistake was somewhat corrected. But now another problem arose that I had absolutely no reason to expect. Mr. Meredith's father, who was supposed to pay for our printing shop, according to what I had been led to believe, was only able to provide £100 in currency, which had been paid, and another 100 was owed to the merchant, who became impatient and sued all of us. We posted bail, but realized that if the money couldn't be raised in time, the lawsuit would soon result in a judgment and seizure of assets, and our promising future, along with us, would be ruined,
as the press and type would have to be sold for payment, perhaps at half price. In this difficult situation, two true friends, whose kindness I have never forgotten and never will forget as long as I live, came to me separately, without knowing about each other, and without me even asking. Each offered to lend me all the money I would need to take over the entire business myself, if that was feasible, but they didn't like the idea of me continuing the partnership with Meredith, who, they said, was often seen drunk in the streets and gambling in taverns, which was very bad for our reputation. These two friends were William Coleman and Robert Grace. I told them I couldn't suggest ending the partnership as long as there was any chance of the Merediths fulfilling their part of our agreement, because I felt very indebted to them for what they had done and would do if they could. But if they ultimately failed to perform, and our partnership had to be dissolved, then I would feel free to accept my friend's help. So the matter stood for some time, until I said to my partner, "Perhaps your father isn't happy with your involvement in our business and isn't willing to lend money for both of us, though he would for you alone. If that's the case, tell me, and I'll give the whole thing to you and go my own way." "No," he said, "my father has truly been disappointed and genuinely can't help, and I don't want to burden him further. I see this is a business I'm not suited for. I was raised as a farmer, and it was foolish of me to come to town and, at 30 years old, apprentice myself to learn a new trade. Many of our Welsh people are going to settle in North Carolina, where land is cheap. I'm inclined to go with them and go back to my old job. You might find friends to help you. If you take on the company's debts, return the £100 my father advanced to him, pay my small personal debts, and give me £30 and a new saddle, I will give up the partnership and leave everything to you." I agreed to this offer. It was written down, signed, and sealed immediately. I gave him what he asked for, and he left soon after for Carolina, from where he sent me 2 long letters the next year containing the best description that had been given of that country, its climate, soil, farming, etc., because he was very knowledgeable about those things. I printed them in the newspapers, and they were very well received by the public. As soon as he left, I went back to my two friends, and because I didn't want to unfairly favor either of them, I took half of what each had offered, and what I needed from one, and half from the other. I paid off the company's debts and continued the business under my own name, announcing that the partnership was over. I think this was around 1729. The money problem. Around that time, there was a big public demand to print more paper money. There was only about £15,000 in circulation in the province, and even that was scheduled to be pulled soon. The rich folks were against printing any more. They hated all paper currency because they were afraid it would lose its value, just like it had in New England, which would be bad for anyone who was owed money. We debated this in my club, the Junto, and I was all for printing more. I was convinced that the small batch we printed back in 1723 had done a lot of good. It had boosted trade, created jobs, and brought more people to the province. I could see it with my own eyes. All the old houses were now occupied, and new ones were being built everywhere. I clearly remembered when I first arrived in Philadelphia, walking down the street, eating a bread roll, and seeing "For Rent" signs on most of the houses on Walnut Street, between 2nd and Front. It was the same on Chestnut and other streets, which made me think people were abandoning the city. I got so into the topic from our debates that I wrote and published an anonymous pamphlet about it. Regular people generally loved it, but the rich guys hated it because it fired up the public demand for more money even more. And since they didn't have any writers on their side who could argue against it, their opposition just fizzled out, and the proposal passed in the government. My friends in the house, who figured I had helped the cause, decided to reward me by hiring me to print the money. It was a really well-paying job and a huge help to me. This was another win that came from being able to write. Over time, it became obvious that this new currency was a good thing, and nobody really argued against it anymore. The amount in circulation soon grew to £55,000, and by 1739 it was up to 80,000. During the war, it went as high as £350,000, and all the while, trade, construction, and the population kept growing. Though, looking back, I now think there are limits, and printing too much can be harmful. Soon after, my friend Hamilton helped me get the contract to print paper money for Newcastle, another sweet gig. When you don't have much, little things seem like a big deal, and for me, these jobs were huge advantages and great encouragement. He also got me the job of printing the laws and government records, which I kept for as long as I was in the business. I then opened a small stationery shop. I sold all kinds of blank forms, and they were the most accurate ones around, thanks to help from my friend Branknell. I also sold paper, parchment, cheap books, and other supplies. A guy named Whitemash, a skilled typesetter I knew from London, came to work for me and was a steady, hard worker. I also took on an apprentice, the son of a Quarrels. I was still in debt for the printing press. To build my reputation and credit as a businessman, I was careful not only to be hard-working and frugal, but also to avoid even the appearance of being lazy or wasteful. I dressed simply. You'd never see me at parties or wasting time. I never went fishing or hunting. Okay, I admit, sometimes I'd get lost in a book and neglect my work, but that was rare. I did it privately, and it didn't cause any gossip. And to show I wasn't above my work, I sometimes pushed the paper I bought from the store through the streets in a wheelbarrow. Because people saw me as a hard-working, successful young guy who paid his bills on time, the merchants who imported stationery wanted my business. Others offered to supply me with books, and things were going great. Meanwhile, my old boss Keimer's business and reputation were going down the tubes. He was eventually forced to sell his print shop to pay off his debts. He moved to Barbados and lived there for a few years in poverty. His apprentice, David Harry, whom I had trained, took his place in Philadelphia after buying his equipment. At first, I was worried Harry would be a tough competitor, since his friends were powerful and had a lot of influence. So I offered to partner with him, but luckily for me, he arrogantly turned me down. He was a very proud guy who dressed like a gentleman, spent a lot of money, partied all the time, got into debt, and ignored his business. So naturally, his business left him. When he couldn't find any work, he followed Keimer to Barbados, taking the printing equipment with him. There, the apprentice hired his old boss as an employee. They fought often, Harry fell deeper into debt, and eventually he had to sell his printing type and go back to being a farmhand in Pennsylvania. The person who bought the equipment hired Keimer to use it, but he died a few years later. At this point, my only real competitor left in Philadelphia was the old guy, Bradford. He was rich and comfortable and did a little printing here and there with temporary workers, but he didn't really care much about the business. However, since he ran the post office, people figured he got the best news. His newspaper was considered a better place for ads than mine, so he got a lot more of them, which was good for him and bad for me. Even though I was able to send and receive newspapers through the mail, the public didn't think so because I had to bribe the mail carriers to take my papers on the sly. Bradford was enough of a jerk to forbid them from carrying my stuff, which made me pretty resentful. I thought it was such a petty move that when I later got his job, I made sure never to do the same thing. All this time, I had been boarding with a man named Godfrey. He lived in part of my house with his wife and kids and used one side of my shop for his glass-cutting business, though he didn't work much as he was always obsessed with math. Mrs. Godfrey tried to set me up with a relative's daughter. She kept finding excuses to bring us together until I started seriously courting her. The guard was very nice, and her parents encouraged me with constant dinner invitations, often leaving us alone together. Eventually, it was time to talk terms. Mrs. Godfrey acted as our go-between. I let her know that I expected a dowry big enough to pay off the rest of my debt for the printing press, which I think was about £100 at the time. She came back and said they didn't have that kind of cash. I suggested they could mortgage their house. A few days later, the answer came back. They didn't approve of the match. Apparently, they had asked Bradford, who told them that the printing business wasn't profitable, the equipment would wear out, and that since Kamer and Harry had both failed, I would probably be next. So I was forbidden from coming to their house, and they basically put their daughter on lockdown. I don't know if they really changed their minds, or if it was just a trick, assuming we were too in love to back out and would elope, which would let them decide later if they wanted to give us any money. I suspected it was a trick, was pissed off about it, and stopped going over there. Mrs. Godfrey later tried to tell me they were warming up to the idea again, and tried to pull me back in, but I told her I was completely done with that family. This offended the Godfreys. We had a falling out, and they moved out, leaving me with the whole house. I decided then not to take on any more tenants. Finding a partner. But this whole thing got me thinking about getting married. I started looking around and meeting people, but I quickly realized that since printing was considered a poor man's job, I couldn't expect to marry a woman with a dowry unless she was someone I wasn't really into otherwise. All this time, I had stayed friendly with Mrs. Reed and her family, my first landlords. They had always liked me, and they often invited me over and asked for my advice on their problems, which I was sometimes able to help with. I felt bad for poor Miss Reed's unfortunate situation. She was usually depressed, rarely happy, and avoided people. I realized that my flaky and irresponsible behavior back in London was a big reason she was so unhappy now. Her mother was kind enough to blame herself more than me, since she had been the one to stop us from marrying before I left and had pushed her into another marriage while I was gone. Our old feelings for each other came back, but now there were huge obstacles to us getting married. Her marriage was considered invalid because her husband was rumored to have another wife still living in England, but that was hard to prove since it was so far away. And even though there was a rumor he had died, no one knew for sure. On top of that, even if he was dead, he had left behind a lot of debts that his new wife's husband could be forced to pay. Despite all these problems, we decided to take the risk, and I married her on September 1st, 1730. None of the bad things we worried about ever happened. She turned out to be a good and faithful partner who helped me a lot by running the shop. We succeeded together and always tried to make each other happy. That's how I fixed that huge mistake as best as I could. Around this time, my club had started meeting in a small private room at Mr. Grace's place instead of a bar. I made a proposal. Since we were always referring to books in our discussions, it would be handy to have them all in one place where we met. By pooling our books into a shared library, each of us could use everyone else's books, which would be almost as good as each of us owning the entire collection. Everyone liked the idea, and we filled one end of the room with books we could spare. We didn't get as many as we expected, and while the collection was useful, some books got lost or damaged because no one was properly taking care of them. After about a year, we gave up, separated the collection, and everyone took their books home. And that's when I started my first real public project, a subscription library. I drew up the proposals, had a top legal scribe, Brockton, write them up officially, and with the help of my friends in the junto, I got 50 people to subscribe. They each paid 40 shillings upfront, and then 10 shillings a year for the next 50 years, which was how long our group was supposed to last. We later got an official charter and grew to 100 members. This was the mother of all subscription libraries in North America, which are now everywhere. It's become a major institution in its own right and is still growing. These libraries have elevated the level of conversation among Americans and have made average tradesmen and farmers as knowledgeable as most gentlemen from other countries. They may have even played a part in the widespread stand the colonies took to defend their rights.
Everything up to this point was written with my family in mind and includes personal stories that aren't important to anyone else. What follows was written many years later based on advice I received in some letters and is therefore intended for the public. The American Revolution caused the long interruption. I'm not sure if I already told the story of how I started the Philadelphia Public Library, but I think I left off right around that time, 1730. So I'll start there, and if it's a repeat, it can just be deleted later. When I first set up my business in Pennsylvania, there wasn't a single good bookstore in any of the colonies south of Boston. In New York and Philadelphia, the printers also acted as stationers, but they only sold paper, almanacs, song sheets, and a few basic school books. People who loved to read had to order their books from England. The members of my club, the Junto, each owned a few. We had stopped meeting at the tavern and rented a room for our club. I proposed that we all bring our books to that room. That way, we could easily consult them during our discussions, and everyone could benefit by borrowing any book they wanted to read at home. We did this, and it worked for a while. Seeing how useful this small collection was, I decided to make books more accessible to everyone by starting a public subscription library. I sketched out a plan and the rules, and had a skilled lawyer, Mr. Charles Brockton, draw up the official Articles of Agreement. Each subscriber had to pay a certain amount up front to buy the first set of books, and then an annual fee to buy more. There were so few readers in Philadelphia back then, and most of us were so poor, that even with a lot of effort, I could only find 50 people, mostly young tradesmen, willing to pay 40 shillings up front and 10 shillings a year. We started with that small fund. The books were imported from England, and the library opened one day a week for subscribers to borrow them, on the condition they sign a note promising to pay double the book's value if they didn't return it. The library quickly proved its worth and was copied in other towns and provinces. The collections grew with donations, reading became fashionable, and since our people had no public entertainment to distract them, they became more familiar with books. Within a few years, visitors noted that Americans were better educated and more intelligent than people of the same social rank in other countries. When we were about to sign the articles, which were legally binding for 50 years, Mr. Brockton, the lawyer, told us, "You are all young men, but it's unlikely any of you will live to see the end of this agreement." As it turns out, a number of us are still alive today. But the original agreement became obsolete after a few years, when we got a charter that incorporated the library and made it permanent. A lesson in humility. The objections and pushback I got while trying to get subscriptions taught me a valuable lesson. It's a bad idea to present yourself as the sole creator of a useful project. People get jealous if they think it will make you look better than them, especially when you need their help to get it done. So, I made sure to stay in the background as much as possible. I presented it as a plan from a number of friends who had asked me to propose it to people who loved reading. By doing this, things went much more smoothly. I've used this strategy ever since, and it's worked so well that I can wholeheartedly recommend it. The small sacrifice to your ego now will be paid back in full later. If it's unclear for a while who deserves the credit, some show-off will eventually try to claim it, and then even your haters will step in to set the record straight and give you the credit you deserve.
This library gave me the chance to constantly improve myself through study, for which I set aside an hour or two every day. This helped make up for the formal education my father had once planned for me. Reading was the only hobby I allowed myself. I wasted no time in taverns, on games, or on any kind of fooling around. I continued to work as hard as I possibly could in my business, because I had to. I was still in debt for my printing press. I had a young family to raise and educate, and I had to compete with 2 other printers who were already established. But slowly, my financial situation got easier. I stuck to my frugal habits. My father had often repeated a proverb from Solomon to me as a boy. "Do you see a man skilled in his work? He will serve before kings. He will not serve before obscure men." From that, I always saw hard work as the way to get wealthy and respected, which motivated me, though I never thought I would literally stand before kings. But it actually happened. I have stood before 5 kings, and even had the honor of sitting down to dinner with one, the King of Denmark. We have an English proverb that says, "He that would thrive must ask his wife." I was lucky that I had a wife who was just as hard-working and frugal as I was. She cheerfully helped me with the business by folding and stitching pamphlets, running the shop, and buying old linen rags for the papermakers. We didn't have any lazy servants. Our meals were plain and simple, and our furniture was the cheapest we could find. For example, for a long time my breakfast was just bread and milk, no tea, and I ate it out of a 2-penny clay bowl with a pewter spoon. But it's funny how luxury sneaks into a family, no matter your principles. One morning I was called to breakfast and found it served in a china bowl with a silver spoon. My wife had bought them for me without my knowledge. They had cost her the enormous sum of 23 shillings. Her only excuse was that she felt her husband deserved a silver spoon and a china bowl just as much as any of the neighbors did. This was the first time we had any silver or china in our house. Over the years, as we got wealthier, our collection gradually grew to be worth several £100s.
On religion. I was raised as a strict Presbyterian, but some of their doctrines, like the eternal decrees of God, election, and reprobation, made no sense to me, while others seemed questionable. I stopped going to church pretty early on, since Sunday was my day for studying, but I always held on to some core religious principles. For example, I never doubted that God exists, that He created the world and governs it, that the best way to serve God is to do good for other people, that our souls are immortal, and that all crime will be punished and virtue rewarded, either here or in the afterlife. I considered these to be the essentials of any religion. Since you could find them in all the religions in our country, I respected them all, though some more than others, depending on how mixed up they were with other ideas that did nothing to encourage morality and mainly served to divide people and make us hostile to one another. Because I respected all faiths and believed even the worst ones had some good effects, I avoided any conversation that might make someone think less of their own religion. And as our province grew and new churches were constantly being built by voluntary donations, I always gave my small contribution, no matter the denomination. Even though I rarely went to any public worship, I still believed it was a proper and useful thing when done right, and I regularly paid my annual dues to support the only Presbyterian minister in Philadelphia. He would sometimes visit me as a friend and urge me to attend his services, and I was occasionally convinced to go, one time for 5 Sundays in a row. If he had been a good preacher, in my opinion, I might have kept going, despite needing my Sundays for studying. But his sermons were mostly either argumentative debates or explanations of our sect's peculiar doctrines. I found them all very dry, uninteresting, and uninspiring, since not a single moral principle was ever taught or reinforced. The goal seemed to be to make us good Presbyterians rather than good citizens. Finally, he chose a text from Philippians. "Whatsoever things are true,
whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue, and if there be any praise, think on these things. I thought with a text like that we were guaranteed to get some moral lessons, but he limited himself to only 5 points. 1. Keeping the Sabbath day holy. 2. Diligently reading the Scriptures. 3. Attending church. 4. Taking communion. 5. Paying proper respect to God's ministers. Those might all be good things, but they weren't the kind of good things I expected from that text. I gave up hope of ever hearing what I wanted to hear from him, got disgusted, and never went to his sermons again. Years before, in 1728, I had written a little prayer book for my own private use. I went back to using that and stopped going to public services. My behavior might have been wrong, but I'll leave it at that without trying to make excuses, because my goal here is to state the facts, not to apologize for them.
Around this time, I came up with the ambitious and tough idea of becoming morally perfect. I wanted to live without ever making a mistake. I aimed to overcome anything that my natural urges, habits, or friends might push me into. Since I knew, or thought I knew, what was right and wrong, I didn't see why I couldn't always do the right thing and avoid the wrong. But I quickly realized this was much harder than I thought. While I was busy trying to avoid one mistake, another would often catch me off guard. Bad habits would sneak in when I wasn't paying attention. Sometimes my desires were just too strong for my common sense. Eventually, I figured out that just believing it was good for us to be completely virtuous wasn't enough to stop us from messing up. Instead, we had to break bad habits and build good ones that stuck before we could truly count on always acting correctly. So for this goal, I came up with the following plan.
As I read about different moral virtues, I noticed that lists of them varied a lot. Some writers included many ideas under one virtue, while others had fewer. For instance, some people define temperance as just controlling eating and drinking, but others expanded it to mean moderating all pleasures, desires, urges, or strong feelings, whether physical or mental, even greed and ambition. To make things clearer for myself, I decided to use more virtue names, each with fewer specific ideas attached, rather than a few names with many ideas. So I came up with 13 virtues that seemed important or good to me at the time, and for each one I added a short rule that clearly explained what I meant by it. These virtues and their rules were: 1. Temperance. Don't eat so much you feel sluggish. Don't drink so much you get drunk. 2. Silence. Only speak if it helps others or yourself. Avoid pointless chatter. 3. Order. Keep everything in its place. Set aside specific times for each task. 4. Resolution. Decide to do what you should, then do it without fail. 5. Frugality. Only spend money if it benefits others or yourself. Don't waste anything. 6. Industry. Don't waste time. Always be doing something useful. Stop all unnecessary activities. 7. Sincerity. Don't lie or deceive in a harmful way. Think honestly and fairly, and speak the truth. 8. Justice. Don't harm anyone by doing wrong or by failing to do what you're supposed to do for them. 9. Moderation. Avoid going to extremes. Don't get angry about wrongs as much as you might feel they deserve. 10. Cleanliness. Don't put up with any dirtiness on your body, clothes, or in your home. 11. Tranquility. Don't get upset over small things or over common and unavoidable problems. 12. Chastity. Only engage in sexual activity for health or to have children, never to the point of feeling dull, weak, or harming your own or someone else's peace or reputation. 13. Humility. Try to be like Jesus and Socrates.
My intention being to acquire all these virtues, I decided it would be best not to try to do everything at once, but to focus on one virtue at a time. Once I had that one down, I'd move on to the next, and so on, until I'd gone through all 13. I also arranged them in the order you see above, thinking that mastering some would make it easier to learn others. Temperance came first because it helps you stay calm and think clearly, which is crucial when you need to be constantly alert and fight off old habits and endless temptations. Once this was acquired and established, silence would be easier. And since I wanted to gain knowledge while improving my virtues, and considering that in conversation you learn more by listening than by talking, and therefore wanting to break my habit of chattering, making puns and joking, which only made me popular with shallow people, I put silence second. This and the next, I expected, would give me more time for my project and studies. Resolution, once it became a habit, would keep me firm in my efforts to get all the other virtues. And industry, by getting me out of debt and making me financially secure and independent, would make practicing sincerity and justice, and so on, much easier. Following Pythagoras' advice in his golden verses, I then realized that daily self-examination would be necessary, so I came up with this method for doing it.
I created a small book, dedicating a page to each virtue. I drew lines on each page with red ink to make 7 columns, one for each day of the week, labeling each column with the day's initial. I then drew 13 red horizontal lines across these columns. At the start of each line, I wrote the first letter of one of the virtues. On that line, in the correct day's column, I would put a small black dot for every mistake I noticed I made regarding that virtue on that day. I decided to focus strictly on one virtue each week. So in the first week, my main goal was to avoid even the smallest offense against temperance, leaving the other virtues to their ordinary chance, only marking any mistakes I made each evening. Thus, if in the first week I could keep my first line, marked T, clear of spots, I supposed the habit of that virtue so much strengthened and its opposite weakened that I might venture extending my attention to include the next, and for the following week keep both lines clear of spots. By continuing this way, I could complete a full cycle in 13 weeks and 4 cycles in a year. It was like someone weeding a garden. They don't try to pull out all the weeds at once, which would be too much work, but instead focus on one section at a time. Once they finish the first, they move to the next. I hoped to have the satisfying experience of seeing my progress in virtue by gradually clearing my lines of spots until eventually, after many cycles, I'd be happy to see a clean book after 13 weeks of daily self-examination.
My little book had these mottos. From Addison's work, "Here I will stand firm. If there's a higher power, and all of nature loudly confirms there is through everything it creates, he must love virtue, and whatever he loves must bring happiness." Another from Cicero, "O philosophy, guide of life, O seeker of virtues and destroyer of vices, one day lived well and according to your teachings is worth an eternity of sin." And another from the Proverbs of Solomon, talking about wisdom or virtue. "Long life is in her right hand, and in her left hand are wealth and honor. Her paths are pleasant, and all her ways lead to peace."
Believing God was the source of all wisdom, I felt it was right and necessary to ask for His help to get it. For this, I wrote the following short prayer, which I put at the beginning of my examination charts for daily use. I also sometimes used a short prayer from Thompson's poems. Father of light and life, you ultimate good, oh, teach me what is good. Teach me about yourself. Save me from foolishness, arrogance, and bad habits, from every petty goal, and fill my soul with knowledge, inner peace, and pure virtue, a holy, real, never-ending joy. To help with ease, one page in my little book had this schedule for my day: morning, noon, evening, night.
I started this self-examination plan and kept it up, with some breaks, for a while. I was surprised to find I had many more faults than I'd imagined, but I was happy to see them decrease. To avoid the hassle of constantly replacing my little book, which got full of holes from scraping out old fault marks to make room for new ones in a fresh cycle, I moved my charts and rules to ivory pages in a notebook. The lines were drawn with red ink that wouldn't fade, and I marked my faults with a lead pencil, which I could easily erase with a wet sponge. After some time, I only did one cycle a year, and later just one every few years, until I eventually stopped completely because I was busy with travels and business abroad, and many other things got in the way. But I always kept my little book with me. My plan for order gave me the most trouble. I realized that while it might work for someone whose job allowed them to control their time, like a journeyman printer, it wasn't really possible for a master printer who had to deal with the public and often meet clients at their convenience. Order, too, with regard to places for things, papers, and so on, I found extremely difficult to acquire. I hadn't learned it early in life, and since I had a really good memory, I didn't feel the negative effects of being disorganized as much. So this particular virtue required a lot of painful effort, and my failures in it frustrated me so much, and I made so little progress with so many relapses that I almost gave up. I was ready to just accept being flawed in that area, like the man who bought an axe from my neighbor, the smith, and wanted the whole surface to be as shiny as the blade. The smith agreed to polish it if the man would turn the grinding wheel. The man turned, while the smith pressed the broad side of the axe hard against the stone, which made turning the wheel very tiring. The man kept checking on the work and eventually decided to take his axe as it was, without further grinding. "No," said the smith, "keep turning. We'll get it shiny soon. Right now it's still spotty." "Yes," the man replied, "I like a speckled axe." And I believe this might be true for many people who, lacking a system like mine, found it hard to develop good habits and break bad ones in other areas of right and wrong, and so they gave up, concluding that a speckled axe is best. For something that pretended to be reason would occasionally suggest to me that such extreme strictness I demanded of myself might be a kind of moral show-off, which, if known, would make me look ridiculous, that a perfect character might lead to being envied and hated, and that a kind person should have a few flaws to make their friends feel more comfortable.
Honestly, I found I just couldn't fix my issue with order. Now that I'm old and my memory is bad, I really feel the lack of it. But overall, even though I never reached the perfection I so eagerly sought and fell far short, trying to achieve it made me a better and happier person than I would have been if I hadn't tried. It's like people who try to write perfectly by copying engraved letters. Even if they never achieve that exact perfection, their handwriting improves from the effort and remains decent as long as it's neat and readable. It's good for my descendants to know that, with God's help, their ancestor owed the consistent happiness of his life, right up to his 79th year when this was written, to this little system. Whatever challenges the future holds are in God's hands, but if they come, remembering past happiness should help him face them with more acceptance. He credits temperance for his long-lasting health and the good constitution he still has. He credits industry and frugality for his early financial comfort and wealth, along with all the knowledge that allowed him to be a valuable citizen and earn some respect among educated people. He credits sincerity and justice for his country's trust and the honorable positions it gave him. And to the combined effect of all these virtues, even though he only managed to acquire them imperfectly, he attributes his calm demeanor and cheerful conversation, which still makes his company desirable and pleasant even to his younger friends. So I hope some of my descendants will follow this example and benefit from it.
You might notice that while my plan wasn't completely without religion, it didn't include any specific beliefs of any particular religious group. I deliberately avoided them because I was convinced my method was useful and excellent, and that it could help people of all faiths. Since I intended to publish it someday, I didn't want anything in it that would make anyone, from any religion, prejudiced against it. I planned to write a short commentary on each virtue, explaining the benefits of having it, and the problems caused by its opposite vice. I would have called my book The Art of Virtue, because it would have shown how to achieve virtue, setting it apart from just telling people to be good without explaining how. That's like the apostles' example of someone offering only verbal charity, who tells the naked and hungry to be fed and clothed without showing them how or where to get food or clothes. However, I never got around to writing and publishing this commentary. I did occasionally jot down notes and ideas for it, some of which I still have. But the constant demands of my private business early in life and public business later forced me to keep putting it off, because in my mind it was connected with that required my full attention to carry out and which an unforeseen succession of jobs prevented my attending to. It has hitherto remained unfinished. In this work, I intended to explain and emphasize the idea that bad actions aren't harmful because they're forbidden, but forbidden because they are harmful, considering human nature alone. Therefore, it was in everyone's best interest to be virtuous if they wanted to be happy, even in this life. And given that there are always many wealthy merchants, nobles, leaders, and rulers in the world who need honest people to manage their affairs, and such people are rare, I would have tried to convince young people that no qualities were more likely to help a poor person succeed than honesty and integrity. My list of virtues originally had only 12, but a Quaker friend kindly told me that people generally thought I was proud, that my pride often showed up in conversations, that I wasn't content with just being right when discussing something, but was overbearing and rather rude. He convinced me of this by giving several examples. So I decided to try and cure myself of this flaw or foolishness, and I added humility to my list, giving the word a broad meaning. I can't claim much success in truly becoming humble, but I did get pretty good at the outward appearance of it. I made it a rule to avoid directly contradicting others' opinions and making any strong claims of my own. I even stopped myself, following the old rules of our Junto Club, from using any word or phrase that suggested a fixed opinion. Instead, I adopted phrases like, or it appears to me, or I imagine a thing to be so, or it seems to me. When someone said something I thought was wrong, I resisted the urge to immediately contradict them or point out the flaw in their argument. When I responded, I'd start by saying that in some situations their opinion might be correct, but in the current case there appeared to me some difference, and so on. I quickly saw the benefit of this change in my approach. My conversations became much more pleasant. The modest way I presented my opinions made people more open to them and less likely to argue.
I felt less embarrassed when I was proven wrong, and I found it easier to convince others to change their minds and agree with me when I was right. This way of speaking, which at first felt unnatural and forced, eventually became so easy and habitual that for the past 50 years, no one has probably ever heard me make a dogmatic statement. And I believe this habit, along with my reputation for integrity, is the main reason I had so much influence with my fellow citizens early on when I proposed new ideas or changes to old ones, and so much sway in public councils once I became a member. Because I was a poor speaker, never eloquent, often hesitated when choosing words, and was hardly grammatically perfect, yet I usually got my points across. In reality, perhaps no natural human emotion is as hard to conquer as pride. You can hide it, fight it, beat it down, suppress it, humble yourself as much as you want, but it's still alive and will occasionally pop out and show itself. You'll probably see it often in this story, because even if I could believe I had completely overcome it, I'd probably be proud of my humility. Thus far written at Passy, 1784.
The project I had conceived. It seems proper that some account should be here given of that project and its object. The idea first came to me, as shown in this small, accidentally preserved note, while I was reading history in the library on May 19, 1731, that the world's big events, like wars and revolutions, are driven and achieved by groups, that these groups are motivated by their current shared interests or what they believe those interests to be, that the different goals of these different groups cause all the confusion, that while a group is working on a common goal, each person in it also has their own private interests, that as soon as a group achieves its main goal, each member then focuses on their personal interests, which, by clashing with others, breaks the group into smaller factions and causes more confusion. That few people in public life truly act solely for the good of their country, no matter what they claim. And even if their actions do benefit their country, people primarily thought that their own and their country's interest was united and did not act from a principle of kindness. That even fewer people in public life act with the good of all humanity in mind. It seems to me now that there's a great need to create a united party for virtue by bringing together virtuous and good people from all nations into an organized body, to be governed by appropriate good and wise rules, which good and wise people would likely follow more consistently than ordinary people follow common laws. I currently believe that anyone who attempts this correctly and is well qualified cannot fail to please God and succeed. B.F.
As I thought about this project, planning to undertake it later when I had enough free time, I occasionally jotted down ideas about it on scraps of paper. Most of these are lost, but I found one that seems to be the core of a planned belief system. It contained, I thought, the essential ideas of every known religion and avoided anything that might offend followers of any faith. It was expressed like this: that there is one God who created everything, that he guides the world through his divine plan, that he should be worshipped with adoration, prayer, and gratitude, but that the best way to serve God is by doing good for others, that the soul lives forever, and that God will definitely reward good deeds and punish bad ones, either in this life or the next. My ideas at that time were that the group should start and spread at first among young single men only, that each new member would not only agree to this creed, but would also have completed the 13-week examination and practice of virtues, as described earlier, that the existence of such a society should be kept a secret until it grew large enough
to prevent unsuitable people from trying to join, but that the members should each of them look among their acquaintances for clever, well-meaning young people to whom, with prudent caution, the plan should be gradually revealed. That the members should promise to offer each other advice, help, and support in advancing one another's interests, businesses, and lives. That, to distinguish ourselves, we should be called the free and easy. Free, as in, by generally practicing virtues, free from the control of vice, and particularly by being industrious and frugal, free from debt, which can lead to imprisonment and a kind of slavery to creditors. This is as much as I can remember about the project now, except that I shared parts of it with two young men who enthusiastically adopted it. But my limited financial situation at the time and the need to focus on my business forced me to postpone working on it further. My many public and private responsibilities led me to keep delaying it, so it has been put off until I no longer have the strength or energy for such a big undertaking. Still, I believe it was a workable plan and could have been very useful by creating many good citizens. I wasn't discouraged by how big the task seemed, as I've always thought that one person with decent abilities can bring about great changes and achieve great things among people if they first create a good plan, cut out all distractions or other activities, and make executing that plan their sole focus and business. In 1732, I first published my Almanac under the name of Poor Richard's Almanac. I kept publishing it for about 25 years, and it was commonly called Poor Richard. I tried to make it both fun and helpful. Because of this, it became so popular that I made a lot of money from it, selling almost 10,000 copies every year. I noticed that almost everyone read it. Hardly any neighborhood in the province didn't have one. So I thought it was a good way to teach ordinary people who barely bought any other books. Because of this, I filled all the small empty spots between the important dates in the calendar with proverbs. Most of these proverbs encouraged hard work and saving money as ways to get rich and, in turn, stay honest. It's harder for someone who's poor to always act honestly, as one of those proverbs says. I gathered these proverbs, which held the wisdom of many generations and countries, and put them together into a continuous speech. This speech was placed at the beginning of the 1757 Almanac, presented as a wise old man talking to people at an auction. Bringing all these scattered pieces of advice together like this made them much more impactful. Everyone loved this piece. It was copied in all the newspapers across the continent, reprinted in Britain as a large poster to be put up in homes, translated into French twice, and bought in large quantities by religious leaders and wealthy people to give away for free to their poor church members and renters. In Pennsylvania, since it discouraged spending money unnecessarily on fancy foreign goods, some believed it helped create the increasing amount of money that was seen for several years after it came out. I also saw my newspaper as another way to share knowledge. With that in mind, I often reprinted parts of The Spectator and other moral writers' works in it. Sometimes I published short pieces of my own that I had first written to be read in our club, the Junto. Among these were a Socratic dialogue, which aimed to prove that no matter how smart or capable a person was, a bad person couldn't truly be called sensible. There was also a discussion on self-control, showing that good character wasn't solid until it became a habit and wasn't fighting against opposing desires. You can find these in the papers around early 1735.
When running my newspaper, I made sure to keep out all slander and personal attacks, which have recently become such a disgrace to our country. Whenever someone asked me to publish something like that, and the writers argued, as they usually did, about freedom of the press and how a newspaper was like a public stagecoach where anyone who paid had a right to a seat, my answer was, I would print the piece separately if they wanted, and the author could have as many copies as they liked to hand out themselves, but I wouldn't take it upon myself to spread their insults. I had an agreement with my subscribers to give them useful or entertaining content, and I couldn't fill their papers with private arguments that didn't concern them without clearly being unfair to them. Nowadays, many of our printers have no problem satisfying people's spite by falsely accusing even the most respectable people among us, increasing hostility to the point of causing duels. What's more, they're so careless as to print nasty comments about the governments of neighboring states and even about how our best national allies behave, which can lead to very harmful results. I bring these things up as a warning to young printers, so they might be encouraged not to tarnish their printing presses and shame their profession with such disgraceful actions. Instead, they should firmly refuse, as my example shows that such behavior won't, in the long run, hurt their own interests. In 1733, I sent one of my skilled workers to Charleston, South Carolina, because they needed a printer there. I provided him with a printing press and type based on a partnership agreement where I would get 1/3 of the business's profits and pay 1/3 of the costs. He was educated and honest, but he didn't understand accounting. Even though he sometimes sent me money, I couldn't get any proper financial reports or a clear picture of our partnership from him while he was alive. After he died, his widow took over the business. She was born and raised in Holland, where, I've been told, learning accounting is part of a woman's education. She not only sent me the clearest report she could find of past transactions, but also continued to provide perfectly regular and accurate accounts every quarter afterward. She managed the business so successfully that she not only raised a family of children respectably, but, when the agreement ended, she was able to buy the printing house from me and set up her son in it. I bring this up mainly to suggest that this type of education for young women would likely be more useful to them and their children, especially if they become widows, than music or dancing. It would protect them from being cheated by clever men and allow them to keep a profitable business going with established connections until a son is old enough to take it over, which would greatly benefit and enrich the family for a long time. Around 1734, a young Presbyterian preacher named Hemphill arrived from Ireland. He had a good voice and seemed to speak off the cuff, giving excellent sermons that attracted many people from various religious backgrounds, all of whom admired him. I became one of his regular listeners. His sermons appealed to me because they weren't very rigid or preachy, but instead strongly encouraged good behavior, or what religious people call good works. However, those in our congregation who saw themselves as strict Presbyterians didn't like his teachings. Most of the older clergy joined them, accusing him of having unorthodox beliefs before the Synod, hoping to get him silenced. I became a strong supporter of his and did everything I could to gather people to his side. We fought for him for a while with some hope of winning. There was a lot of writing back and forth for and against him. I realized that even though he was a great speaker, he wasn't a very good writer, so I helped him out. I wrote 2 or 3 pamphlets and 1 article for him in the April 1735 Gazette. Those pamphlets, like most controversial writings, were read eagerly at the time, but quickly went out of style. I doubt if even 1 copy of them still exists today.
During this dispute, an unfortunate event severely damaged his reputation. One of our opponents heard him preach a sermon that everyone admired, but thought he had read it somewhere before, or at least part of it. After checking, he found that section quoted in full in a British review, taken from a speech by Dr. Foster. This discovery disgusted many of our supporters, who then abandoned his cause, leading to our quicker defeat in the synod. I, however, stayed loyal to him. I actually preferred him giving us good sermons written by others rather than poor ones he made up himself, even though making up their own sermons was what our usual teachers did. He later admitted to me that none of the sermons he preached were his own. He added that his memory was so good he could remember and repeat any sermon after reading it just once. After our defeat, he left us to find better opportunities elsewhere. I also left the congregation and never rejoined it, though I continued to pay my subscription for many years to support its ministers. In 1733, I started studying languages. I quickly became so good at French that I could read books easily. Then I started learning Italian. A friend, who was also learning Italian, often tried to get me to play chess with him. Realizing this was taking up too much of my study time, I eventually refused to play anymore, unless we agreed that the winner of each game would get to assign a task. This task could be memorizing grammar rules or doing translations, and the loser had to complete it honorably before our next meeting. Since we were fairly evenly matched, we essentially pushed each other to learn the language this way. Later, with a bit of effort, I learned enough Spanish to read books in that language too.
I've already mentioned that I only had 1 year of Latin school when I was very young, and after that I completely ignored the language. But once I learned French, Italian, and Spanish, I was surprised to discover when I looked at a Latin New Testament that I understood much more of the language than I thought I would. This encouraged me to study it again, and I had more success because those other languages had made it much easier for me. From these circumstances, I've come to believe there's something illogical about how we usually teach languages. We're told it's best to start with Latin, and once you've learned it, it'll be easier to pick up modern languages that come from it. Yet we don't start with Greek to make learning Latin easier. It's true that if you can climb to the top of a staircase without using the steps, you'll find them easier to use on the way down. But surely if you start at the bottom, you'll climb to the top more easily. So I'd like to suggest to those in charge of educating our young people to consider this. Many who start with Latin give up after a few years without getting very good at it, and what they learned becomes almost useless, meaning their time was wasted. Wouldn't it have been better to start with French, then move to Italian, and so on? Because even if they spent the same amount of time and then stopped studying languages without ever reaching Latin, they would still have learned 1 or 2 other languages that are used today and could be helpful in everyday life.
After being away from Boston for 10 years and now being financially comfortable, I traveled there to visit my relatives, something I couldn't really afford to do sooner. On my way back, I stopped in Newport to see my brother, who had set up his printing business there. We had forgotten our past disagreements, and our reunion was very warm and friendly. His health was quickly failing, and he asked me that if he died, which he felt was coming soon, I would take his son, who was only 10 at the time, and train him in the printing business. I did as he asked, sending the boy to school for a few years before bringing him into the printing office. His mother continued the business until he grew up, at which point I helped him with a variety of new printing types, as his father's were pretty much worn out. This is how I fully made up to my brother for the help I had taken away from him by leaving him so early in our partnership. In 1736, I lost one of my sons, a wonderful 4-year-old boy, to smallpox, which he caught in the usual way. I deeply regretted for a long time, and still regret, that I hadn't inoculated him against it. I bring this up for parents who choose not to inoculate their children, believing they would never forgive themselves if a child died from it. My experience shows that the regret can be the same either way, and so the safer option should be chosen. Our club, the Junto, was so helpful and satisfying to its members that several people wanted to bring in their friends. However, we couldn't really do that without going over our agreed-upon convenient number, which was 12. From the start, we had a rule to keep our club a secret, which we followed quite well. The goal was to avoid applications from unsuitable people who wanted to join, some of whom we might find hard to turn down. I was among those who opposed adding more members. Instead, I wrote a proposal that each member should try to form a smaller, separate club, following the same rules for discussions and so on, but without telling them about its connection to the Junto. The benefits suggested were improving many more young citizens through our club's methods, getting a better understanding of what the general public thought about any issue, since a Junto member could suggest questions we wanted answered and then report back to the Junto what happened in his separate club, boosting our specific business interests through wider recommendations, and increasing our influence in public matters and our ability to do good by spreading the Junto's ideas through these various clubs. The idea was approved, and every member tried to form their own club, but not all of them succeeded. Only 5 or 6 were actually formed, and they had different names like the Vine, the Union, the Band, and so on. These clubs were helpful to their own members and gave us a lot of entertainment, information, and learning. Plus, to a significant extent, they helped us achieve our goal of influencing public opinion on specific issues, some examples of which I'll share later as they occurred.
My first big career step was being elected clerk of the General Assembly in 1736. That year, I was chosen without anyone opposing me. But the next year, when I was nominated again, the election, like for the members, happened every year. A new member gave a long speech against me to support another candidate. I was chosen anyway, which I liked even more. Besides the salary for my immediate work as clerk, the position gave me a better chance to maintain good relationships with the members. This ensured I got the business of printing the votes, laws, paper money, and other occasional public jobs, which overall were very profitable.
So I didn't like the opposition from this new member. He was a wealthy and educated gentleman with talents that would likely give him great influence in the House over time, which indeed turned out to be true. However, I didn't try to win him over by acting overly submissive. Instead, after a while, I tried a different approach. I heard he had a very rare and interesting book in his library, so I wrote him a note saying I'd love to read it and asking if he'd be kind enough to lend it to me for a few days. He sent it right away, and I returned it about a week later with another note, strongly expressing how grateful I was for his kindness. The next time we met in the house, he spoke to me, which he had never done before, and was very polite. From then on, he always showed a willingness to help me whenever he could, so we became great friends, and our friendship lasted until he died. This is another example of how true an old saying I learned is, which goes, "And it shows how much more beneficial it is to wisely resolve a conflict than to hold a grudge, retaliate, and keep fighting."
In 1737, Colonel Spotswood, who used to be the governor of Virginia and was then the postmaster general, was unhappy with how his deputy in Philadelphia was handling things, specifically some carelessness and inaccuracies in his accounts. So he took the job away from him and offered it to me. I accepted it right away and found it very beneficial. Even though the salary was small, it made communication easier, which improved my newspaper, increased its circulation, and brought in more advertisements. As a result, it ended up providing me with a good income. My old competitor's newspaper declined accordingly, and I was content without getting back at him for refusing, when he was postmaster, to let my papers be delivered by the mail carriers. So he suffered a lot because he didn't keep proper accounts. I mention this as a lesson to young men who might be managing other people's affairs. They should always provide clear and punctual accounts and send money on time. Being known for such careful conduct is the strongest recommendation for getting new jobs and more business.
I started thinking a bit about community issues, though I began with the smaller stuff. The city's night watch was one of the first things I thought needed fixing. It was run by the constables from each neighborhood, taking turns. The constable would tell a bunch of homeowners they had to join him for the night watch. Those who didn't want to go paid him 6 shillings a year to get out of it. This money was supposedly for hiring replacements, but actually it was way more than needed for that, making the constable's job a moneymaker. And the constable, for a few drinks, often ended up with a bunch of shady characters as his watchmen, people respectable homeowners didn't want to be associated with. Patrolling was often skipped, and most nights were spent drinking. So I wrote a paper to be read at the junto meeting, pointing out these problems, but especially focusing on how unfair this 6-shilling tax was, considering who was paying it. A poor widow, whose entire property the watch was supposed to protect, might not even be worth £50, paid the same amount as the richest merchant with thousands of pounds worth of goods in his shops. Overall, I suggested a more effective watch would involve hiring dedicated men to do the job full-time. And for a fairer way to pay for it, I proposed a tax based on how much property someone owned. The junto liked this idea, and it was shared with other clubs, but made to seem like it was their own idea. Even though the plan wasn't put into action right away, it got people thinking about the change. This paved the way for a law that passed a few years later, once members of our clubs had more sway. Around this time, I wrote a paper, first for the junto, but later published, about the various accidents and careless acts that caused house fires. It included warnings and suggestions on how to prevent them. People talked a lot about how useful this paper was, and it led to a project shortly after, forming a company to put out fires faster and help each other move and protect belongings during a fire. We quickly found 30 people to join this plan. Our agreement required every member to always keep a certain number of leather buckets, strong bags, and baskets for packing and moving goods in good working order and ready to be brought to every fire. And we agreed to meet once a month for a social evening, where we'd talk and share ideas about fires that could help us in those situations. This organization quickly proved its worth. So many more people wanted to join than we thought one company could handle, so we told them to form another one, which they did. This continued, with new companies forming one after another, until they were so many that most property-owning residents were members. And now, as I'm writing this, even though it's been over 50 years since it started, the first company I formed, called the Union Fire Company, is still going strong and doing well, even though all the original members are gone except for me and one other person, who's a year older than I am. The small fines members paid for missing monthly meetings have been used to buy fire engines, ladders, fire hooks, and other useful tools for each company. I doubt there's any city in the world better equipped to stop fires from spreading. In fact, since these groups started, the city has never lost more than 1 or 2 houses at a time to fire, and the flames have often been put out before the house where they started was even half burned.
In 1739, Reverend Mr. Whitefield arrived from Ireland. He was well known there as a traveling preacher. At first, he was allowed to preach in some of our churches, but the local clergy didn't like him and soon wouldn't let him use their pulpits, so he had to preach outdoors in fields. Huge crowds from all different religious groups came to his sermons.
As one of the many people there, I found it fascinating to see how much his speaking affected his listeners, and how much they admired and respected him, even though he often criticized them by telling them they were naturally sinners. It was amazing to see how quickly our town's residents changed. From being careless or not caring much about religion, it seemed like everyone was becoming religious. You couldn't walk through town in the evening without hearing psalms being sung in different families on every street. Since meeting outdoors was inconvenient and exposed them to bad weather, as soon as someone suggested building a meeting house and people were assigned to collect donations, enough money quickly came in to buy the land and put up the building. It was 100 feet long and 70 feet wide, roughly the size of Westminster Hall. The work was done with such enthusiasm that it finished much faster than anyone expected. Both the building and the land were put in the hands of trustees, specifically for any preacher of any religion who wanted to speak to the people of Philadelphia. The goal wasn't to favor any one religious group, but to serve all residents. So even if the Mufti of Constantinople sent a missionary to preach Islam to us, he'd find a pulpit ready for him. When Mr. Whitefield left us, he preached his way through all the colonies down to Georgia. That province had recently started a settlement, but instead of being settled by tough, hard-working farmers used to physical labor, the only people suitable for such a venture, it was settled by families of failed shopkeepers and other people who couldn't pay their debts, many of whom were lazy and idle, taken straight from jails. They were dropped in the woods, not knowing how to clear land and unable to handle the difficulties of a new settlement. Many died, leaving behind lots of helpless children with no one to care for them. Seeing their terrible situation gave the kind-hearted Mr. Whitefield the idea to build an orphan house there, where these children could be cared for and educated. As he traveled back north, he promoted this charity and raised a lot of money because his speaking had an amazing power over his listeners' emotions and wallets, and I was one example of that. I didn't disagree with the idea, but Georgia at the time had no building materials or workers, and the plan was to send them from Philadelphia at great cost. I thought it would have been better to build the house here and bring the children to us. I suggested this, but he was set on his original plan, ignored my advice, so I refused to donate. Soon after, I happened to go to one of his sermons. During it, I realized he planned to end with a collection, and I quietly decided he wouldn't get a penny from me. I had a handful of copper coins, 3 or 4 silver dollars, and 5 gold pistoles in my pocket. As he kept talking, I started to soften up and decided to give the copper coins. Another powerful part of his speech made me ashamed of that thought, and I decided to give the silver. And he finished so wonderfully that I emptied my entire pocket into the collection plate, gold and all. One of our club members was also at this sermon. He shared my views about building in Georgia and suspected a collection was coming, so he had emptied his pockets as a precaution before leaving home. Towards the end of the sermon, however, he felt a strong urge to give and asked a neighbor standing nearby to borrow some money for the offering. Unfortunately, he asked perhaps the only man in the crowd who was firm enough not to be swayed by the preacher. His answer was, "Some of Mr. Whitefield's enemies pretended to believe he would use these collections for his own personal gain, but I, who knew him well, since I printed his sermons and journals, never once doubted his honesty. To this day, I firmly believe he was completely honest in everything he did. And I think my support for him should carry more weight because we weren't connected by religion. He did sometimes pray for me to convert, but he never had the satisfaction of thinking his prayers were answered. Our friendship was purely civil, genuine on both sides, and lasted until he died."
The next story will show you a bit about our relationship. Once, when he arrived in Boston from England, he wrote to me saying he'd be coming to Philadelphia soon, but didn't know where he'd stay, as he heard his old friend and host, Mr. Beneset, had moved to Germantown. My answer was, "You know my house. If you can manage with its simple accommodations, you're more than welcome." He replied that if I was making that kind offer, for Christ's sake I wouldn't miss out on a reward. And I replied, "One of our mutual acquaintances jokingly commented that, knowing it was typical for religious people, when they received a favor, to pass the responsibility for it from themselves to heaven, I had managed to keep it grounded here on earth." The last time I saw Mr. Whitefield was in London. He asked for my advice about his orphan house project and his plan to turn it into a college. He had a loud, clear voice and spoke his words and sentences so perfectly that he could be heard and understood from far away, especially since his audiences, no matter how large, were always completely silent. One evening, he preached from the top of the courthouse steps, which are in the middle of Market Street, on the west side of 2nd Street, where it crosses at a right angle. Both streets were packed with his listeners for a long way. Since I was among the furthest back in Market Street, I was curious to see how far he could be heard, so I walked backward down the street towards the river. I could hear his voice clearly until I got close to Front Street, where some noise there drowned it out. Then, imagining a semicircle with my distance as the radius, filled with listeners, and allowing 2 square feet per person, I calculated that he could easily be heard by over 30,000 people. This made me believe the newspaper reports of him preaching to 25,000 people in fields, and the old stories of generals addressing entire armies, which I had sometimes doubted. By listening to him often, I could easily tell the difference between sermons he had just written and those he had preached many times during his travels. His delivery of the repeated sermons was so much better from frequent practice that every accent, every emphasis, every change in his voice was so perfectly timed and placed that even if you weren't interested in the topic, you couldn't help but enjoy the speech. It was a pleasure similar to listening to a beautiful piece of music. This is an advantage traveling preachers have over those who stay in one place, as stationary preachers can't practice their sermons as many times to improve their delivery.
His occasional writing and printing gave his enemies a big advantage. Careless remarks and even wrong ideas said during a sermon could have later been explained or softened by assuming other things were said with them, or they could have been denied. But once written down, critics attacked his writings fiercely, and with such seemingly good reasons that it reduced the number of his followers and stopped more from joining. So I believe if he had never written anything, he would have left behind a much larger and more significant religious group. His reputation might have continued to grow even after his death, because without anything he wrote to criticize and lower his standing, his converts would have been free to imagine him having as many great qualities as their passionate admiration desired. My business was constantly growing, and my financial situation was getting easier every day. My newspaper had become very profitable, as it was almost the only one in this and nearby provinces for a while. I also saw the truth in the saying that money itself tends to grow. Since the partnership in Carolina worked out, I was encouraged to start others and to help several of my well-behaved workers by setting them up with printing houses in different colonies, using the same terms as the Carolina one. Most of them did well, and at the end of our 6-year agreement, they were able to buy the printing types from me and continue working for themselves, which helped several families get ahead. Partnerships often end in arguments, but I was lucky that all of mine ran smoothly and ended peacefully. I think a lot of that was due to the careful step of clearly outlining everything each partner had to do or could expect in our agreements, so there was nothing to fight about. I'd recommend this precaution to anyone entering a partnership, because no matter how much partners respect and trust each other when they first sign the contract, small jealousies and annoyances can pop up, along with feelings that the workload or responsibilities aren't equal. This often leads to broken friendships and business ties, maybe even lawsuits and other unpleasant outcomes. Overall, I had plenty of reasons to be happy with living in Pennsylvania. However, there were two things I regretted: no way to defend ourselves and no proper education for young people. There was no local army and no college. So, in 1743, I wrote a plan to start an academy. At the time, I thought Reverend Mr. Peters, who was unemployed, would be a good person to run it. So I told him about my idea. But he had better job prospects working for the colony's owners, which worked out for him, so he turned down the offer. Since I didn't know anyone else suitable for the job then, I put the plan on hold for a while. I had more success the next year, 1744, when I proposed and started a philosophical society. The document I wrote for that will be in my collected papers.
Regarding defense, Spain had been at war with Great Britain for several years, and then France joined them, putting us in serious danger. Our governor, Thomas, had been at war with Great Britain for several years, and then France joined them, putting us in serious danger. Our governor, Thomas, had tried hard and for a long time to convince our Quaker Assembly to pass a law for a local army and make other plans to protect the province, but it all failed. So I decided to see what could be done if people voluntarily formed a group. To get this going, I first wrote and published a pamphlet called Plain Truth. In it, I clearly showed how vulnerable we were and explained why we needed to unite and be organized for our defense. I also promised to propose a group in a few days that people could sign up for. The pamphlet had an immediate and surprising impact. People asked me for the official document to join the group. After I finalized the draft with a few friends, I arranged a meeting for citizens in the large building I mentioned earlier. The place was quite full. I had prepared many printed copies and made sure there were pens and ink spread throughout the room. I gave them a short speech about it, read the document, explained it, and then handed out the copies. People signed them enthusiastically, without a single objection.
When everyone left and the papers were collected, we found over 1,200 signatures. With more copies distributed in the countryside, the total number of sign-ups eventually reached over 10,000. Everyone got their own weapons as soon as possible, formed companies and regiments, chose their own leaders, and met weekly to learn drills and other military training. The women, by collecting money among themselves, provided silk flags. They presented these to the companies, decorated with various designs and slogans that I provided. The officers of the companies that made up the Philadelphia Regiment met and chose me as their colonel. But I felt I wasn't suitable, so I turned down the position. Instead, I recommended Mr. Lawrence, who was a distinguished and influential man, and he was appointed. Then I suggested a lottery to cover the cost of building a defensive wall, a battery, below the town and equipping it with cannons. The lottery quickly sold out, and the battery was built quickly, with its protective sections made of logs filled with earth. We bought some old cannons from Boston, but they weren't enough, so we wrote to England for more, and at the same time asked the colony's owners for some help, though we didn't really expect to get it. Meanwhile, the association members sent Colonel Lawrence, William Allen, Abram Taylor, and me to New York to borrow some cannons from Governor Clinton. At first, he flat out refused us, but during dinner with his council, where they drank a lot of Madeira wine, as was the custom there at the time, he gradually became more agreeable and said he'd lend us 6. After a few more drinks, he increased it to 10. Eventually, he very kindly agreed to 18. They were excellent 18-pounder cannons, complete with their mounts. We quickly transported and installed them on our battery.
There, the association members kept watch every night during the war, and among the rest, I regularly took my turn on guard duty like any other soldier. The governor and council approved of my involvement in these efforts. They trusted me and consulted me on every decision where their agreement was considered helpful to the association. Using religion to help, I suggest they declare a day of fasting to encourage moral improvement and ask for God's blessing on our efforts. They accepted the idea, but since it was the first time a fast had ever been considered in the province, the secretary had no previous example to follow for the official announcement. My New England upbringing, where a fast is announced every year, was helpful here. I drafted it in the usual style. It was translated into German, printed in both languages, and spread throughout the province. This gave religious leaders of various denominations a chance to encourage their congregations to join the association, and it likely would have been widely adopted by everyone except Quakers if peace hadn't come so soon. Some of my friends thought that my involvement in these matters would offend the Quakers, and as a result I'd lose my influence in the provincial assembly, where they held a large majority. A young man who also had friends in the assembly and wanted to take over my clerk position informed me that they had decided to remove me at the next election, so, out of goodwill, he advised me to resign, saying it would be more honorable than being fired. I told him that I had read or heard about a public figure who made it a rule never to ask for a job and never to turn one down when offered. I said, I approve of his rule, and I'll follow it with a small addition. I will never ask for, never refuse, and never resign from an office. If they want to give my clerk position to someone else, they'll have to take it from me. I won't give it up and lose my chance to get back at my opponents later. However, I never heard anything more about it. I was re-elected unanimously, as usual, at the next election. Perhaps they disliked my recent close relationship with the council members, who had sided with the governors in all the arguments about military preparations that had bothered the assembly for so long. They might have been happy if I had left voluntarily, but they didn't want to remove me just because of my enthusiasm for the association, and they couldn't really come up with another excuse. In fact, I had reason to believe that none of them really opposed defending the country, as long as they weren't required to help. And I found that many more of them than I would have thought, while against starting wars, were clearly in favor of defending themselves. Many pamphlets were published on the topic, some even by respected Quakers, arguing for defense. I believe these convinced most of their younger members.
Something that happened in our fire company gave me some insight into their general feelings. It had been suggested that we support the plan to build a battery by spending our current funds, about £60 at the time, on lottery tickets. According to our rules, no money could be spent until the meeting after the proposal was made. The company had 30 members, 22 Quakers, and only 8 from other religious groups. The 8 of us attended the meeting on time, but even though we thought some Quakers might join us, we weren't at all sure we'd have a majority. Only one Quaker, Mr. James Morris, seemed to oppose the idea. He expressed great regret that it had even been suggested, saying that they were all against it, and it would cause so much disagreement that it might break up the company. We told him we saw no reason for that. We were the minority, and if they were against the measure and outvoted us, we would and should submit, as is customary in all organizations. When it was time to vote, someone moved to do so. He admitted we could do it by the rules then, but he assured us that several members intended to show up to oppose it, so it would be fair to wait a little for them to arrive. While we were arguing about this, a waiter came to tell me 2 gentlemen downstairs wanted to speak with me. I went down and found they were 2 of our Quaker members. They told me 8 of them were gathered at a nearby tavern. They were determined to come and vote with us if needed, though they hoped it wouldn't be necessary. They asked us not to call for their help if we could manage without it, because voting for such a thing might cause trouble with their elders and friends. Since I was now sure of a majority, I went back upstairs and, after a slight show of hesitation, agreed to delay for another hour. Mr. Morris admitted this was extremely fair. None of his opposing friends showed up, which greatly surprised him. When the hour was up, we passed the resolution 8-1. Out of the 22 Quakers, 8 were ready to vote with us, and 13, by not showing up, showed they weren't inclined to oppose it. Afterward, I estimated that only 1 out of 21 Quakers was genuinely against defense. This is because they were all respected, regular members of the Quaker community and had been properly informed about the proposal at that meeting.
The respected and knowledgeable Mr. Logan, who had always been a Quaker, wrote a letter to them stating his approval of defensive war and backing his opinion with many strong arguments. He gave me £60 to spend on lottery tickets for the battery. He instructed me to use any winnings entirely for that purpose. He told me the following story about his old boss, William Penn, concerning defense. When he was a young man, he came over from England with the colony's owner, William Penn, as his secretary. It was wartime, and their ship was chased by an armed vessel, which they thought was an enemy. Their captain prepared for defense, but he told William Penn and his Quaker companions that he didn't expect their help and they could go below deck. They all did, except James Logan, who chose to stay on deck and was assigned to a cannon. The supposed enemy turned out to be a friendly ship, so there was no fighting. But when the secretary went below to share the news, William Penn severely scolded him for staying on deck and offering to help defend the ship, which went against the principles of Quakerism, especially since the captain hadn't even asked for his help. This public scolding annoyed the secretary, who replied,
"Spending many years in the Assembly, where Quakers always held the majority, often showed me how awkward their anti-war principle made them feel whenever the Crown ordered them to provide funds for military needs. On one hand, they didn't want to offend the government by directly refusing. On the other hand, they didn't want to upset their fellow Quakers by going against their principles. This led to various excuses to avoid complying, and ways to hide their compliance when it couldn't be avoided. Eventually, the common practice was to approve money by calling it for the king's use, and never asking how it was actually spent.
But if the request didn't come directly from the Crown, that phrase wasn't considered appropriate, so they had to come up with something else. For example, when gunpowder was needed, I think for the Louisburg garrison, and the New England government asked Pennsylvania for some, Governor Thomas strongly pushed the Assembly to grant it. They couldn't approve money specifically for gunpowder because that's a tool of war. Instead, they voted £3,000 in aid for New England to be given to the governor and designated it for buying bread, flour, wheat, or other grain. Some council members, wanting to make things even harder for the Assembly, advised the governor not to accept the provisions, arguing it wasn't what he had asked for. But he replied, "I'll take the money because I understand exactly what they mean. Other grain means gunpowder." So he bought gunpowder, and they never objected. It was because of this incident that, when our fire company worried our lottery proposal wouldn't pass, I told my friend Mr. SYNG, one of our members, "If we fail, let's suggest buying a fire engine with the money. The Quakers can't object to that. Then, if you nominate me and I nominate you for a committee to do it, we'll buy a big cannon, which is certainly a fire engine." He said, "I see you've gotten clever from being in the Assembly so long. Your tricky plan would be a perfect match for their wheat or other grain trick."
The difficulties the Quakers faced because they had established and publicly declared that no war was lawful, a principle they couldn't easily abandon later, even if they changed their minds, reminds me of what I consider a smarter approach by another group among us, the Dunkers. I knew one of its founders, Michael Welfare, shortly after their group emerged. He complained to me that fanatics from other religions were unfairly slandering them, accusing them of terrible beliefs and practices they knew nothing about. I told him this always happens with new religious groups. I thought that to stop such slander, it might be a good idea to publish their articles of faith and their rules of conduct. He said they had considered it, but didn't agree, for this reason. When we first came together as a community, he said, God saw fit to enlighten our minds enough to realize that some beliefs we once thought were true were actually wrong, and others we thought were wrong were actually true. From time to time, He has given us more understanding, and our principles have been getting better, and our mistakes fewer. Now we're not sure we've reached the end of this journey or achieved perfect spiritual or religious knowledge. We're afraid that if we were to print our statement of beliefs, we'd feel tied down and restricted by it, and perhaps be unwilling to learn more. Our future generations would feel this even more, thinking that what we, their elders and founders, had done was sacred and could never be changed. This humility in a religious group is perhaps unique in human history. Every other group believes it has all the truth, and that anyone who disagrees is completely wrong. It's like a person traveling in fog. They see people ahead and behind them on the road, and in the fields on either side, all shrouded in mist. But near them, everything seems clear, even though they're just as much in the fog as everyone else. To avoid this kind of awkward situation, in recent years, the Quakers have gradually stepped back from public service in the assembly and as magistrates. They'd rather give up their power than their principles.
Chronologically, I should have mentioned earlier that in 1742, I invented an open stove that warmed rooms better and saved fuel because the fresh air coming in was heated as it entered. I gave a model of it to Mr. Robert Grace, an old friend of mine. Since he owned an iron furnace, he found making the metal plates for these stoves profitable, as they became very popular. To boost that demand, I wrote and published a pamphlet called An Account of the New Pennsylvania Fireplaces, etc. This pamphlet worked well. Governor Thomas was so impressed with the stove's design, as described in the pamphlet, that he offered me a patent to be the only one selling them for a number of years. But I turned it down because of a principle I've always held in such situations, which is, however, an iron dealer in London took a lot of my pamphlet's content, incorporated it into his own, and made some minor changes to the device, which actually made it work worse. He got a patent for it there, and, I was told, made a small fortune from it. And this isn't the only time others have patented my inventions, though not always with the same success. I never challenged these patents because I didn't want to profit from them myself, and I hate arguments. These fireplaces have saved, and continue to save, a lot of wood for people in many homes, both here and in nearby colonies.
Once peace was made and the club's work finished, I started thinking again about setting up an academy. First, I got a bunch of energetic friends involved in the plan, many of whom were from the junto. Next, I wrote and put out a pamphlet called Title Missing in Original. I gave these out for free to the Maine residents. As soon as I figured they had read it and were a bit ready, I started a fundraiser to open and support an academy. People would pay in installments every year for 5 years. I thought splitting it up like that would encourage bigger donations, and I think it did, totaling at least £5,000 if I recall correctly. In the introduction to these proposals, I said they were published by some group, not by me. This was my usual way of doing things, trying not to present myself to the public as the one behind any plan meant to help them.
To get the project going right away, the people who donated money chose 24 trustees from their group. They picked Mr. Francis, who was the Attorney General at the time, and me, to write up the rules for how the academy would be run. Once that was done and signed, we rented a house, hired teachers, and the schools opened, I think, in 1749. The number of students grew quickly, and the house soon became too small. We were looking for a good spot to build a new one, when, by chance, we found a large house already built that, with a few changes, would work perfectly for us.
This was the building I mentioned earlier, built by Mr. Whitefield's followers. We got it this way. It's important to know that since people from different religious groups contributed to this building, they made sure that when choosing the trustees who would own the building and land, no single group would have too much power. This was to prevent one group from eventually taking over the whole thing for themselves, which wasn't the original idea. So they appointed one person from each group. One Church of England member, one Presbyterian, one Baptist, one Moravian, and so on. If someone died, their replacement would be chosen by election from the contributors. The Moravian trustee didn't get along with his colleagues, and after he died, they decided not to have another Moravian. The problem then was how to avoid having two people from some other group when choosing a new trustee. Several people were suggested, but rejected for that reason. Finally, someone brought up my name, saying I was just an honest man and didn't belong to any particular religious group. This convinced them to choose me.
The excitement from when the house was first built had died down a long time ago, and its trustees hadn't been able to raise new money to pay the ground rent and other debts the building had caused, which was a big problem for them. Since I was now a trustee for both the building and the academy, I had a good chance to talk to both groups. I eventually got them to agree that the building's trustees would hand it over to the academy's trustees. In return, the academy would pay off the debt, keep a large hall in the building open forever for guest preachers as originally intended, and run a free school for poor children. The necessary documents were drawn up, and after the debts were paid, the academy's trustees took possession of the property. By dividing the big, tall hall into floors and creating different rooms upstairs and downstairs for the various schools, and buying some extra land, the whole place was soon ready for our use, and the students moved in. I was responsible for dealing with the workers, buying materials, and overseeing the construction. I did it happily because it didn't get in the way of my own business. The year before, I had taken on a very capable, hard-working, and honest partner, Mr. David Hall. I knew him well because he had worked for me for 4 years. He took over all the responsibilities of the printing office, and he always paid me my share of the profits on time. Our partnership lasted 18 years, and it was good for both of us. After some time, the Academy's trustees officially became a corporation thanks to a charter from the governor. Their money grew with donations from Britain and land grants from the proprietors, and the Assembly has added a lot more since then. That's how the current University of Philadelphia was founded. I've been a trustee since the start, for almost 40 years now, and it's been a huge pleasure to see many young people educated there become distinguished by their improved skills, useful in public roles, and a credit to their country. When I stepped away from my private business, as I mentioned, I thought that with the decent, though not huge, amount of money I'd made, I'd have plenty of free time for the rest of my life to study philosophy and enjoy hobbies. I bought all of Dr. Spence's equipment, who had come from England to give lectures here, and I eagerly continued my experiments with electricity. But the public, now seeing me as someone with free time, started pulling me into their affairs. Almost every part of our local government, at roughly the same time, gave me some responsibility. The governor made me a justice of the peace. The city council chose me to be on the common council, and soon after, an alderman. And the general public elected me as a representative, burgess, in the assembly. I liked this last role more because I was finally tired of just sitting there listening to debates where, as a clerk, I couldn't say anything. These debates were often so boring that I'd entertain myself by drawing magic squares or circles or anything to avoid getting bored. I figured becoming a member would give me more power to do good. I won't pretend, though, that my ambition wasn't boosted by all these promotions. It definitely was. Considering where I started, these were big achievements for me, and they were even more satisfying because there were so many spontaneous signs of the public's good opinion, and I hadn't asked for any of them.
I tried being a justice of the peace for a bit, going to a few courts and sitting on the bench to hear cases. But I realized I needed more knowledge of common law than I had to do that job well. So I slowly stepped back, explaining that I had to focus on my more important duties as a lawmaker in the Assembly. I was re-elected to this position every year for 10 years without ever asking anyone for their vote or hinting that I wanted to be chosen. When I took my seat in the House, my son was made their clerk.
The next year, a treaty was going to be held with the Indians at Carlisle. The governor sent a message to the House suggesting they pick some of their members to join some council members as commissioners for the treaty. The House chose the Speaker, Mr. Norris, and me. Once we were officially appointed, we went to Carlisle and met with the Indians. Since these people tend to get very drunk, and when they do, become very argumentative and unruly, we strictly banned selling any alcohol to them. When they complained about this rule, we told them that if they stayed sober during the treaty, we'd give them plenty of rum once everything was done. They promised they would, and they kept their promise because they couldn't get any liquor. The treaty went very smoothly and ended with everyone happy. Afterward, they asked for and received the rum. This was in the afternoon. There were about 100 men, women, and children staying in temporary cabins built in a square shape just outside the town. That evening, hearing a lot of noise from them, the commissioners went out to see what was happening. We found they had built a huge bonfire in the middle of the square. They were all drunk, men and women, arguing and fighting. Their dark-skinned, half-naked bodies, lit only by the dim light of the bonfire, chasing and hitting each other with burning sticks, along with their terrible yelling, created a scene that looked as close to our idea of hell as you can imagine. There was no way to calm the chaos, so we went back to our lodging. At midnight, a bunch of them came banging on our door, demanding more rum, but we ignored them.
The next day, realizing they had misbehaved by causing such a disturbance, they sent 3 of their old advisers to apologize. The Speaker admitted their fault, but blamed it on the rum. Then he tried to excuse the rum by saying, "And really, if God's plan is to wipe out these native people to make space for farmers, it seems likely that rum might be the tool for it. It has already wiped out all the tribes who used to live along the coast." That evening, hearing a lot of noise from them, the commissioners went out to see what was happening.
In 1751, my good friend Dr. Thomas Bond came up with the idea of starting a hospital in Philadelphia. It was a really good idea, and some people have given me credit for it, but it was his original plan. The hospital would take in and treat poor sick people, whether they lived in the province or were just passing through. He was very enthusiastic and worked hard to get donations for it. But since the idea of a hospital was new in America and not well understood at first, he didn't have much luck. Eventually, he came to me and complimented me, saying he realized you couldn't get a public-spirited project done without my involvement. He said, "People I ask for donations often ask me, 'Have you joined Franklin about this? What does he think?' And when I tell them I haven't, thinking it was probably outside your usual interests, they don't donate. They just say they'll think about it." I asked him about his plan and how it would help, and he gave me a very clear explanation. Not only did I donate myself,
but I also enthusiastically committed to helping him get donations from others. Before I started asking for money, though, I tried to get people ready by writing about the topic in the newspapers, which was my usual approach in such situations, but something he hadn't done. After that, donations came in more freely and generously.
But when they started to slow down, I realized we wouldn't have enough money without some help from the assembly. So I suggested we ask them for it, and we did. The representatives from the rural areas weren't keen on the project at first. They argued that it would only benefit the city, so the city residents alone should pay for it. They also doubted whether the city residents themselves generally approved of it. I argued the opposite, saying it was so popular that there was no doubt we could raise £2,000 through voluntary donations. They thought this was an outrageous idea and completely impossible. Based on this, I came up with my plan. I asked for permission to introduce a bill to officially recognize the donors, as they had requested in their petition, and to grant them a blank sum of money. I got permission mainly because the House knew they could just reject a bill if they didn't like it. I wrote the bill so that the important part was conditional. And be it enacted by the authority aforesaid, that when the said contributors shall have met and chosen their managers and treasurer, the yearly interest of which is to be applied to the accommodating of the sick poor in the said hospital, free of charge for diet, attendance, advice, and medicines, that it shall and may be lawful for the said speaker, and he is hereby required, to sign an order on the provincial treasurer for the payment of £2,000 in 2 yearly payments to the treasurer of the said hospital, to be applied to the founding, building, and finishing of the same. This condition helped the bill pass. The members who had opposed the grant, now thinking they could get credit for being charitable without actually spending money, agreed to approve it. Then, when we were asking people for donations, we used the law's conditional promise as an extra reason to give, since everyone's donation would be doubled. So this clause worked out well in 2 ways. The donations quickly exceeded the amount we needed, and we claimed and received the public money, which allowed us to start the project. A convenient and attractive building was soon put up. The hospital has proven useful through constant experience and is still thriving today. I can't remember any of my political tricks whose success gave me more pleasure at the time, or where, looking back, I felt more justified in having used a bit of cleverness.
Around this time, another person with a project, the Reverend Gilbert Tennant, came to me asking for help to raise money for a new church. It was for a congregation he had formed among the Presbyterians, who were originally followers of Mr. Whitefield. I didn't want to annoy my fellow citizens by constantly asking them for donations, so I flat out refused. He then asked if I would give him a list of people I knew were generous and cared about the community. I thought it would be wrong of me, after they had so kindly responded to my own requests, to single them out to be bothered by other fundraisers, so I also refused to give him such a list. He then asked if I would at least give me some advice. "That I'll gladly do," I said. "First, I advise you to ask everyone you know will give something. Next, ask those you're not sure about and show them the list of people who have already given. And finally, don't ignore those you're sure won't give anything, because you might be wrong about some of them." He laughed and thanked me, saying he would follow my advice. And he did. He asked everyone, and he got much more money than he expected, which he used to build the large and very fancy church that's now on Ark Street.
Even though our city was beautifully planned with wide, straight streets that crossed at right angles, it was a shame that these streets stayed unpaved for so long. In wet weather, heavy carriage wheels would churn them into a muddy mess, making them hard to cross. And in dry weather, the dust was really annoying. I lived near what was called the Jersey Market and was pained to see people wading through mud just to buy their groceries. Eventually, a strip of ground down the middle of that market was paved with brick, so once people were in the market, they had solid ground. But they often had to walk through ankle-deep dirt just to get there.
By talking and writing about it, I eventually helped get the street paved with stone between the market and the brick sidewalks that ran along the houses on each side. For a while, this made it easy to get to the market without getting your feet wet. But since the rest of the street wasn't paved, whenever a carriage came off the muddy part onto this paved section, it would shake off and leave its dirt, and the pavement would soon be covered in mud. The city didn't have street cleaners yet, so it just stayed there. After some searching, I found a poor, hard-working man who was willing to keep the pavement clean by sweeping it twice a week and taking away the dirt from in front of all the neighbors' doors. He charged 6 pence per month per house. I then wrote and printed a paper explaining the benefits this small expense would bring to the neighborhood. It would be easier to keep our houses clean since less dirt would be tracked in. Shops would get more customers because buyers could reach them more easily and their goods wouldn't get covered in dust on windy days, and so on. I sent one of these papers to each house, and a day or two later I went around to see who would sign an agreement to pay the 6 pences. Everyone signed, and for a while it worked well. All the city residents were thrilled with how clean the market pavement was, as it benefited everyone. This created a general desire to have all the streets paved, and made people more willing to accept a tax for that purpose. After some time, I drafted a bill for paving the city and brought it to the Assembly. This was just before I left for England in 1757. It didn't pass until I was gone, and then it included a change in how the tax was assessed, which I didn't think was an improvement. However, it also added a provision for lighting the streets as well as paving them, which was a big step forward. It was a private citizen, the late Mr. John Clifton, who first gave people the idea of lighting the whole city by putting a lamp at his own door. The credit for this public improvement has also been given to me, but it truly belongs to him. I just followed his example. My only real contribution was to the design of our lamps, which were different from the globe lamps we first got from London. We found those inconvenient because they didn't let air in from below, so the smoke didn't easily go out the top. Instead, it circulated inside the globe, settled on the inner surface, and quickly blocked the light they were supposed to provide. Plus, they needed to be wiped clean every day, and one accidental bump would smash them, making them completely useless. So I suggested making them with 4 flat panes of glass, with a long funnel on top to draw up the smoke, and small openings below to let in air, helping the smoke rise. This way they stayed clean and didn't get dark in just a few hours, like the London lamps did. They stayed bright until morning, and an accidental bump would usually only break 1 pane, which was easy to fix.
I've sometimes wondered why Londoners didn't learn from the holes in the bottom of the globe lamps at Vauxhall, which kept them clean, and put similar holes in their street lamps. But those holes were actually for a different purpose, to quickly light the wick with a bit of flax hanging through them. The idea of using them to let in air doesn't seem to have occurred to anyone. That's why, after the lamps have been lit for just a few hours, London streets are very dimly lit. Talking about these improvements reminds me of a suggestion I made in London to Dr. Fothergill, who was one of the best men I've known and a big supporter of useful projects. I had noticed that when the streets would dry, they were never swept, and the light dust wasn't removed. Instead, it was allowed to build up until wet weather turned it into mud. Then, after lying so deep on the pavement for days that you could only cross on paths kept clean by poor people with grooms, it was laboriously raked together and shoveled into open-top carts. The sides of these carts would let some of the slush spill out with every bump on the pavement, sometimes bothering pedestrians. The reason given for not sweeping the dusty streets was that the dust would fly into shop and house windows. A chance event showed me how much sweeping could be done in a short time. One morning, at my door on Craven Street, I found a poor woman sweeping my pavement with a birch broom. She looked very pale and weak, as if she had just recovered from an illness. I asked who hired her to sweep there. She said, "Nobody, but I'm very poor and in need, and I sweep in front of gentlefolks' doors, hoping they'll give me something." I told her to sweep the whole street clean, and I'd give her a shilling. This was at 9 o'clock. At noon, she came for the shilling. Given how slowly she seemed to be working at first, I could hardly believe the job was done so quickly. I sent my servant to check, and he reported that the entire street was perfectly clean, with all the dust placed in the gutter in the middle. The next rain washed it all away, leaving the pavement and even the drain perfectly clean. I then figured that if that weak woman could sweep such a street in 3 hours, a strong, active man could do it in half the time. And here, let me point out how convenient it is to have only one gutter in such a narrow street running down the middle, instead of two, one on each side near the sidewalk. When all the rain that falls on a street runs from the sides and meets in the middle, it creates a current strong enough to wash away all the mud it encounters. But when divided into two channels, it's often too weak to clean either, and only makes the mud it finds more liquid, so that carriage wheels and horse hooves splash it onto the sidewalk, making it dirty and slippery, and sometimes splashing people walking by.
My proposal, which I shared with the good doctor, was as follows. To clean and keep clean the streets of London and Westminster more effectively, I propose that the various watchmen be hired to sweep up the dust in dry seasons and rake up the mud at other times, each in the streets and lanes of their patrol area. They should be given brooms and other suitable tools for these tasks, to be kept at their posts, ready to give to the poor people they might hire for the job. Also, in the dry summer months, all the dust should be swept into piles at regular intervals before shops and house windows usually open, at which point the street cleaners with covered carts will also take it all away. And when the mud is raked up, it shouldn't be left in piles to be spread around again by carriage wheels and horses. Instead, the street cleaners should be given cart bodies that aren't placed high on wheels, but low on runners with slatted bottoms. These, covered with straw, will hold the mud thrown into them and allow the water to drain out, making it much lighter as water makes up most of its weight. These cart bodies should be placed at convenient distances and the mud brought to them in wheelbarrows. They should stay where they are until the mud has drained, and then horses can be brought to pull them away.
I've since had doubts about whether the latter part of this proposal is practical, because some streets are so narrow, and it would be hard to place the draining sleds without blocking the way too much. But I still believe that the first part, requiring the dust to be swept up and carried away before shops open, is very doable in the summer when the days are long. For example, walking through the Strand and Fleet Street one morning at 7 o'clock, I noticed not a single shop was open, even though it had been daylight and the sun had been up for over 3 hours. The people of London choose to live a lot by candlelight and sleep through the sunshine, yet they often complain, a bit ridiculously, about the tax on candles and the high price of tallow. Some might think these small matters aren't worth bothering with or talking about.
But when they consider that even though dust blowing into one person's eyes or into one shop on a windy day isn't a big deal, the sheer number of times it happens in a busy city, and how often it repeats, gives it importance. Perhaps then they won't criticize too harshly those who pay attention to these seemingly minor issues. Human happiness comes not so much from big strokes of luck that rarely happen, but from the small advantages that occur every day. So if you teach a poor young man how to shave himself and keep his razor sharp, you might contribute more to his happiness than by giving him 1,000 guineas. The money might be quickly spent, leaving only regret for having wasted it. But in the other case, he avoids the frequent annoyance of waiting for barbers and their sometimes dirty fingers, bad breath, and dull razors. He shaves when it's most convenient for him, and enjoys the daily pleasure of doing it with a good tool. With these thoughts, I've risked writing these few pages, hoping they might offer ideas that could someday be useful to a city I love, having lived there very happily for many years, and perhaps to some of our towns in America. For some time, I had been working for the Postmaster General of America as his comptroller, organizing various offices and making sure the officers were accountable. When he died in 1753, I was appointed, along with Mr. William Hunter, to take over his role by an official order from the Postmaster General in England. The American Post Office had never before sent any money to the British one. We were supposed to get £600 a year between us if we could make that much from the office's profits. To do this, we needed to make a lot of improvements. Some of these were expensive at first, so in the first 4 years, the office actually owed us over £900. But soon after, it started paying us back, and before I was removed from the job due to a whim of the ministers, which I'll talk about later, we had made it generate as much clear profit for the Crown as the post office in Ireland. Since that foolish decision, they haven't received a single penny from it. My work with the post office led me to travel to New England this year, where Cambridge College, on their own initiative, gave me a Master of Arts degree. Yale College in Connecticut had already given me a similar honor. So, without ever attending college, I got to share in their academic honors. They were given to me because of my advancements and discoveries in the field of electrical natural philosophy.
In 1754, with war with France looking likely again, the Lords of Trade ordered a meeting of representatives from the different colonies to be held in Albany. The purpose was to talk with the leaders of the 6 nations about how to protect both their land and ours. Governor Hamilton received this order and informed the House, asking them to provide suitable gifts for the Native Americans for this event. He also named the Speaker, Mr. Norris, and me to join Mr. Thomas Penn and Mr. Secretary Peters as Pennsylvania's representatives. The House approved these choices and supplied the gifts, even though they weren't thrilled about negotiating outside of their own province. We met the other representatives in Albany around mid-June. On our way there, I came up with and drew up a plan to unite all the colonies under one government, at least for defense and other big shared goals. As we went through New York, I showed my plan to Mr. James Alexander and Mr. Kennedy, 2 men who knew a lot about public matters. Feeling more confident because they approved, I dared to present it to the Congress. It turned out that several other representatives had come up with similar plans. First, they voted on whether a union should be formed, and everyone agreed. Then a committee was set up, with 1 member from each colony to look at the different plans and report back. My plan ended up being chosen, and after a few changes, it was officially presented. Under this plan, the overall government would be run by a President General, chosen and paid for by the King,
and a big council would be elected by the people's representatives from the different colonies, who met in their own assemblies. Discussions about it in Congress happened every day alongside the talks with the Native Americans. Lots of objections and problems came up, but eventually they were all sorted out and everyone agreed to the plan. Copies were then sent to the Board of Trade and to the assemblies of the different provinces.
What happened to it was strange. The colonial assemblies didn't accept it because they all felt it gave too much power to the central government. And in England, it was seen as giving too much power to the colonies. So the Board of Trade didn't approve it or suggest it to the king for his approval. Instead, another plan was created, which they thought would work better for the same goal. This plan involved the provincial governors, along with some members of their councils, meeting to order troops to be raised, forts to be built, and so on, and to get money from Great Britain's treasury for the costs. This money would later be paid back through a tax Parliament would put on America. You can find my plan, along with my arguments for it, in my published political writings. That winter, while I was in Boston, I talked a lot with Governor Shirley about both plans. You can also find some of what we discussed then in those same papers. The fact that people disliked my plan for completely opposite reasons makes me think it was actually the perfect middle ground, and I still believe it would have been good for both sides of the Atlantic if it had been accepted. If the colonies had united like that, they would have been strong enough to defend themselves. There wouldn't have been any need for troops from England, and naturally, the later excuse for taxing America and the violent conflict it caused would have been avoided. But mistakes like these aren't new. History is full of errors made by governments and rulers. Just look around the world. So few people know what's good for them, or even if they do, they don't go after it. Leaders, who are usually very busy, generally don't like to bother thinking about and putting new ideas into action. So the best public policies rarely get implemented. When the governor of Pennsylvania sent the plan to the Assembly, he said he approved of it, saying it seemed to him to be written with great clarity and strong reasoning, and so he highly recommended it for their most careful and serious consideration. However, the House, influenced by a particular member, discussed it when I wasn't there, which I thought wasn't very fair. They rejected it completely, without even really looking at it, which was quite embarrassing for me.
On my trip to Boston this year, I met our new governor, Mr. Morris, in New York. He had just arrived from England, and I knew him well from before. He had an official order to replace Mr. Hamilton, who had resigned, tired of the arguments caused by the instructions from the colony's owners. Mr. Morris asked me if I thought he should expect his time as governor to be just as difficult. I said no, on the contrary, you can have a very easy one, if you just make sure not to get into any arguments with the Assembly. My dear friend, he said cheerfully, how can you tell me to avoid arguments? You know I love arguing. It's one of my greatest pleasures. However, to show the respect I have for your advice, I promise you I will, if possible, avoid them. He had a good reason for loving to argue, being eloquent, a clever debater, and therefore usually won arguments. He had been brought up to it from a boy. His father, as I've heard, used to make his children argue with each other for his entertainment while sitting at the table after dinner. But I don't think that practice was wise, because from what I've seen, people who love to argue, contradict, and prove others wrong usually don't do well in life. They win sometimes, but they never gain people's favor, which would be more useful to them. We went our separate ways, he to Philadelphia and I to Boston.
On my way back, I saw the Assembly's official records in New York, which showed that despite his promise to me, he and the House were already in a big fight.
It was a continuous battle between them as long as he remained governor. I was right in the middle of it. As soon as I got back to my seat in the Assembly, I was assigned to every committee that had to respond to his speeches and official communications, and the committees always asked me to write the replies. Our answers, as well as his messages, were often sharp and sometimes downright insulting. Since he knew I wrote for the Assembly, you might think that when we met, we'd be ready to kill each other. But he was such a good-natured guy that the conflict didn't cause any personal issues between us, and we often ate dinner together. One afternoon, in the middle of this big public fight, we met in the street. "Franklin," he said, "you must come home with me and spend the evening. I'm having some people over tonight that I think you'll enjoy." And taking me by the arm, he led me to his house. During a lively conversation over our wine after supper, he told us jokingly that he really liked Sancho Panza's idea. When it was proposed to give Sancho Panza a government, he asked if it could be a government of Negros, because then, if he couldn't get along with his people, he could just sell them. One of his friends, who sat next to me, said, "Franklin, why do you keep siding with those darn Quakers? Wouldn't it be better if you sold them out? The colony's owner would pay you well." "The governor," I said, "hasn't yet them enough." He had indeed worked hard to make the Assembly look bad in all his messages, but they wiped off his accusations as fast as he made them, and in return smeared them right back on him. So realizing he was likely to be made to look bad himself, he, like Mr. Hamilton, got tired of the fight and left his position as governor. These public quarrels were ultimately all caused by the proprietors, our hereditary governors, who, whenever money was needed to defend their colony, with unbelievable stinginess, told their representatives not to approve any law for collecting necessary taxes unless their own huge properties were specifically exempted in that same law. They had even made these representatives sign agreements promising to follow those instructions. The assemblies resisted this unfairness for 3 years, though they were forced to give in eventually. Finally, Captain Denny, who was Governor Morris's successor, dared to disobey those instructions. I'll explain how that happened later. But I got ahead of myself in my story. There are still some things to mention that happened while Governor Morris was in charge.
Since war had practically started with France, the Massachusetts Bay government planned an attack on Crown Point and sent Mr. Quincy to Pennsylvania and Mr. Pownall, who later became Governor Pownall, to New York to ask for help. Since I was in the Assembly, knew how it operated, and was a fellow countryman of Mr. Quincy, he asked me for my help and influence. I wrote his speech for them, which was well received. They approved £10,000 in aid to be spent on supplies, but the governor refused to approve their bill, which included this amount along with other money for the king, unless a section was added that excused the proprietor's land from paying any part of the necessary tax. The Assembly, even though they really wanted to make their contribution to New England happen, didn't know how to do it. Mr. Quincy worked hard to convince the governor to approve it, but he was stubborn.
I then suggested a way to get things done without the governor's approval, by issuing orders to the trustees of the loan office, which the Assembly legally had the right to do. There was indeed hardly any money in the office at that time, so I proposed that these orders would be payable in a year and earn 5% interest. With these orders, I figured the supplies could easily be bought. The Assembly, with very little hesitation, accepted the idea. The orders were immediately printed, and I was one of the committee instructed to sign and distribute them. The money to pay them back came from the interest on all the paper money currently in circulation in the colony as loans, plus the income from taxes on goods. Since everyone knew this was more than enough, they immediately gained trust,
and were not only accepted as payment for the supplies, but many wealthy people who had spare cash invested it in these orders. They found this beneficial because they earned interest while held and could be used as money whenever needed. So they were all quickly bought up, and within a few weeks, none were left. That's how I managed to get this important matter done. Mr. Quincy thanked the Assembly in a nice official letter, went home very happy with how successful his mission had been, and from then on he was a very warm and loyal friend to me. The British government didn't want the colonies to unite as suggested at Albany, and they didn't trust this union to handle their own defense. They were worried the colonies might become too strong militarily and realize their own power, as there were suspicions and distrust towards them at the time. So they sent General Braddock with 2 regiments of regular English soldiers for this task. He arrived in Alexandria, Virginia, and then marched to Fredericktown, Maryland, where he stopped to wait for wagons. Our local government, the Assembly, heard from some information that he had strong negative opinions about them, thinking they didn't want to help. So they asked me to go see him, not officially from them, but as the Postmaster General. The idea was to pretend I was there to figure out the fastest and most reliable way to send messages between him and the governors of the different provinces, since he'd need to communicate with them constantly, and the Assembly offered to cover the costs. My son came with me. We found the general in Fredericktown, anxiously waiting for the people he'd sent into the rural areas of Maryland and Virginia to gather wagons. I stayed with him for several days, ate with him every day, and had plenty of chances to change his mind. I explained what the Assembly had already done before he arrived and what they were still prepared to do to help his mission. Just as I was about to leave, the reports came in about how many wagons they'd managed to get. It turned out there were only 25, and not all of them were in good working order. The general and all his officers were shocked. They declared the expedition was over, saying it was impossible to continue. They complained loudly about the government ministers for foolishly sending them to a country that had no way to transport their supplies, luggage, and so on, when at least 150 wagons were needed. I happened to mention that it was a shame they hadn't landed in Pennsylvania instead, because almost every farmer there owned a wagon. The general quickly seized on my words and said, "Then you, sir, being an influential person there, can probably get them for us, and I urge you to take on this task." I asked what conditions would be offered to the wagon owners, and I was asked to write down the terms I thought were fair. I did this, and they were approved. A formal authorization and instructions were prepared right away. What those terms were will be clear from the advertisement I published as soon as I got to Lancaster. Because of the big and quick impact it had, it's quite interesting, so I'll include it in full here.
Advertisement. April 26, 1755. Lancaster. Notice: 150 wagons, each with 4 horses, and 1,500 saddle or pack horses are needed for the King's Army, which is gathering at Wills Creek. General Braddock has authorized me to arrange for their hire. I am announcing that I will be in Lancaster from today until next Wednesday evening, and in York from next Thursday morning till Friday evening. There I will be ready to make agreements for wagons and teams or individual horses under the following conditions. 1. For each wagon with 4 good horses and a driver, 15 shillings per day will be paid. For each strong horse with a pack saddle or other saddle and gear, 2 shillings per day. For each strong horse without a saddle, 18 pence per day. 2. Payment will start from the moment they join the troops at Wills Creek, which must be by May 20th. An additional fair amount will be paid for the travel time to Wills Creek and back home after their service ends. 3. Each wagon, team, and every saddle or pack horse will be valued by neutral individuals chosen by both me and the owner. If any wagon, team, or horse is lost while in service, its value, as determined by this assessment, will be paid. 4. 7 days' pay will be given as an advance by me to the owner of each wagon, team, or horse at the time of signing the contract if requested. The rest will be paid by General Braddock or the Army's paymaster when their service ends or as requested over time. 5. Wagon drivers or those caring for the hired horses will absolutely not be asked to act as soldiers or be employed in any other way than driving or looking after their wagons or horses. 6. Any extra oats, corn, or other feed that wagons or horses bring to camp beyond what's needed for the horses' own food will be taken for the Army's use, and a fair price will be paid for it. Note: my son, William Franklin, is authorized to make similar contracts with anyone in Cumberland County. B. Franklin.
Friends and countrymen, a few days ago I happened to be at the camp in Frederick, and I found the general and his officers extremely angry because they hadn't received the horses and carriages they expected from this province, which was considered the most capable of providing them. However, due to disagreements between our governor and the Assembly, no money had been set aside, and no steps had been taken to get them. It was suggested that an armed force be sent immediately into these counties to seize as many of the best carriages and horses as needed, and to force as many people as necessary to drive and care for them. I was worried that British soldiers marching through these counties for such a purpose, especially given their current mood and their anger towards us, would cause a lot of trouble and inconvenience for the residents. That's why I was more than willing to try first to see what could be achieved through fair and reasonable means. The people in these rural counties have recently complained to the Assembly that there wasn't enough money circulating. Now you have a chance to receive and share a very significant amount of money. For if this expedition lasts, which is very likely, for 120 days, the rental cost for these wagons and horses will add up to over £30,000, which will be paid to you in the King's silver and gold currency. The work will be light and easy, as the Army will barely march more than 12 miles a day. The wagons and baggage horses, since they carry essential supplies for the Army's well-being, must march with the Army and no faster. For the Army's safety, they are always placed in the most secure positions, whether marching or in camp. If you are truly, as I believe you are, good and loyal subjects to His Majesty, you can now perform a very valuable service and make things easy for yourselves. For example, 3 or 4 people who can't individually spare a wagon, 4 horses, and a driver from their farm work can team up. One can provide the wagon, another 1 or 2 horses, and another the driver, and you can divide the pay proportionally among yourselves. But if you don't voluntarily offer this service to your king and country when such good pay and reasonable terms are offered, your loyalty will be seriously questioned. The king's work must be done. So many brave troops who have come so far to defend you must not be left idle because you are unwilling to do what is reasonably expected of you. Wagons and horses must be obtained. Forceful methods will probably be used, and you will be left to find compensation wherever you can, and your situation, perhaps, will receive little sympathy or attention. I have no personal stake in this matter, as, apart from the satisfaction of trying to do good, I will only get my effort for my trouble.
If this way of getting wagons and horses doesn't seem likely to work, I am required to inform the general in 14 days, and I assume Sir John Sinclair, the hussar, with a group of soldiers, will immediately enter the province for that purpose, which I would be sorry to hear, because I am very sincerely and truly your friend and well-wisher, B. Franklin.
I received about £800 from the general to pay as advance money to the wagon owners, etc. But that wasn't enough, so I put in over £200 more of my own money. Within 2 weeks, all 150 wagons, along with 259 pack horses, were on their way to the camp. The advertisement had promised that if any wagon or horse was lost, payment would be made based on its assessed value. However, the owners said they didn't know General Braddock and weren't sure if they could trust his promise. They insisted on my personal guarantee, a bond that the agreement would be honored, which I gave them. One evening, while I was at the camp, having dinner with the officers of Colonel Dunbar's regiment, he told me he was worried about the junior officers. He said they generally weren't wealthy and could barely afford to buy the supplies they'd need for such a long march through the wilderness, where nothing could be bought. I felt bad for them and decided to try and get them some help. I didn't tell him my plan, though. The next morning, I wrote to the Assembly Committee, who managed some public funds, strongly recommending that they consider these officers' situation and suggesting that a gift of essential items and refreshments be sent to them. My son, who knew a bit about camp life and what soldiers needed, made a list for me, which I included in my letter. The committee approved and worked so quickly that, guided by my son, the supplies arrived at the camp at the same time as the wagons. There were 20 packages, each containing these 20 well-packed parcels were loaded onto 20 horses, with each parcel and horse meant as a gift for one officer. They were received very gratefully, and the colonels of both regiments sent me letters expressing their thanks in the warmest terms. The general was also very pleased with how I handled getting him the wagons and so on. He quickly paid my expense report, thanked me many times, and asked for my continued help in sending provisions after him. I took on this task too, and was busy with it until we heard about his defeat. I advanced over £1,000 of my own money for this service, and I sent him a bill for it. Luckily for me, it reached him a few days before the battle, and he immediately sent me an order to the paymaster for a round sum of £1,000, leaving the rest for a later bill. I consider this payment good fortune, as I was never able to get the remaining amount, but more on that later. I believe this general was a brave man and probably would have been a good officer in a European war. But he was too overconfident, thought too highly of regular soldiers, and had a very low opinion of both Americans and Native Americans. George Crohan, our interpreter for the Native Americans, joined him on his march with 100 of these people. They could have been very helpful to his army as guides, scouts, and so on if he had treated them well. But he ignored and mistreated them, and they slowly left him. One day, while talking with him, he was telling me about his planned route. He said, "After taking Fort Duquesne, I'm going to Niagara, and after taking that, to Frontenac, if the season allows enough time. And I expect it will, because Duquesne can hardly hold me up for more than 3 or 4 days. After that, I don't see anything that can stop my march to Niagara." I had already thought about how long his army's line would be marching on a very narrow road that had to be cut through the woods and bushes. I also remembered reading about a previous defeat of 1,500 French soldiers who invaded the Iroquois country. Because of this, I had some doubts and fears about how the campaign would turn out. But I only dared to say, "Of course, sir.
If you arrive at Duquesne with these excellent troops, so well equipped with artillery, and since the place isn't fully fortified yet, and, as we hear, doesn't have a very strong garrison, it will probably only put up a short fight. The only danger I foresee stopping your march is from ambushes by Native Americans. They are skilled at setting and carrying out ambushes because of constant practice. And the thin line, nearly 4 miles long, that your army will form might expose it to surprise attacks on its sides, and it could be cut like a thread into several pieces, which, due to their distance, wouldn't be able to support each other in time. He smiled at my lack of knowledge and replied, "These savages might indeed be a tough enemy for your inexperienced American militia, but against the king's regular and disciplined troops, sir, it's impossible for them to make any impact." I felt it was inappropriate for me to argue with a military man about his profession, so I said nothing more. However, the enemy didn't take advantage of his army's long marching line, as I had feared. Instead, they let it advance without interruption until it was within 9 miles of the fort. Then, when the army was more grouped together, because it had just crossed a river where the front had waited for everyone to get across, and in a more open part of the woods than any it had passed, they attacked its advance guard with heavy gunfire from behind trees and bushes. This was the first time the general realized an enemy was nearby. With this guard in disarray, the general rushed the troops forward to help them, which was done in great confusion, pushing through wagons, baggage, and cattle. Soon the gunfire hit their flank. The officers, being on horseback, were easier to spot, picked out his targets, and fell very quickly. The soldiers were crammed together in a confused mass, not having or hearing any orders, and just stood there to be shot until 2/3 of them were killed. Then, seized with panic, the entire force fled in a rush. The wagon drivers each took a horse from their team and ran off. Others immediately followed their example, so all the wagons, food, artillery, and supplies were abandoned to the enemy. The general, who was wounded, was brought away with difficulty. His secretary, Mr. Shirley, was killed right beside him. Out of 86 officers, 63 were killed or wounded, and 714 men were killed out of 1,100. These 1,100 were the best men chosen from the entire army. The rest had been left behind with Colonel Dunbar, who was supposed to follow with the heavier supplies, food and baggage. The fleeing soldiers, not being chased, reached Dunbar's camp, and the panic they carried with them immediately infected him and all his men. Even though he now had over 1,000 men, and the enemy who defeated Braddock was at most only 400 Native Americans and French combined, instead of moving forward and trying to regain some lost honor, he ordered all the supplies, ammunition, and so on to be destroyed. He did this so he would have more horses to help him escape towards the settlements and less stuff to move. There he was met with requests from the governors of Virginia, Maryland, and Pennsylvania asking him to station his troops on the frontier to protect the residents. But he continued his hurried march through the entire country, not feeling safe until he reached Philadelphia, where the residents could protect him. This whole event made us Americans suspect for the first time that our high opinions of the bravery of British regular soldiers might not have been accurate.
Also, during their initial march, from when they landed until they passed the settled areas, they looted and robbed the residents, completely ruining some poor families. On top of that, they insulted, abused, and imprisoned people if they dared to complain. This was enough to make us lose faith in such defenders, if we had even wanted any in the first place. How different was the behavior of our French allies in 1781, who, during a march of nearly 700 miles through the most populated parts of our country, from Rhode Island to Virginia, didn't cause a single complaint about the loss of a pig, a chicken, or even an apple. Captain Orme, one of the general's aides who was badly wounded and brought off with him, stayed with him until his death a few days later. Orme told me that the general was completely silent all the first day, and at night only said nothing more. He was silent again the next day, saying only, "At last, nothing more," and died a few minutes later. The secretary's papers, including all the general's orders, instructions, and letters, fell into enemy hands. They picked out and translated several documents into French, which they then printed to show that the British government had hostile intentions before the war was officially declared. Among these, I saw some letters from the general to the government ministers, speaking highly of the great help I had given the army and recommending me for their attention. David Hume, who years later was secretary to Lord Hertford when he was minister in France, and then to General Conway when he was Secretary of State, also told me he had seen letters from Braddock strongly recommending me among the papers in that office. However, since the expedition failed, my service apparently wasn't considered very valuable, because those recommendations never did me any good. As for personal rewards from him, I only asked for one thing, that he would order his officers not to recruit any more of our indentured servants, and that he would release those who had already joined up. He agreed to this right away, and several servants were returned to their masters because I asked. Dunbar, when he took command, wasn't as kind. When he was in Philadelphia, retreating, or rather fleeing, I asked him to release the servants of 3 poor farmers from Lancaster County whom he had enlisted, reminding him of the previous general's orders on this matter. He promised me that if the masters came to him in Trenton, where he would be in a few days on his way to New York, he would hand their men over to them there. So they went to the expense and trouble of traveling to Trenton, but there he refused to keep his promise, causing them great loss and disappointment.
As soon as everyone found out about the lost wagons and horses, all the owners came to me demanding the payment I had guaranteed with my bond. Their demands caused me a lot of trouble. I told them the money was ready with the paymaster, but that General Shirley first needed to approve the payments. I also assured them I had written to the general, but since he was far away, an answer wouldn't come quickly, and they needed to be patient. None of this was enough to satisfy them, and some even started suing me. General Shirley eventually rescued me from this awful situation by appointing officials to review the claims and ordering the payments. The total came to nearly £20,000, which would have financially ruined me if I had to pay it myself. Before we heard about this defeat, the 2 doctors' bond came to me with a paper to collect money for a big fireworks display. They planned to put on this celebration when we got the news that we had captured Fort Duquesne. I looked serious and said I thought it would be soon enough to get ready for a celebration once we actually knew we had something to celebrate. They seemed surprised that I didn't immediately agree to their idea. "Why the devil," one of them exclaimed, "you surely don't think the fort won't be taken?" I replied, "I don't know that it won't be taken, but I do know that things in war are very unpredictable." I explained why I was doubtful. The fundraising was dropped, and because of that, the organizers avoided the embarrassment they would have faced if the fireworks had been prepared. Later, on another occasion, Dr. Bond said he didn't like Franklin's predictions. Governor Morris had constantly bothered the Assembly with message after message before Braddock's defeat. He was trying to force them to pass laws to raise money for the province's defense, but without taxing, among other things, the estates owned by the proprietors. He had rejected all their proposed laws because they didn't include such an exemption. Now, with the danger and need being greater, he intensified his efforts, hoping for more success. The Assembly, however, stood firm, believing they were in the right and that it would mean giving up a crucial right if they let the governor change their money-related bills.
In one of the last bills, which was for granting £50,000, his suggested change was only a single word. The bill stated that all estates, real and personal, were to be taxed, those of the proprietaries excepted. His amendment was, for Reed, a small but very material alteration. However, when news of this disaster reached England, our friends there, whom we had made sure to keep informed with all the Assembly's responses to the governor's messages, started complaining loudly against the proprietors. They accused them of being stingy and unfair for giving their governor such instructions. Some even went as far as to say that by hindering the defense of their province, the proprietors had lost their right to it. They were scared by this backlash and sent orders to their chief financial officer to add £5,000 of their own money to whatever sum the Assembly might provide for this purpose. When this was announced to the House, it was accepted as their contribution instead of being part of a general tax. A new bill was then created, including an exemption clause, and it passed. Through this law, I was appointed one of the commissioners responsible for managing the £60,000. I had played a key role in shaping the bill and getting it passed. At the same time, I had also drafted a bill to create and organize a volunteer militia, which I got through the House without much trouble, as care was taken to allow Quakers to opt out. To encourage the formation of this militia, I wrote a dialogue that presented and answered every possible objections I could think of against such a militia. It was printed and, I believe, had a significant impact. By chance, while various groups in the city and countryside were getting organized and practicing their drills, the governor convinced me to take control of our northwestern border, which was being troubled by the enemy, and protect the people living there by gathering soldiers and building a series of forts. I took on this military job, even though I didn't think I was very good at it. He gave me an official order with complete authority and a bunch of blank officer appointments to hand out to anyone I thought was suitable. I had no trouble at all getting men, and soon had 560 under my command. My son, who had been an officer in the Army fighting Canada in the previous war, was my assistant and helped me a lot. The Native Americans had burned Gnadenhut, a village founded by the Moravians, and killed everyone living there, but people thought it was a good spot for one of the forts. To get there, I gathered the companies at Bethlehem, which was the main settlement for those people. I was surprised to see how well prepared they were for defense. The destruction of Gnadenhut had made them realize they were in danger. The main buildings were protected by a fence of sharpened logs. They had bought a lot of weapons and bullets from New York, and had even put piles of small paving stones between the windows of their tall stone houses, so their women could throw them down on the heads of any Native Americans trying to break in. The armed members of their community also stood guard, changing shifts as regularly as in any military town. When I talked with Bishop Spangenberg, I told him how surprised I was because I knew they had gotten a law passed by Parliament that excused them from military service in the colonies, so I assumed they had strong moral objections to carrying weapons. He told me it wasn't one of their official beliefs, but that when they got that law passed, many of their people were thought to hold that belief. This time, though, they were surprised to find that only a few actually believed it. It looks like they either fooled themselves or fooled Parliament, but common sense, especially when there's immediate danger, can sometimes override strange ideas.
It was early January when we started this fort-building project. I sent one group of soldiers towards the Minisink, telling them to build a fort to protect the upper part of that region, and another group to the lower part with the same orders. And I decided to go myself with the rest of my troops to Gnadenhut, where a fort was considered most urgently needed. The Moravians got me 5 wagons for our tools, supplies, luggage, and so on. Right before we left Bethlehem, 11 farmers who had been forced off their farms by the Native Americans came to me asking for guns so they could go back and get their livestock. I gave each of them a gun with the right bullets. We hadn't marched many miles before it started raining, and it kept raining all day.
There were no houses along the road to shelter us until we arrived near nightfall at a German man's house, where we all crammed together, both in his house and barn, completely soaked. It was a good thing we weren't attacked during our march, because our weapons were very basic and our men couldn't keep their gun mechanisms dry. The Native Americans are clever at making things for that purpose, which we didn't have. That day, they ran into the 11 poor farmers I mentioned earlier and killed 10 of them. The one who escaped reported that his and his friends' guns wouldn't fire because the gunpowder in the priming pan was wet from the rain.
The next day was clear, so we kept marching and reached the deserted Gnadenhut. There was a sawmill nearby with several piles of boards left around it, which we quickly used to build ourselves shelters, something that was especially necessary in that harsh weather, since we didn't have any tents. Our first job was to properly bury the dead we found there, who had only been partially buried by the local folks.
The next morning, we planned and marked out our fort. Its perimeter was 455 feet, which meant we'd need that many palisades, tall, pointed stakes made from trees, each about a foot thick. We had 70 axes, and our men immediately started cutting down trees. Since they were skilled with axes, they worked very quickly. Seeing how fast the trees were falling, I got curious and checked my watch when 2 men started cutting a pine tree. In 6 minutes, it was on the ground, and I saw it was 14 inches thick. Each pine tree provided 3 palisades, 18 feet long and sharpened at one end. While these were being made, our other men dug a 3-foot-deep trench all around where the palisades would be planted, and we converted our wagons into 10 carts, each pulled by 2 horses, by removing their bodies and separating the front and back wheels by taking out the pin connecting the 2 parts of the main beam. These carts were used to bring the palisades from the woods to the site. Once they were in place, our carpenters built a wooden platform about 6 feet high all around the inside for the men to stand on when firing through the openings. We had 1 swivel gun, which we put on one of the corners and fired as soon as it was set up to let the Native Americans know, if any were listening, that we had such weapons. And so our fort, if you can call such a flimsy wooden fence a magnificent fort, was finished in a week, even though it rained so heavily every other day that the men couldn't work. This made me notice that when men are busy, they're happiest. On the days they worked, they were good-natured and cheerful, and feeling good about having done a solid day's work, they spent the evening happily. But on our days off, they were rebellious and argumentative, complaining about their pork, bread, and so on, and always in a bad mood. This reminded me of a sea captain whose rule was to always keep his men working. And once, when his first mate told him they had finished everything and there was nothing left for them to do, this type of fort, no matter how basic, is enough to defend against Native Americans who don't have cannons.
Now that we were safely set up and had a place to fall back to if needed, we sent out small groups to search the nearby area. We didn't encounter any Native Americans, but we found spots on the nearby hills where they had been hiding to watch what we were doing. There was a clever trick in how they set up those spots that's worth mentioning. Since it was winter, they needed a fire, but a regular fire on the ground would have given away their location from far away with its light. So they had dug holes in the ground, about 3 feet wide and a bit deeper. We saw where they had used their hatchets to cut charcoal from the sides of burnt logs in the woods. They had made small fires with these coals at the bottom of the holes, and among the weeds and grass we noticed the imprints of their bodies, made by them lying all around with their legs dangling into the holes to keep their feet warm, which is very important to them. This type of fire, managed that way, couldn't give them away by its light, flame, sparks, or even smoke. It seemed their numbers weren't large, and they probably realized we were too many for them to attack successfully. Our chaplain was a very enthusiastic Presbyterian minister, Mr. Beatty, who complained to me that the men usually didn't show up for his prayers and sermons. When they joined up, they were promised, in addition to their pay and food, a small measure of rum every day, which was given to them on time, half in the morning and the other half in the evening. I noticed they were always on time to get that. So I told Mr. Beatty, "It might seem beneath your profession to hand out the rum, but if you were to distribute it only right after prayers, you'd have everyone there." He liked the idea, took on the job, and with a little help measuring out the alcohol, he did it well. Prayers were never more widely and promptly attended, so I thought this approach was better than the punishments some military laws imposed for not attending religious services. I had barely finished this task and stocked my fort with plenty of supplies when I got a letter from the governor telling me he had called the assembly and wanted me to be there if the situation on the frontier meant I didn't need to stay any longer. My friends in the assembly were also urging me in their letters to be at the meeting if I could, and since my 3 planned forts were now finished and the residents were happy to stay on their farms with that protection, I decided to go back. I was even more willing because a New England officer, Colonel Clapham, who was experienced in fighting Native Americans, was visiting our post and agreed to take command. I gave him an official appointment, and after lining up the soldiers, I had it read to them and introduced him as an officer who, because of his military expertise, was much better suited to command them than I was. Then, after giving them a short speech, I left. I was escorted to Bethlehem, where I rested for a few days to recover from how tired I was. That first night, even in a comfortable bed, I could barely sleep because it was so different from my rough sleeping arrangements on the floor of our hut at Ganadon, wrapped in just 1 or 2 blankets. While in Bethlehem, I asked a bit about how the Moravians lived. Some of them had come with me, and they were all very kind. I discovered they worked for a shared fund, ate at communal tables, and slept in large dormitories with many people together. In the dormitories, I noticed openings spaced out along the wall just under the ceiling, which I thought were smartly placed for ventilation. I went to their church, where I enjoyed good music, with the organ accompanied by violins, oboes, flutes, clarinets, and so on. I learned that their sermons weren't usually preached to mixed groups of men, women, and children like we usually do. Instead, they would sometimes gather the married men, other times their wives, then the young men, the young women, and the small children, each group separately. The sermon I heard was for the children, who came in and sat in rows on benches. The boys were led by a young man, their teacher, and the girls by a young woman. The talk seemed well suited to their understanding, and was given in a pleasant, friendly way, gently encouraging them to be good. They behaved very well, but looked pale and unhealthy, which made me think they were kept indoors too much or didn't get enough exercise. I asked about Moravian marriages, specifically if it was true that they were decided by drawing lots. I was told that lots were only used in specific situations. Generally, when a young man felt ready to marry, he would tell the elders of his group, who would then talk to the older women in charge of the young women. Since these elders of both genders knew the personalities and characters of their students very well, they were best able to decide which matches were suitable, and their decisions were usually accepted. But if, for instance, 2 or 3 young women were considered equally good for the young man, then they would use the lot system. I argued that if marriages aren't based on mutual choice, some couples might end up very unhappy. And they might, my informant replied, if you let the couples choose for themselves. I couldn't really argue with that. When I got back to Philadelphia, I found that the association was doing great. Most of the residents who weren't Quakers had joined, formed themselves into companies, and chosen their captains, lieutenants, and ensigns as per the new law. Dr. B. visited me and told me about all the effort he had put into making people like the new law, and he credited a lot of the success to his work. I had been vain enough to think it was all thanks to my efforts. However, since he might have been right, I let him keep his opinion, which I usually find is the best approach in such situations. The officers met and chose me to be the colonel of the regiment, which I accepted this time. I forget how many companies we had, but we marched about 1,200 good-looking men, along with an artillery company that had been given 6 brass field cannons. They had become so skilled with these cannons that they could fire them 12 times a minute. The first time I inspected my regiment, they came with me to my house and saluted me by firing several shots outside my door, which shook down and broke several glass parts of my electrical equipment. And my new position didn't last much longer. All our appointments were soon cancelled when the law was repealed in England. During my brief time as colonel, as I was about to leave for a trip to Virginia, the officers of my regiment decided it would be appropriate for them to escort me out of town as far as the lower ferry. Just as I was getting on my horse, between 30 and 40 of them arrived at my door, all on horseback and in their uniforms. I hadn't known about this plan beforehand, or I would have stopped it, as I naturally dislike showing off or being ostentatious on any occasion. And I was quite annoyed by their appearance, since I couldn't stop them from coming with me. What made it worse was that as soon as we started moving, they drew their swords and rode with them unsheathed the entire way. Someone wrote about this to the proprietor, and he was very offended. He had never received such an honor when he was in the province, nor had any of his governors, and he said it was only appropriate for royalty, which might be true for all I know, as I was, and still am, unaware of the proper customs in such situations. This silly incident, however, greatly increased his bitterness towards me, which was already considerable because of how I acted in the assembly regarding his estate being exempt from taxes, which I had always strongly opposed, and I didn't hold back from criticizing his stinginess and unfairness in fighting for it. He complained to the government officials that I was the main problem for the king's service, using my influence in the assembly to block the right way to pass bills for raising money, and he used this parade with my officers as proof that I intended to forcibly take control of the province's government from him. He also asked Sir Everard Faulkner, the Postmaster General, to remove me from my job, but it only resulted in Sir Everard giving me a mild warning.
Despite the constant arguments between the governor and the assembly, in which I, as a member, was heavily involved, that gentleman and I still maintained a polite relationship, and we never had any personal disagreements. I've sometimes thought since then that his lack of resentment towards me, despite the fact that everyone knew I wrote the responses to his messages, might have been due to his professional training, and that, as a lawyer, he might have seen us both as simply lawyers arguing for opposing clients in a lawsuit, he for the proprietors and I for the assembly. So he would sometimes call on me in a friendly way to get my advice on tricky issues, and sometimes, though not often, he would take my advice. We worked together to provide Braddock's army with supplies, and when the terrible news of his defeat arrived, the governor quickly sent for me to discuss how to stop people from abandoning the frontier counties. I forget the advice I gave now, but I think it was to write to Dunbar and convince him, if possible, to station his troops on the frontiers to protect them until, with reinforcements from the colonies, he could continue the mission. And after I returned from the frontier, he wanted me to lead such an expedition with local troops to capture Fort Duquesne, since Dunbar and his men were busy elsewhere. He even suggested making me a general. I didn't think my military skills were as good as he claimed they were, and I believe he was probably exaggerating his true feelings, but he probably thought my popularity would make it easier to recruit men, and my influence in the assembly would help get money to pay them,
perhaps even without taxing the proprietor's estate. When he saw I wasn't as eager to get involved as he expected, the plan was dropped, and he soon after left his position as governor, replaced by Captain Denny. Before I go on to talk about my involvement in public matters under this new governor, it might be a good idea to explain how I became known for my scientific work. In 1746, when I was in Boston, I met a Dr. Spence who had recently arrived from Scotland. He showed me some experiments with electricity. He didn't do them perfectly because he wasn't very skilled, but since the topic was completely new to me, I was both surprised and pleased. Soon after I got back to Philadelphia, our library company received a gift from Mr. P. Collinson, who was a member of the Royal Society of London. It was a glass tube, along with some instructions on how to use it for these kinds of experiments. I jumped at the chance to try out what I'd seen in Boston, and with a lot of practice, I got really good at doing those experiments, as well as others we heard about from England, and I even came up with some new ones. I say a lot of practice because for a while my house was always packed with people who came to see these amazing new things. To share the load a bit among my friends, I had several similar tubes made at our glass factory, and my friends got their own. So eventually we had a few people performing the experiments. The main one among them was Mr. Kinnersley, a clever neighbor who was out of work. I encouraged him to start showing the experiments for money, and I wrote 2 lectures for him. In these lectures, the experiments were arranged in a specific order, with explanations given in a way that helped people understand the next one. He got some fancy equipment for this, where all the small devices I had crudely put together for myself were expertly made by professional instrument makers. His lectures were popular, and people really enjoyed them. After a while, he traveled through the colonies, showing them in every major town and earning some money. However, in the West Indies, it was hard to do the experiments because the air was generally so humid. Since we were grateful to Mr. Collinson for the tube and everything, I felt he should know how well we were doing with it, so I wrote him several letters describing our experiments. He had them read at the Royal Society, but at first they didn't think my work was important enough to be published in their official papers. I sent one paper, which I'd written for Mr. Kinnersley, about how lightning and electricity are the same, to Dr. Mitchell, a friend of mine and also a member of that society. He wrote back saying it had been read, but the experts just laughed at it. However, when the papers were shown to Dr. Fothergill, he thought they were too important to be ignored and suggested they be printed. Mr. Collinson then offered them to be published in his Gentleman's Magazine, but he decided to print them as a separate pamphlet instead, and Dr. Fothergill wrote the introduction. It seems Cave made a good business decision because with the extra material that came in later, they grew into a large book that went through 5 editions, and he didn't have to pay me anything for the content. Still, it took a while for those papers to get much attention in England. But then, a copy of them ended up with Count de Buffon, a philosopher who was rightly very famous in France, and actually all over Europe. He convinced Monsieur Dalibard to translate them into French, and they were published in Paris. This publication upset Abbé Noyer, who taught natural philosophy to the royal family and was a skilled experimenter. He had developed and published his own theory of electricity, which was very popular at the time. At first, he couldn't believe that such a work came from America. He claimed it must have been made up by his enemies in Paris to discredit his own ideas. Later, after he was convinced that someone named Franklin actually existed in Philadelphia, which he had doubted, he wrote and published a book of letters, mostly addressed to me, defending his theory and saying my experiments and the conclusions drawn from them weren't true. I once planned to answer the abbé, and I even started writing a response.
But I thought about how my writings described experiments that anyone could repeat and check, and if they couldn't be proven, then they couldn't be defended. Also, my observations were presented as ideas, not as absolute truths, so I wasn't obligated to defend them. And I realized that an argument between two people writing in different languages could drag on forever because of bad translations and misunderstandings. In fact, a lot of one of the Abbé's letters was based on a translation error. So I decided to let my papers speak for themselves. I figured it was better to use my free time from public duties to do new experiments rather than argue about old ones. Because of this, I never replied to M. Nollet, and I never regretted staying silent. My friend M. Leroy from the Royal Academy of Sciences defended me and proved him wrong. My book was translated into Italian, German, and Latin, and gradually scientists all over Europe started accepting my ideas over the Abbé's. So he lived to see himself as the last one who believed in his own theory, except for Monsieur B. from Paris, who was his direct student. What really made my book famous quickly and widely was the success of one of the experiments it suggested. Messieurs Dalibard and Delors did it at Marly, and they managed to draw lightning from the clouds. This got everyone's attention. Monsieur Delors, who had equipment for scientific experiments and taught that field, decided to repeat what he called the experiments, and after they were performed before the king and court, all the curious people in Paris rushed to see it. I won't make this story longer by describing that major experiment, or how incredibly happy I was when a similar one I did soon after with a kite in Philadelphia worked, because you can find both stories in books about electricity. When Dr. Wright, an English doctor, was in Paris, he wrote to a friend who was part of the Royal Society. He told him how highly my experiments were regarded by scholars overseas, and how surprised they were that my writings hadn't gotten much attention in England. Because of this, the Society decided to look again at the letters that had been read to them earlier. The famous Dr. Watson then put together a summary of my letters and everything else I had sent to England on the topic, and he even included some compliments about me. This summary was then published in their official papers, and some members of the Society in London, especially the very clever Mr. Canton, confirmed the experiment of drawing lightning from the clouds using a pointed rod. When they reported its success, they quickly made up for how they had previously ignored me. Without me even asking for it, they made me a member and voted to waive the usual fees, which would have been 25 guineas. And ever since then, they've sent me their official papers for free. They also gave me the Sir Godfrey Copley Gold Medal for 1753. When they presented it, the President, Lord Macclesfield, gave a very nice speech that honored me greatly. Our new governor, Captain Denny, brought me the medal from the Royal Society that I mentioned earlier. He gave it to me at a party the city threw for him. He also said very nice things about how much he respected me, claiming he had known about my reputation for a long time. After dinner, when everyone was, as was common back then, busy drinking, he pulled me aside into another room. He told me that his friends in England had advised him to become friends with me, saying I was someone who could give him the best advice and help make his job as governor much easier. He said he really wanted us to get along well, and asked me to believe that he was ready to help me in any way he could, any time. He also talked a lot about how well the proprietor felt about the province, and how beneficial it would be for all of us, especially me, if the long-standing opposition to his plans stopped and everyone got along. He implied that I was the best person to make that happen, and that I could expect fair recognition and rewards and so on. The people drinking, noticing we hadn't come back to the table right away, sent us a bottle of Madeira. The governor drank a lot of it, and the more he drank, the more he poured out his requests and promises. My response was basically this, that, thankfully, I was doing well enough that I didn't need any special favors from the proprietor. Also, as a member of the assembly, I couldn't possibly accept any. However, I told him I didn't personally dislike the proprietor, and that whenever his proposed public policies seemed to benefit the people, no one would support and promote them more enthusiastically than I would. My previous opposition was based on the fact that the policies being pushed clearly aimed to benefit the proprietor, which would significantly harm the people. I also told him, the governor, that I was very grateful for his kind words towards me, and that he could count on me to do everything I could to make his job as easy as possible. At the same time, I hoped he hadn't come with the same problematic instructions that had caused so much trouble for the previous governor.
He didn't explain himself further on that point then, but later, when he started working with the assembly, those issues resurfaced, the arguments began again, and I was as involved as ever in opposing them. I was the one who wrote, first, the request to see his instructions, and then the comments on those instructions, which you can find in the records from that time and in the historical review I published later. But personally, we didn't have any hard feelings. We often spent time together. He was a well-educated man, had traveled a lot, and was very engaging and enjoyable to talk to. He was the first to tell me that my old friend James Ralph was still alive, that he was considered one of England's best political writers, had worked on the disagreement between Prince Frederick and the King, and was getting a pension of $300 a year. He also mentioned that Ralph wasn't very famous as a poet, since Pope had criticized his poetry, but his prose was thought to be as good as anyone's.
The assembly eventually realized that the proprietor stubbornly kept tying the hands of their representatives with rules that went against not only the people's rights, but also the king's interests. So they decided to formally complain to the king about them and chose me as their representative to go to England to deliver and support this complaint. The House had sent a bill to the governor offering £60,000 for the king's use, with £10,000 of that amount subject to the orders of the general at the time, Lord Loudon. The governor flat out refused to approve it, following his instructions. I had arranged my trip with Captain Morris, who ran the mailboat service in New York, and my supplies were already on board when Lord Loudon arrived in Philadelphia. He told me he came specifically to try and work out a deal between the governor and the assembly, so that their disagreements wouldn't get in the way of the king's business. So he asked the governor and me to meet him so he could hear both sides of the story. We met and talked things over. On behalf of the assembly, I presented all the different arguments that you can find in the public documents from that period, which I wrote and are printed with the assembly's official records. The governor, on the other hand, brought up his instructions, the promise he had made to follow them, and how he'd be ruined if he didn't. Still, he seemed somewhat open to taking a risk if Lord Loudon suggested it. Lord Loudon, however, decided not to advise him to do that, even though I thought I had almost convinced him. Instead, he chose to push the assembly to cooperate. He begged me to try and persuade them, stating that he wouldn't use any of the king's soldiers to defend our borders, and if we didn't keep funding our own defense, we'd be left vulnerable to the enemy.
I informed the House about what had happened and gave them a set of resolutions I had written. These resolutions stated our rights and made it clear that we weren't giving up those rights, but only temporarily putting them aside for this particular situation, which we formally objected to. Eventually, they agreed to drop that bill and create a new one that followed the proprietor's instructions. The governor, of course, approved this new bill, and I was then free to continue my journey. However, in the meantime, the mailboat had already left with my supplies for the trip, which was a bit of a loss for me. My only reward was Lord Loudon's thanks for my help, with all the credit for reaching the agreement going to him.
He left for New York before me. Since he controlled when the mailboats departed, and there were two still there, one of which he said would sail very soon, I asked for the exact departure time so I wouldn't miss it due to any delay on my part. His answer was, "I've announced that it will sail next Saturday, but I can tell you that if you're there by Monday morning, you'll be on time, but don't wait any longer." Due to an unexpected delay at a ferry, I didn't arrive until Monday noon. I was very worried the ship might have already left since the wind was good, but I was quickly relieved to hear that it was still in the harbor and wouldn't leave until the next day. You'd think I was finally about to leave for Europe. I certainly thought so, but I wasn't yet familiar with his lordship's personality, of which tardiness was one of the most prominent traits. I'll give a few examples. I arrived in New York around the beginning of April, and I believe it was almost the end of June before we actually sailed. There were 2 mail boats that had been in port for a long time, but they were held up waiting for the general's letters, which were always promised to be ready tomorrow. Another mail boat arrived. It was also held up. And before we sailed, a 4th was expected. Ours was supposed to be the first to leave since it had been there the longest. Passengers were booked on all of them, and some were extremely eager to go, while merchants were anxious about their letters and the insurance orders they had placed, it being wartime, for autumn goods. But their worry didn't help. His lordship's letters weren't ready. Yet anyone who visited him always found him at his desk, pen in hand, and assumed he must be writing a huge amount. One morning, when I went to pay my respects, I found a messenger from Philadelphia named Innes in his waiting room. Innes had come directly from there with a package from Governor Denny for the general. He gave me some letters from my friends back home, which made me ask when he was returning and where he was staying, so I could send some letters with him. He told me he was instructed to come back tomorrow at 9 for the general's reply to the governor and would leave right away. I gave him my letters that same day. 2 weeks later, I ran into him again in the same spot. "So, you're back already, Innes?" "No, I'm not yet." "How can that be? I've been told to come here every morning for the past 2 weeks for his lordship's letter, and it's still not ready." "Is that possible, considering he writes so much? I always see him at his writing desk." "Yes," Innes replied, "but he's like St. George on the signs." It seems the messenger's comment was accurate, for later, when I was in England, I learned that Mr. Pitt cited this as one reason for replacing this general and sending Generals Amherst and Wolfe instead. With the constant expectation of sailing and all 3 mail boats heading down to Sandy Hook to meet the fleet there, the passengers decided it was best to get on board just in case the ship suddenly left and they were stranded. If I recall correctly, we stayed there for about 6 weeks, using up our travel supplies and having to buy more. Finally, the fleet sailed, with the general and his entire army on board, heading to Louisburg with the goal of attacking and capturing that fort. All the mail boats were ordered to stay with the general's ship, ready to pick up his messages whenever they were prepared. We were at sea for 5 days before we received a letter giving us permission to leave. Then our ship left the fleet and headed for England. The general kept the other 2 mail boats, taking them with him to Halifax, where he spent some time training his men with fake attacks on fake forts. Then he changed his mind about attacking Louisburg and returned to New York with all his troops, along with the 2 mail boats I mentioned and all their passengers. While he was away, the French and Native Americans had captured Fort George on the province's border, and the Native Americans had killed many of the soldiers after they surrendered. Later, in London, I saw Captain Bonnell, who commanded one of those mail boats. He told me that after being held up for a month, he informed his lordship that his ship's hull had become so dirty that it would definitely slow down its speed, which was crucial for a mailboat. He asked for time to pull the ship out of the water and clean its bottom. He was asked how long that would take. He replied, 3 days. The general responded, "If you can do it in 1 day, I'll allow it.
Otherwise, no, because you absolutely must sail the day after tomorrow. So, he never got permission, even though he was then held up day after day for a full 3 months. I also saw one of Bonnell's passengers in London. He was so furious with his lordship for misleading and delaying him for so long in New York, and then taking him to Halifax and back again, that he swore he would sue him for compensation. I never found out if he actually did, but based on how he described the harm to his business, it was quite significant. Overall, I really wondered how such a man ended up being trusted with such a crucial job as leading a large army. But since then, having seen more of how the world works and how people get important positions and why those positions are given, my surprise has lessened. General Shirley, who took command of the army after Braddock died, would have, in my opinion, led a much better campaign than Loudon's in 1757 if he had stayed in charge. Loudon's campaign was pointless, costly, and incredibly shameful for our nation. Even though Shirley wasn't a trained soldier, he was smart and wise on his own, listened to good advice from others, could create well-thought-out plans, and was quick and effective at putting them into action. Loudon, instead of defending the colonies with his large army, left them completely vulnerable while he just wasted time in Halifax. Because of this, Fort George was lost. Plus, he messed up all our business dealings and hurt our trade by placing a long ban on exporting food. He claimed this was to prevent the enemy from getting supplies, but in reality, it was to drive down the prices for the contractors, in whose profits, it was rumored, though perhaps only suspected, he had a share. And when the ban was finally lifted, by failing to notify Charleston, the Carolina fleet was held up for almost 3 more months. As a result, their ship bottoms were so badly damaged by shipworms that many of them sank on their way home.
I believe Shirley was genuinely happy to be freed from such a heavy responsibility, as leading an army must be for someone unfamiliar with military matters. I was at the party the city of New York threw for Lord Loudon when he took command. Shirley, even though he had been replaced, was also there. There was a large crowd of officers, citizens, and visitors. Some chairs had been borrowed from the neighborhood, and one of them was very low. That one ended up being for Mr. Shirley. Noticing it as I sat next to him, I said, "Sir, they've given you a seat that's too low." He replied, "It's fine, Mr. Franklin. I find it the most comfortable."
While I was, as I mentioned before, stuck in New York, I received all the bills and records for the supplies I had provided to Braddock. Some of these couldn't be gotten sooner from the various people I had hired to help with the task. I gave them to Lord Loudon, asking to be paid the remaining amount. He had them properly checked by the right official, who, after comparing each item with its receipt, confirmed they were correct. Lord Loudon promised to give me an order for the outstanding balance to be paid by the paymaster. However, this kept getting delayed, and even though I called for it many times by appointment, I never got it. Finally, just before I left, he told me that after thinking it over, he had decided not to combine his accounts with those of the previous commanders. He said, "And you, when you're in England, just need to show your accounts at the Treasury and you'll be paid right away." I brought up, but it didn't help, the large and unexpected costs I had incurred by being held up so long in New York, as a reason why I wanted to be paid immediately. And when I pointed out that it wasn't fair for me to face any more trouble or delays in getting back the money I had advanced, especially since I didn't charge any fee for my service, he said, "Oh, sir, you mustn't try to convince us that you didn't profit. We understand these matters better, and know that everyone involved in supplying the army finds ways to line their own pockets." I assured him that wasn't true for me, and that I hadn't taken a single penny, but he clearly didn't believe me. And in fact, I've since learned that huge fortunes are often made in such jobs. As for the money I'm owed, I still haven't been paid to this day, But more on that later.
Before we sailed, our mailboat captain had bragged a lot about how fast his ship was. Unfortunately, once we were at sea, it turned out to be the slowest of 96 ships, which was quite embarrassing for him. After many guesses about why, when we were near another ship almost as slow as ours, but which was still catching up to us, the captain ordered everyone to come to the back of the ship and stand as close to the flagpole as possible. Including passengers, there were about 40 of us. While we stood there, the ship picked up speed and soon left the other ship far behind. This clearly proved what our captain suspected, that the ship was too heavy at the front. It seems all the water barrels had been placed forward. So he ordered them to be moved further back, which made the ship perform much better, and it ended up being the fastest in the fleet.
The captain claimed his ship had once traveled at 13 knots, which is considered 13 miles per hour. We had Captain Kennedy from the Navy on board as a passenger, who argued that this was impossible, that no ship ever sailed that fast, and that there must have been a mistake in how the log line was marked or in how the log was thrown. A bet was made between the two captains to be settled when there was enough wind. Kennedy then carefully checked the log line, and satisfied with it, he decided to throw the log himself. So, a few days later, when the wind was blowing very nicely and strongly, and Captain Ludwig of the mailboat said he believed the ship was then going at 13 knots, Kennedy performed the test and admitted he lost the bet. I'm sharing the above story to make the following point. It's been noted as a flaw in shipbuilding that you can never know if a new ship will be fast or slow until it's actually tested. For example, a new ship built exactly like a known fast one has sometimes turned out to be surprisingly slow. I think this might partly be because sailors have different ideas about how to load, rig, and sail a ship. Each captain has their own method, and the same ship, loaded and managed by one captain, will sail differently than when handled by another. Plus, it's rare for the same person to design, prepare for sea, and then sail a ship. One person builds the body, another sets up the sails and ropes, and a third loads and sails it. None of these individuals fully understands all the ideas and experiences of the others, so they can't make accurate decisions based on the complete picture. Even with something as basic as sailing at sea, I've often noticed that officers in charge of different shifts had different ideas, even when the wind was the same. One would adjust the sails more sharply or more loosely than another, making it seem like there was no clear rule to follow. Still, I believe a series of experiments could be set up. First, to figure out the best shape for a ship's hull for fast sailing. Next, the ideal size and placement for the masts. Then, the shape and amount of sails and how they should be positioned depending on the wind. And finally, how the cargo should be arranged. This is a time for experiments, and I believe a carefully conducted and combined set of them would be very helpful. I am convinced, therefore, that before long, some clever thinker will take this on, and I wish them success.
We were chased several times during our journey, but we outran everything, and within 30 days we were in shallow enough water to measure the depth. We had a good reading, and the captain thought we were so close to our port, Falmouth, that if we sailed well through the night, we could be at the harbor entrance by morning. By sailing at night, we might also avoid enemy privateers, who often patrolled near the channel entrance. So we put up every sail we possibly could, and with a strong, favorable wind, we sailed straight ahead and made excellent progress. After his observation, the captain set his course, he believed, to pass well clear of the Scilly Isles. But it seems there's sometimes a strong current that flows up St. George's Channel, which misleads sailors and caused the loss of Sir Cloudesley Shovel's fleet. This current was probably what caused our incident. We had a lookout stationed at the front of the ship, whom they often called out to, and he would often reply. But perhaps he had his eyes closed and was half asleep at the time, sometimes answering, as they say, automatically. because he didn't see a light directly in front of us, which had been hidden by the extra sails from the helmsman and the rest of the watch. But then the ship suddenly swerved, and the light was spotted, causing a huge panic. We were very close to it, and the light looked as big as a cartwheel to me. It was midnight, and our captain was fast asleep, but Captain Kennedy jumped onto the deck, saw the danger, and ordered the ship to turn sharply around, with all sails still up. This was a risky maneuver for the masts, but it got us out of trouble, and we avoided a shipwreck, because we were heading straight for the rocks where the lighthouse stood. This escape really made me appreciate how useful lighthouses are, and I would push for more of them to be built.
In the morning, by checking the water depth and other signs, we found we were near our port, but a thick fog hid the land from view. Around 9 o'clock, the fog started to lift, seeming to rise from the water like a theater curtain, revealing below it the town of Falmouth, the ships in its harbor, and the surrounding fields. This was a truly delightful sight for those of us who had seen nothing but the endless, empty ocean for so long. It brought us even more joy because we were now free from the worries caused by the war. My son and I immediately left for London. We only stopped briefly along the way to see Stonehenge on Salisbury Plain and Lord Pembroke's house and gardens at Wilton, which had a very interesting collection of old artifacts. We arrived in London on July 27th, 1757. As soon as I settled into the place Mr. Charles had arranged for me, I went to visit Dr. Fothergill. I had a strong recommendation to him and was advised to get his opinion on how I should proceed. He was against immediately complaining to the government. He thought the proprietors should be approached directly first, as they might be convinced by some private friends to settle things peacefully. I then visited my old friend and correspondent, Mr. Peter Collinson, who told me that John Hanbury, the prominent Virginia merchant, had asked to be informed of my arrival so he could take me to Lord Granville's. Lord Granville was then the president of the council and wanted to see me as soon as possible. I agreed to go with him the next morning. So Mr. Hanbury picked me up and took me in his carriage to the nobleman's house, where I was received very politely. After some questions about the current situation in America and a discussion about it, he told me, "You Americans have the wrong idea about your government structure. You argue that the king's instructions to his governors aren't laws, and you think you're free to follow or ignore them as you please. But those instructions aren't like the casual notes given to a diplomat going abroad to handle some minor ceremonial detail. They are first drafted by legal experts, then reviewed, debated, and possibly changed by the council, after which the king signs them. So as far as they concern you, they are the law, because the king is the legislator." I told his lordship this was a new idea to me. I had always understood from our charters that our laws were to be made by our assemblies, and indeed presented to the king for his approval. But once approved, the king couldn't cancel or change them. And just as the assemblies couldn't make permanent laws without his approval, he couldn't make a law for them without theirs. He assured me I was completely mistaken. I didn't think so, however, and his lordship's conversation made me a little worried about what the court's views on us might be. So I wrote it down as soon as I returned to my lodgings. I remembered that about 20 years earlier, a clause in a bill introduced in Parliament by the government had proposed making the king's instructions laws in the colonies. But the House of Commons rejected that clause, for which we admired them as our friends and champions of liberty. However, by their actions towards us in 1765, it seemed they had only denied that power to the king so they could keep it for themselves. After a few days, Dr. Fothergill spoke to the proprietors, and they agreed to meet with me at Mr. T. Penn's house in Spring Garden. The conversation initially involved both sides saying they were open to reasonable compromises.
but I suspect each party had their own idea of what reasonable accommodations meant. We then started discussing our various complaints, which I listed. The proprietors defended their actions as best they could, and I defended the assemblies. We seemed very far apart in our opinions, so much so that it discouraged any hope of an agreement. However, we decided that I should give them a written summary of our complaints, and they promised to consider them. I did so soon after, but they handed the paper over to their lawyer, Ferdinand John Paris. He handled all their legal affairs, including their major lawsuit with the neighboring proprietor of Maryland, Lord Baltimore, which had been going on for 70 years, and he wrote all their documents and messages in their dispute with the Assembly. He was a proud, angry man, and since I had occasionally criticized his papers quite harshly in the Assembly's responses, as they were genuinely weak in argument and arrogant in tone, he had developed a deep hatred for me. This animosity showed itself whenever we met. So I declined the proprietor's suggestion that he and I discuss the complaints ourselves, and I refused to deal with anyone but the proprietors directly. They then, following his advice, gave the paper to the Attorney and Solicitor General for their opinion and advice. It remained unanswered for almost a year minus 8 days. During that time, I repeatedly asked the proprietors for a response, but I only ever heard that they hadn't yet received the Attorney and Solicitor General's opinion. I never learned what that opinion was when they finally got it, because they didn't share it with me. Instead, they sent a long message to the Assembly, drafted and signed by Paris, which quoted my paper, complained about its lack of proper format as being rude on my part, and offered a flimsy justification for their own actions. They added that they would be willing to settle things if the Assembly would send someone else to negotiate with them for that purpose, implying that I was not the right person. The lack of proper format or rudeness was probably because I hadn't addressed the paper to them using their self-proclaimed titles of true and absolute proprietors of the province of Pennsylvania, which I left out because I didn't think it was necessary in a document whose only purpose was to put into writing, clearly and precisely, what I had already said in person. But during this delay, the Assembly had convinced Governor Denny to approve a law that taxed the proprietor's property just like everyone else's property, which was the main issue they were fighting over. Because of this, they didn't bother to reply to the message. However, when this law arrived, the proprietors, advised by Paris, decided to fight against it getting royal approval. So they formally complained to the King's Council, and a hearing was scheduled. 2 lawyers were hired by them to argue against the law, and 2 by me to support it. They claimed that the law was designed to heavily tax the proprietor's property to lighten the burden on the people, and that if it remained in effect, and the proprietors, who were unpopular with the people, were left to their mercy in setting taxes, they would definitely be ruined. We replied that the law had no such intention and wouldn't have that effect. We argued that the tax assessors were honest and sensible men sworn to assess fairly and equally, and that any small benefit each of them might get by lowering their own tax at the expense of the proprietors was too insignificant to make them commit perjury. This is essentially what I remember both sides arguing, except that we strongly emphasized the damaging consequences of repealing the law. We pointed out that the money, £100,000, had already been printed, given for the king's use, spent in his service, and was now circulating among the people. Repealing it would make that money worthless in their hands, ruining many and completely discouraging any future grants. We also strongly highlighted the proprietor's selfishness in pushing for such a widespread disaster just because of an unfounded fear that their property would be taxed too much.
At this point, Lord Mansfield, one of the lawyers, stood up, motioned to me,
and took me into the clerk's office while the other lawyers were still arguing. He asked me if I truly believed that the proprietor's estate wouldn't be harmed by implementing the law. I said, certainly. Then, he said, you shouldn't have much of a problem agreeing to a commitment to guarantee that point. I answered, none at all. He then called in Paris, and after some discussion, his lordship's proposal was accepted by both sides. A document outlining this agreement was prepared by the clerk of the council, which I signed along with Mr. Charles, who was also an agent for the province's regular affairs. Lord Mansfield then returned to the council chamber, where the law was finally allowed to pass. However, some changes were recommended, and we also agreed that these changes would be made by a later law. But the Assembly didn't think them necessary. Since 1 year's tax had already been collected under the law before the council's order arrived, they appointed a committee to review the assessor's work, and they put several close friends of the proprietors on this committee. After a thorough investigation, they unanimously signed a report stating that they found the tax had been assessed with perfect fairness. The Assembly considered my agreement to the first part of the commitment a vital service to the province, as it protected the value of the paper money circulating throughout the country at the time. They formally thanked me when I returned. But the proprietors were furious with Governor Denny for passing the law and fired him, threatening to sue him for breaking the instructions he had promised to follow. However, since he had done it at the general's request and for the king's service, and also had powerful connections at court, he ignored the threats, and they were never carried out.